Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. This is part 4 of our story. If you like this what if story and want to see part 5, let me know in the comments below. Before we start, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share this video with your friends. Also, check the description for more great content and my playlist. This story was posted by GryphonGuy24 on AO3. Now, let's start. As Izuku and Yui made their way to the Heights Alliance dorm, Okiko was waiting for Izuku. She looked at Yui for a second, before she seemingly got an info dump, and asked, "Last bond?" "Yeah," Izuku said, rubbing the back of his head. Yui replied, happily. Okiko sighed in relief, "At least now we don't have to worry about who's next." "I hope," Okiko said, shivering. "With your quirk we never can tell. In any case, Ghirsen told our group that she talked to you, and I just wanted to make sure you're okay." Izuku let out a deep breath. "I'm mostly fine, but it does hurt. Like, if I knew you were listening in, I wouldn't have minded it, but I wish the choice wasn't made for me." "How much did you hear?" Ashido-san and Tokuji-san pressured Ghirsen into using her speakers about the time when Tokomi-kun was talking, Okiko mentioned. Izuku smirked. So they didn't overhear Kirishima-kun and Tetsu-kun claiming that they were interested in them. That's some karma." Okiko began to snicker. Yui made no sound, but was just as amused. "Any problems on the girl's side?" Izuku asked. "Yanaja-san and Komori-san are a bit embarrassed," Okiko offered. "Shiozaki-san seems out of sorts, like she's divided by 0 or something, but she wasn't ranting about the immorality of it all, which I think is a good sign. And I was going to warn you that Kodai-san had an intense look on her face, but..." And with that, she reeled from an info dump about Yui wanting to date Izuku, but leaving it aside out of respect for her. And the two of them knew Okiko was learning that information. "You know, I love this quirk," Izuku said. "Even with all these headaches it's caused me, I love it. I used to always feel like there was this manual to social interaction that everyone else had read and I hadn't. Now I've got all these hints to it, and it's making it easier to handle everyone, not just you girls." Okiko ruffled his hair affectionately. "I think we'd still be together regardless. But, yeah, I'm glad it's speeding things up, too." Yui looked at them and, seemingly getting permission via bond, also began ruffling his hair. "Fluffy," she whispered with awe. He enjoyed that sensation for a bit longer before he said, "I should go and see if Eri is willing to come down." The three of them reluctantly stopped and entered the dorms. Izuku and Inko were each holding one of Eri's hands as the elevator took them down. Smiling, Inko said, "Remember, Fletchen, if you want to leave, you can just say the word and we'll let you." Eri nodded. "They're all my friends," Izuku said, smiling as well. "They're training to be heroes just like me and Mirio-senpai. Like the girl with the pink chipmunk cheeks and the girl with the long hair with the twisty things and the clear girl." Eri said. "Exactly," Izuku said. "Their names are Okiko, Nejaya, and Toru. It's okay if you mess up names sometimes. There's a lot of people." Eri nodded. As they got off on the first floor, they walked into the common room. Eraserhead was there, having instructed the class that Eri had a dangerous quirk, that she'd been through a lot and that they shouldn't crowd her, and that if she was scared of any of them, not to take it personally. It was at that point that Inko stepped forward. "Hello, everyone. I'm Izuku's mother, Inko Midoriya. I've been hired by you to help take care of Eri-chan. It's a pleasure to meet you all." After the class chimed out their greetings, Izuku came in with Eri at his side, shyly staying close to his leg. As cautious as she was, she wanted to be brave. "Oh my god, she's so adorable," Mina whispered, practically vibrating in her seat, struggling not to go over and cuddle her immediately. "Hi, Eri-chan." Okiko smiled and waved. Eri shyly waved back and said, "Hi, Okiko," she said shyly. Mina began to bite down on her fist to prevent her from squealing. Toru seemed to be covering her mouth as well. Itsuka was absolutely ready to go over and give her some comfort. Of course, things started to go off the rails when she gazed over at Fumikage. She went stock still and began to tremble, before she ducked behind Izuku. "Hey, what's wrong?" Izuku asked, concerned. "Overhaul, one of his people is here," Eri said, tears silently pouring out of her eyes. Oh. Izuku looked at 𝐒𝐭𝐴𝐲 and said, Chisaki wore a plague doctor mask. You know, one of those that looks like a beak. Ah, 𝐒𝐭𝐴𝐲 said. I can assume, then, that others in his organization had similar attire. Eraserhead nodded. Our information shows that a number of Chisaki's Yakuza underlings wore similar masks. Then I will leave for the young girl's peace of mind, 𝐒𝐭𝐴𝐲 said. Dark shadow popped out from his chest. I wanted to meet her. Fumi, let's get some apples, then. Eri perked up at the mention of apples, then noticed Dark Shadow. He has a black whip, too, she asked, confused. Izuku and 𝐒𝐭𝐴𝐲 shared a look that screamed roll with it. Izuku turned to Eri and smiled. Yeah, Dark Shadow is a lot like Black Whip. Hiya. Dark Shadow replied, waving at the girl, who was apparently not sure what to do. On the one hand, he looked like Chisaki's men did. On the other hand, he had a quirk like the Black Whip that saved her, that comforted her, that protected her. The biggest difference is that Black Whip cannot think or talk, but Dark Shadow can, 𝐒𝐭𝐴𝐲 said. Oh, how wrong you are, kid, Degoro said smugly. Jury's still out about the think part, Nana grumbled, to which Degoro laughed. Fumi and I are each going to have an apple. Would you like one? Dark Shadow asked her. She may be confused and afraid, but Izuku was there to protect her. She looked up to him, and he nodded. She replied, okay. With that crisis averted, several of their other classmates introduced themselves. Shortly after 𝐒𝐭𝐴𝐲 and Dark Shadow returned, along with apple slices for Eri, it became too much for her, and she left with 𝐭𝐽𝐻 to go back to the apartment. So, if anything happens to that little girl, we riot, Mina stated to the collected members of 1A. There was general consensus agreeing with her. It was about that time. That might burst into the room, Izuku. We have a successful prototype baby for our actual baby, she said, holding up a piece of clothing proudly. Izuku choked. For the last time, I'm not her dad. The other students began to giggle as Melissa showed up behind her. Behold the first Hatsume Shield collaboration. Melissa stated. Using our state-of-the-art fibers, we have a garment that's as functional as it is comfortable. Stain-resistant, machine-washable, resistant to cuts and bullets, alongside general heat and cold resistance and a temperature control system to stay comfortable in the hottest summer or the coldest winter. The garment was a onesie made to resemble a narwhal. The high-pitched squeals from several of the girls made Kyoko wince in pain and Shoji flinch in his room in one BS building. Oh my, that is just precious. Momo gasped, holding a hand to her mouth. Yui added appreciatively. I can appreciate you coming here from the support department to show this off, Itsuka said, equally appreciative of the adorable piece of clothing. Oh, no, we came from our rooms on the 4th floor, Mai stated outright. Wait, you're living here? Itsuka asked in surprise. Why? Clerical error on Nezu's part, Melissa said, making the air quotes with her fingers. And if you believe that, I have some swarm plan to sell you. Denki looked at Izuku. What did you have to do to get your life like this, dude? Be treated like a second-class citizen for most of my life, then All Might found me under a bridge getting suffocated by a slime monster, Izuku stated. There was a pause, then Denki followed up with, so, Karma looked at you, saw that you hadn't had any good luck in years, then gave it all to you at once, plus interest. Seems like it, Izuku shrugged. Kyoko had a light blush as she stared at Denki. Okay, seriously, you have too many good lines for your dumb butt. What, do you have a learning disability or something? Denki started to respond, then shut his mouth, and thought about it. Wait, do I? How would I even know? Kyoko's blush increased as she buried her head in her hands. Oh my god, I'm doing so much wrong today. I'm sorry, I meant that as a joke, not as some kind of mean comment. No worries, if anything, that's helpful, Denki stated, his eyes wide like he wasn't sure what the world was like anymore. How do I even find out? I believe Hound Dog has some resources as our school counselor, Itsuka stated. Once we find out if you have such a disability or not, we can add any special accommodations to our study sessions, Momo added. It's rather convenient. Now that these dorms exist, we will be able to better organize those sessions. Maybe we could all choose a dorm room even if we're not living here exclusively. Setsuna offered. Just in case those sessions run long and we can't make it back home in time, we'll be able to get more sleep and be able to attend class on time. There seemed to be consensus, but that train of thought was derailed when Zu got up, turned to Mai and Melissa, and stated, "We seem to have forgotten the most important thing, getting Eri to try on the Onacy. Gang Orca's been hounding you for pictures, hasn't he?" Izuku asked. "Twice daily," Zu replied. While the entire class was a bit much, Eri was happy to see the smaller contingent of girls coming to meet her along with Izuku. The gift was well received. Eri happily ran around the apartment in the narwhal Onacy, as Zu dutifully took pictures, sending them to her mentor. She wore it for the rest of the day, clearly enjoying the feel of it and the gift. Shortly after Eri went to bed that evening, the Midoriyas received a visit from Nezu. The mammal looked grim once he was let into the apartment. "We have news about Kai Chisaki," Nezu stated. Izuku and Inko both flinched, Inko looking worried, Izuku looking determined. "What happened?" During his transportation from his holding cell to Tartarus, Chisaki was subjected to a form of warping quirk. He was surrounded by a foul-smelling liquid and disappeared from his cell. This occurred last night. Today, his corpse has been found in a sewer, with evidence of a violent struggle. Inko gasped. Izuku's eyes widened, but he went into analysis mode. That doesn't match Kurogiri's warp gate. Are there any registered quirks that match that description? There is one, belonging to a man who went missing 4 years ago. The quirk allowed him to teleport to the location of any individual he was familiar with, or to teleport that individual, or anyone in close proximity, to his location, Nezu explained. Izuku nodded. Then we should operate under the assumption that All for One is in possession of that quirk and used it on Chisaki with the intent of stealing his quirk. Probably restoring All for One to full health in the process. "I concur," Nezu said, watching as Izuku's face fell. "Until we find evidence to the contrary, we will operate under that assumption. Though, our investigations into the officers guarding him revealed that none of them were colluding with All for One." Izuku pondered this, then turned to the principal. "Check their quirk registries, including previous alterations. See if any of them were late bloomers or had quirk awakenings or drastic changes to their quirk's description. There might be a possibility that one of them was working for All for One unintentionally." "All right, Midoriya-kun, we've put it off long enough. I must insist on nurturing this analytical talent of yours," Nezu said, a dangerous glint in his eye. "Never thought I'd be tutored by a tree shrew, but I'm happy to learn from the premier intelligence-based hero." Izuku said proudly. "Aha! Excellent," Nezu said, ecstatic. "The common tree shrew is indeed the species that has been most extensively spliced into my DNA. However, it was not my BRTH species. Still, a wonderful deduction, and we'll be discussing this further during your next free period." With that, the principal left. Inko looked to her son and said, "Are you sure you're safe with him?" "Even if I wasn't, nobody could stop me," Izuku said, eyes gleaming. "So what the hell do we do now?" Rikia Katsukame was the one to ask the question, but the sentiment had brewed throughout the 10 masked individuals. "We haven't yet been able to develop the bullets," Harry Korono, aka Chronostasis, said. "We have some of the temporary ones, but even if we still had without Overhaul and his quirk, we cannot create new ones, much less the permanent versions. Would it even be worth it, without him at the helm?" Toya Setsuno asked. "You ungrateful swine." Joy Irinaka, aka Mimic, cried out from within the doll-like cloak form he possessed. "You're gonna PSS away the second chance Overhaul gave you." "Well, I don't give a rat's but myself," Kendo Rapper replied. "The only reason I joined in the first place is because I wanted to one day defeat Overhaul. That ain't happening anymore, so, you guys can F right off, as far as I'm concerned." Letting out a sigh, Hikiji Tunga rubbed his temples. "I suppose that, with Overhaul gone, I have no reason to continue keeping you in check." "There's others who are rebelling," Hojo stated. "Those who didn't care about Overhaul's plans. Either we leave, they leave, or we fight and the organization splits anyway." "Is this the end?" Sorimitsu Tabe asked. Do we let our boss's dream die? Do we continue as a normal Yakuza organization? Well, I have a proposition for you, came a voice from outside. From behind a corner came the lanky form of Tomura Shigaraki, with the misty Kurogiri walking behind him. The F. Shin Nemoto called out. How'd you get in here? He used his quirk, confession, on the newcomers. I possess a warp gate quirk, Kurogiri answered. Finding the coordinates of your hideout was simple when we questioned some of your lesser members. Nemoto snarled, were you the ones who abducted and killed our boss? No, Kurogiri responded. I have no idea who killed your boss, Tomura stated, unaware of his sensei's activities. What I do know is who's responsible for his capture. He held up a photo of his green-haired player 2 onto a table using 2 of his fingers and his thumb. Setsuno used his quirk, larceny, to take the photo from Tomura's hands into his own. That sports festival kid. Yup. Calls himself Kyuseishu. However much I hate All Might, I hate this griefer even more. If not for him, your boss would still be here, Tomura stated. Here's my offer, join the League of Villains. We're going to be attacking you and this effer's target number 1. You guys get your revenge. I don't give a SHT about revenge, Rapper stated. But if I can get a few good fights in, I'll join you. Perfect. Welcome to the party, Tomura smirked behind the hand serving as a mask. Any other takers? His smile grew as, one by one, the top members of the Shy Hasaikai accepted his offer. Few things were as cool as flying. Following her introduction as Tea or Foundational Heroics, 𝐒𝐻𝐼a decided that she and Izuku would dedicate their next afternoon to train him in aerial tactics, as he was one of the few members of 1A who could fly at similar speeds as she could. Right now, they were training in basics, which covered basic flight etiquette, dealing with aircraft, and hand signals to communicate in absence of some form of equipment. Of course, the aerial maneuvers turned into what was essentially an airborne game of tag as they flew across one of UA's training grounds. When their time was up, and they descended to the ground, Izuku had a huge smile on his face. That was so much fun, senpai. It's 𝐒𝐻𝐼a-chan, the girl pouted. That was so much fun, 𝐒𝐻𝐼a-chan senpai. Izuku amended. At that, 𝐒𝐻𝐼a giggled. All right, Izuku-an. From now on, you have to call me that. Of course. Izuku said as they began to walk towards the main campus. Do you have some way to stop the bugs and dust and stuff from hitting you? I have to keep a bit of wave motion around my body to stop that from happening, 𝐒𝐻𝐼a asked. Similar to his own initial talks with Okako, the Bond was telling her not to immediately bombard him with the next set of questions. Full cowling, even at its lowest percentage, essentially acts as a minor shield, Izuku replied. Protects me from that sort of thing and keeps the air resistance from tearing at me. How bad is the energy drain? Does it affect your speed? Oh, it's fine. Like, I've got a lot of energy to burn and as I use my quirk the stores get bigger, so now I can just go N1 whenever I need to. It was hard at times, especially cause wave motion is so slow because of moving in spirals. But thanks to flying I can close the gap easily. No need for speed if I can shoot 'em point blank. 𝐒𝐻𝐼a said at high speeds. Izuku produced a notebook and dutifully began writing the details down, and was about to ask another question when 𝐒𝐻𝐼a noticed 2 people along their way, grabbed Izuku by the wrist, and rushed over with an enthusiastic hi. Hey, 𝐒𝐻𝐼a-chan. And hey, you brought my kohai. Izuku realized that he was now standing in front of Mirio, smiling brightly. Mirio-senpai. Good to see you. Izuku said. Anything new? Well, I got assigned as TA for 1BS Foundational Heroics classes. Mirio stated proudly. I even have a room in their dorm to solidify that. We were actually going to head over to your building and see Eri-chan. As the older boy said that, Izuku noticed that Mirio was with a boy with indigo hair and pointed elf-like ears. This was Tamaki Imagiki, the only member of the big 3 he hadn't yet met. Silver medalist in the 3rd year's sports festival. Fatgum's longtime intern. Certifiable badass. And when Izuku approached, Tamaki ducked behind Mirio and muttered, too much interaction. Oh my, here's you from back at the entrance exam. Nana said sympathetically. Poor guy, Ian added. Maybe you could hand one for all to him for a few days. Degoro offered. Just so we could help him the way we did you. I am not trusting my relationships to the embers of one for all, Izuku replied. Out loud, he said, Eri-chan will love seeing you again. Let a Magiki-senpai know that we don't have to interact if it's too much. For him, wait, I shouldn't be speaking about him as if he's not here. Oh no, I'm doing it again. I'm sorry, a Magiki-senpai. Wait, you might not want me talking to you directly. Oh no, as Izuku panicked and went into distressed muttering, Mirio and Nejiya began to laugh. As they did, Tamaki poked his head out and saw Izuku spiraling. At which point, he found a wall and pressed his face into it. Great, I hurt someone like me. That seemed to snap Izuku out of social anxiety into hero-friend mode. Are you okay, a Magiki-senpai? Mirio laughed and patted Izuku's shoulder. It's okay. Tamaki-kun just gets like this sometimes. Don't worry, Tamaki-kun, this is my kohai from the internship, Izuku Midoriya. Oh, yeah, Yorozu-san mentioned you, Tamaki mumbled. He turned around and bowed. Nice to meet you, Midoriya-kun. He then returned to facing the wall. Oh right, you work with Fat Gum. Izuku perked up. Oh wow, I have so many questions about how your quirk functions. He opened his notebook, then paused, remembering Tamaki's predicament, but I can wait on that. Tamaki hummed in appreciation at that. Tamaki-kun, Izuku-kun and his mother are the ones taking care of Eri-chan. We might as well go along with them. Mirio said brightly. Sure. Tamaki turned around, his head down, eyes pointing away. If you don't want me there, that's fine. Nonsense, Mirio-senpai told me about you, I was hoping I could meet you. Izuku said. I actually was hoping I could see how you manifested tentacles. One of my techniques lets me grow tendrils and I was wondering if you had any ideas. Not that you have to. Izuku said, realizing he might have been overstepping. You don't have to if you don't want to. Well, if you think I can teach you something, I suppose I could try, but be warned that I'm not good at this and you'd probably be better off finding someone else, Tamaki muttered. Oh my god, you're so alike. How cute. Nejiya squealed in delight. Come on, let's go, guys. Mirio said, walking towards the 1A dorms. I apologize for intruding on your afternoon, Midoriya-kun, Tamaki muttered. It's no trouble, a Magiki-senpai. If you're a friend of Mirio-senpai and Nejiya-chan-senpai, you're a friend of mine. You can also call me Izuku if you want, Izuku offered. You don't have to accommodate me if you don't want to, Tamaki replied. I know I'm not as fun as my friends are, not at all, Izuku said, worried. If you don't feel comfortable using my first name, that's fine. I was just offering. If you're on a first-name basis with my best friends, you might as well call me by my first name, too. You know, if you want to address me at all, Tamaki said. If you're okay with that, Tamaki-senpai. But if you change your mind, please let me know. Izuku said. All right, this kid needs help, but if he causes you to backslide, Izuku, I will annoy you into getting Shinso to brainwash you so I can take the wheel and smack him one, Nana said fiercely. Nejiya leaned towards Mirio. Tamaki-kun's confidence, yeah, Mirio said. I can't believe how much it's improved since the internship. Nejiya cheered. I know, I'm so proud. Mirio smiled. I'm home. Izuku announced as he entered the 5th floor that served as his and his mom's apartment, removing his shoes. To the big three, he said, make yourselves at home, I'm going to check that Eri is in the mood for visitors. When he stepped into the living room, he found Zu reading a picture book to Eri. Momo had made some toys to serve as props while she read. Okiko and Yui were doing schoolwork while this was happening. Yui and Zu, as usual, had perfect poker faces. Momo was blushing, but maintained composure. Okiko was pure red and trying not to stare at Izuku. Still, the bond made it crystal clear that all 4 of them were bracing themselves. As soon as Eri saw Izuku, she beamed at him and called out, Papa. Izuku froze. What? Was the response of every single one of the Vestiges. My Chan's going to be so smug, Nana commented. Eri curled in on herself. Mama Zu said I could choose who I wanted to be my papas or mamas. Do you not want? She trailed off. Immediately, Izuku snapped out of it. No, Eri-chan. If you want me to be your papa, I'd be very happy to be. I was just surprised. He knelt down and gave her a hug. Eri started to cry happily as he did. To the gathered members of his group with stage 2 bonds, he said, "What on earth?" We read a book about families. Eri had questions. We said she could choose her family since she didn't have one, so she said she wanted you to be her papa, and that we were her mamas and we weren't expecting that, Okiko said in a blur. Also, your mom's out on errands with All Might as a bodyguard, Ribbit, Zu added. Duly noted. I'll save the freak-out for later, Izuku thought as he pulled Eri back and wiped away her tears. Hey, Eri-chan, Mirio-senpai's here with Nejaya-senpai and a friend of his you haven't met. You want to say hi? Yay! Papa Mirio's here. Eri cried out. She ran out to greet them. Okay, not the only papa, that's a little better. Kinda rude to talk like this when you can't, Izuku said, trying to keep himself calm as the group walked to the entryway. Anything I should know about? Inko-san asked us to babysit, Momo said. Mai-chan and Melissa-chan are still at their respective labs. Toru-chan is currently giving a talk to Gyro, Ashido, and Tokuch. The tone in Momo's voice when describing that made Izuku nervous. Before he could reply, Momo said, "You may have forgiven them, dear, but I still require time." Any argument Izuku may have had evaporated at the warm feeling he had when Momo called him dear. That evening, after Inko recovered from her deluge of tears and Eri went to bed, the Polycule was hanging out in Izuku's dorm room. With his room on the 5th floor serving as his actual bedroom, he turned the dorm into a study room, as well as a place to hang out with fellow students. He had his desk, his bookshelves, his computer, a couch, a low table, and a number of beanbag chairs. So, what was that weird feeling I got from you about Mirio-kun and Tamaki-kun? Nejaya cut to the chase. Ribbit, I thought I was blunt, Zu commented. Mai was fidgeting with some machinery next to her and was too focused on that to join the conversation. It was an odd combination of jealousy and self-flagellation. Momo said, "Do we have to worry about you kicking one of us out?" Yui asked, voice nearly a whisper. As toneless as she was, they could tell she was joking. Mostly. No. Izuku denied. It's something stupid. You can trust us, Izuku-kun, Okiko said warmly. Izuku took a deep breath. I saw the two of them interact and Mirio-senpai told me how he and Tamaki-senpai were friends since elementary school and, well, I got reminded of Bakugo and I couldn't help but feel jealous, even though I shouldn't, because I have so much better people in my life now. Wasn't Bakugo the one who bullied you for being quirkless? Melissa asked. Wait, quirkless? Nejaya asked. You were quirkless. When did your quirk come in? Wait, is that why it's called Decade Force? Yes, Izuku cut her off. Got it the day of the UA entrance exam. And yes, Melissa, he was the one who bullied me, but I'd known him forever, he was my best friend before his quirk came in and mine didn't, and up until you, he was the only person who really acknowledged me. I guess. Toru, fully visible, sighed, some people. So, basically, you saw two old friends being friendly and you wished that was the relationship you had instead of the one you actually had. Got it in one, Izuku said. Momo gracefully placed her drink on a coaster. A feeling of jealousy would be perfectly natural in that case. You shouldn't beat yourself up for it. Nejaya put a finger to her cheek, but, wait. Mirio-kun and Tamaki-kun aren't just friends, they are boyfriends. Izuku's blush increased as he stammered out. Why? I can't know. Mirio-senpai told me, so why be jealous of their relationship when it's not the one you wanted with, oh? Nejaya trailed off as the implications hit her. Toru looked at him with sad, sparkling eyes. Did he know? Yes. He didn't take it well. Izuku rubbed his arm. There was a pause as that sank in. Mai finally looked up from her work. Okiko's expression turned dark. Wish I could have neutered that little Pomeranian when I fought him. Yui, without saying a word, walked to where Izuku was sitting and hugged him. That began a rush for a group hug. With a sickening crunch, Rikiya Yotsubashi, or as he was known to his present company, Redestro, crushed a replica of Izuku Midoriya into paste, his right arm enlarged and blackened. A second Izuku followed suit, followed by another. At the end, as he was breathing with exertion, he turned to his colleague, voice and demeanor chipper, and said, "Thank you so much, Skeptic. I needed that bit of relief. Had to work off that excess stress, after all." Tomoyasu Chikazoku, aka Skeptic, nodded, his long hair obscuring his eyes, as he sat on a stool with a laptop, "Happy to serve you, Grand Commander. I'd have given you more, but we're out of usable furniture." "No need. I just needed to drain a bit so that I could function more easily." 𝐸ℵ𝐻𝐸 waved his subordinate off. "Draining myself entirely would be a mistake. I normally wouldn't wish to empty myself of fuel for my meta ability, but I have so many sources of stress lately." He managed to say this with a smile. "Speaking of, how goes our plan for the little brat?" Skeptic frowned. "Could be better. The boy's fairly good at hiding his online presence, and trying to get anything out of you wouldn't be worth the effort even if that were possible. Messing with the mouse would hang a target on our heads. The most we have are cyberbullying social media posts from former classmates, his parents' divorce when he was 2, and apparently, he cleaned a local beach. Nothing good enough for a defamation campaign. He'd look like too much of an underdog," said a blue-skinned woman, Chitose Kazuki, aka Curious. "I tried interviewing former teachers and classmates, but anyone willing to say anything bad has a legal trail a mile long. Any attempts to cast him in a negative light could be spun against us. Many of those that don't have a villain ranking could easily get one if we bring it to public attention." "How did that happen?" 𝐸ℵ𝐻𝐸 asked disbelievingly. "Combination of an investigation uncovering a mountain of evidence of crimes, and an old clause in the registration laws." Skeptic said the last 2 words with complete disdain. "If the victims are null, the villain rank goes up a letter. A former classmate with a fantastic meta ability got labeled as an A rank because of it. Tell Trumpet to make repealing that clause a priority," 𝐸ℵ𝐻𝐸 stated. "If we can't show a throwback their place in this world, our liberation means nothing. I mean, seriously, an A rank. For exercising his own freedom. Villain rankings by the HPSC are always subjective," Skeptic said. "In this case, they claimed that his use of his meta ability counted for aggravated assault, and, in some cases, attempted murder. There were hundreds of recorded incidents, against a number of people with weak meta abilities as well as the null. And the last incident occurred on UIG grounds. Not to mention his meta ability is highly destructive, so they were likely pressured to raise the ranking to be on that alone." 𝐸ℵ𝐻𝐸 paused. "Perhaps we can use that young man." Skeptic shook his head, thought about it, but the kid's been arrested, tried, and placed in Ketsubatsu's rehab facility. Not worth the effort right now. 𝐸ℵ𝐻𝐸 scowled. "We need to find some way to undo him. That little stunt of his at the gala cost us millions. Not to mention that there's no way he could have legitimately gained a meta ability with that DMN toe joint. He's done something to steal that power. The quirkless have had their era, and now they are nothing more than the societal equivalent of the appendix. If we do not remove them, they will either remain useless lumps of flesh or strike back and kill us. It's a pain how Quirks got rid of a useless toe joint, but not the deadly appendix," Skeptic muttered. "Perhaps we need to look at it from another angle," Curious responded. "Maybe our more official channels can't defame him, but we can still use his image to help our cause." Skeptic, his performance in the sports festival caused some upheaval. "No." "Indeed," Skeptic scowled. "His caused the throwbacks and those with weak meta abilities to venture beyond their station. So we use that to drum up support from the bottom," Curious offered. "Use the scenes of his fight while toning down his meta ability. Frame it as the symbol of the nulls rising up against people with superior meta abilities. We paint that picture, and we'll have people flocking to the cause." 𝐸ℵ𝐻𝐸 shed tears. "A wonderful plan, Curious." "I'll get the ball rolling," Skeptic said. "Once you craft the perfect posts, the bots will get them trending in no time. We'll find forums ripe for infiltration and influencers who we can onboard to the cause. Even if they don't turn, we can use them to spread our rhetoric to the masses." "It shall be done," 𝐸ℵ𝐻𝐸 stated, holding his thumb and forefinger to his forehead. "All for the liberation of meta abilities." Denki groaned as he slumped on one of the couches in the common room. "Come on, Sparky," Mina said brightly, "no pain, no gain." "It's fairly impressive you made it this far without even knowing you were dyslexic," Izuku commented. "Still got dead last in the midterms," Denki grumbled. "Well, someone had to," Izuku patted his knee to comfort him. "Do you know what they call someone who graduates at the bottom of their class at medical school?" "What?" Denki asked. "Doctor," Izuku replied with a smile. Denki smiled in response, "Always know how to smooth things over, Kendo-san." "Least we've been doing this consistently," 𝐒𝐭𝐞𝐲 said. "Keeps us from getting sloppy and trying to cram the night before." "Not like you need it, number 4, Mina glared at her friend, referencing her rankings on the midterm. "Stuff it, 19. 𝐒𝐭𝐞𝐲 growled in response. "We will need to train for the practical examinations as well," Momo interjected. "Anyone know what it might be?" Toru asked, filled with hope. "I have heard from our forebears that our evaluations will be determined through trial by combat with our institution's army of automatons," Leiko offered. "Robots again." Tetsu cried out. "Awesome! We'll beat them, no sweat." A hero thumped his chest proudly. "Yeah, I'm not sure about that," Izuku said. Eri was coloring at his feet. Everyone turned to their class representative. Kinoko replied, "Amanita explanation for that." Several classmates groaned at the pun, then had to explain it to those who didn't get it. "Well, now that my mom's on staff, she's been gossiping with the teachers at times. They haven't come out and said it, probably to stop us from getting big heads, but both us and 1B are incredibly strong for first years," Izuku began. "Plus, with what we know about Nezu and Eraserhead, the idea of planting false rumors for a logical ruse seems highly likely. Perhaps the whispers in the shadows are ill-informed," 𝐒𝐭𝐴 accepted. "But, in the case that they are not, maybe don't expect the same robots we've faced before. Mai and Melissa are working on some projects that we're not allowed to know about," Izuku said. "I wouldn't be surprised if the support exams include making the hero course exams harder." "Oh shoot," Setsuna began to swear, then remembered Eri was there. "Yeah, there's a reason we've been hitting the gym," Okiko offered. "I thought it was because Midoriya has a shape-shifting stalker and therefore you can't go out on dates." Izuku grinned. "We can multitask, Ribbit," Zu offered. "Plus Ultra," Momo replied. Darby was debating whether or not to bail. This group might be useful for his purposes, but it was also clear that their leader was bugfuck insane, what with wearing a goddamn severed hand on his forehead. Then again, Darby's face was literally stapled together, so who knows? Maybe they had some common ground. HNDJB took a look at the two of them. "So, Jiran hasn't sent me many people looking for groups, but he told me you two were top tier. Why'd you decide to ask after us?" The girl next to him, with yellow eyes, blonde hair in buns, and a fanged smile, said, "You're going after you, right? You already fought Izuku-chan once, are you going to do it again?" HNDJB looked somewhere between confused and murderous. "Yes, I'm going after Yue. Now, tell me why you want to join in." "It's love," the girl said, and Darby could almost see the hearts surrounding her as she said that. "I fell in love with Izuku-chan at first sight, and he has so many people that he loves, too. And I want to drink all their BLD until there's nothing left." HNDJB was less than thrilled at being party to a teenage girl's stalker crush, probably unsure of why she was joining them, until she mentioned that last part. Then, his grin became apparent. "Well, then, I suppose we might have a place for you after all." He turned to Darby. "And you?" "I was a big fan of Stain's work," Darby answered. "Word is that you and he were working together, with those Nomu things attacking Hosu. I figured you'd be good people to join to ensure his legacy doesn't die." Well, it was all sort of true. He was absolutely a fan of Stain murdering heroes, but if there was any ideology behind it, Darby gave approximately 0 FS. He was torn regarding Stain's arrest. On the one hand, it would have been hilarious for Endeavor to just be one of a string of heroes lost to Stain, another statistic that would tarnish the BSDRD's name. On the other, he'd spent way too long plotting his SPM donor's murder to let anyone else have that privilege. In the end, Darby decided to err on the side of hating Endeavor. Stain's arrest being a feather in his dear old dad's hat was just another PND of flesh he'd be willing to extract. And if they were attacking you, he'd have the chance to finally murder 𝐻𝐸𝐽. He'd failed at that once, but better late than never. 𝐻𝐸𝐽𝐵 finished his drink, then pressed all 5 fingers on the glass, disintegrating it. He looked at the two of them. That's what I can do. How about you two? When I drink someone's BLD, I can become them, the crazy girl said happily. 𝐻𝐸𝐽𝐵 nodded. It was really useful. He looked to Darby, who produced a blue flame in his hand. Bernie. You any good at it? 𝐻𝐸𝐽𝐵 asked, not bothering to hide the fact that he was staring at Darby's face. Too good, Darby spat out. You should see the other guys. Or rather, you can't, because they've been melted. 𝐻𝐸𝐽𝐵 found that acceptable. Works for me. I'm Tomura Shigaraki. I'm Himiko Toga. The girl cried out. Darby, the burnt man growled out. And your real name? 𝐻𝐸𝐽𝐵 asked. That is my real name, Darby countered. As far as he was concerned, Tuya Todoroki was dead and Darby had no more use for that name other than to taunt Endeavor. Might not be my legal name, but what difference does that make? 𝐻𝐸𝐽𝐵 paused, then turned to the Black Cloud bartender. Kurogiri, get me another drink and pour him one too, because I'll make a toast to that. Very well, the man made of mist replied. What would you like, sir? Any Nika single malt whiskey? Darby asked. Of course, we're not animals. Kurogiri pulled out an 18-year-old bottle. Highball, neat, he requested. Once it was poured, he and 𝐻𝐸𝐽𝐵 clinked their glasses together. Let's see how well this would go. One thing Izuku hated about the new dorm arrangements was that taking people out on the dates they deserved was now a chore. At least if it was just the shy Hasaikai they had to contend with, he'd be okay with it, if more cautious. Toga, however, made things more difficult. The fact that she was able to bypass danger sense made her so much more of a threat, even if he was as cautious as he could possibly be. Sure, he could still go out, but it would require a lot of planning, paperwork, and permission. So, he was quite glad when, for their first date, Yui asked if he wanted to do a movie marathon in her room. Me? You sure? Kodai, positive. I don't like going out anyway. Kodai, too many people. He did feel a little nervous as he knocked on her dorm room. He knew he shouldn't, given that they were neighbors, but it still felt somewhat scandalous. Izuku was extremely casual in his dress. Athletic breathes, a t-shirt that read breathes, and slippers. Not typical first date material, but this entire thing was unorthodox, and the bond steered him towards it. He was carrying several snacks. Another one with the same bad sense of humor as Yen mentioned regarding his choice of shirt. You got lucky with her. As if I'm not incredibly lucky in general. Izuku countered. Point, Yen replied. Yui opened the door and was dressed even more casually. She was in a set of silk pajamas, lavender in color, with fuzzy slippers. There was a ghost of a smile on her face. Pardon the interruption, Izuku stated as Yui let him in, and he saw her room for the first time. This seems familiar, Nana joked. And she was right, her room was just as covered in hero posters, action figures, and memorabilia as his was. The primary difference was that while Izuku's were currently operating heroes, hers were fictional and old. Some were American, but most were Japanese tokusatsu heroes. Suddenly, your excellent grades in Midnight's class make so much more sense, Izuku commented. In this world, pre-Quirk superhero media was considered to be a form of art similar to Renaissance paintings or Shakespearean plays. You stated. In her typical low voice, she stated, I know they're not current, but I did want to share this with you. She took out a disc and popped in a modern reimagining of one of the first hero series. Of course. Izuku said happily. They may not have actually existed, but they were still ancestors of heroes as we know them today. Yui exuded relief and happiness as they sat on the floor to watch the movie. She looked at one of the snacks he provided. He'd learned her favorite food through the bond and went to lunch rush for this particular concept. It was an Italian appetizer, tomato slices, fresh mozzarella, and balsamic vinaigrette. She took one in a set of chopsticks and bit into it. Her eyes sparkled as she cried out. She finished them quickly. They continued to watch. It didn't take too long for her to lean into his side. Izuku focused on the film with his typical intensity. He enjoyed it, yes, but he was also wondering if there was anything he could use for hero work. He caught himself muttering and was about to apologize to Yui when he caught her emotions. She was paying more attention to him and his commentary than the film itself. It made sense, she knew the story inside and out, it was one of her comfort movies. And she liked hearing his muttering. He knew that she'd expressed that before, but feeling that certainty through the bond was such a relief. As such, he returned his attention to the movie and his musings on it. As the ending credits rolled, he could hear Yui ask for his opinion with a simple, That was really cool. I can see where you got the inspiration for your hero costume, Izuku said. And I can think of some interesting moves based on it. He gestured to the notebook that manifested once he required it. Still can't believe Ultraman survived to the present day, Yoichi mused. Some of that CRP had to, Ryuji scoffed. Izumu seemed to grin, as if you weren't a fan of Dash. Finish that sentence and I swear I will find a way to kill you a second time, Ryuji snarled. Ignoring that conversation, Izuku asked, What's the next one you wanted to show me? Her typical, hinted-at smile emerged. She put in the next movie, and they watched together, Izuku softly muttering, and Yui in comfortable silence. Of course, while going off of UA's campus was difficult, it wasn't impossible. And there was safety in numbers. So, on one available Sunday, Izuku secured permission for himself and Melissa to visit the Imperial Palace in Tokyo. He'd actually never been there, and Melissa certainly hadn't. It made no sense whatsoever to let her come to Japan and not let her see what they had to offer. They'd taken a stroll through the East Gardens and admired the works in the Museum of Imperial Collections, and were currently sitting together on a bench along one of the palace moats. Being seated right next to her made him aware of how she was, in actuality, only a few centimeters taller than him. Her choice in footwear made a big difference. It's a little disconcerting how different it is when those boots of yours aren't accounted for, Izuku said, glancing at her feet. Melissa shrugged, I like to be tall. I can relate, Izuku said. While he wasn't terribly short, he always felt that way. This was the first year that he was taller than most of his classmates, and he felt dwarfed whenever he saw one B. Want me to add lifts to your hero costume? Melissa asked. I mean, I can't think of a reason why you shouldn't, Izuku said as he debated whether or not it was a good idea. She giggled, which made Izuku's heart race. Do you want to keep the red color? Izuku scratched the back of his head, it feels weird otherwise. You have options now. Maybe you should try it. Melissa asked. Izuku paused. He didn't quite whisper, but he was very quiet when he said, I sometimes feel like a fraud. In both directions. I'm not quirkless anymore, but I don't feel terribly comfortable about having one. Not like someone born with their quirk. Melissa rubbed his back, it's all you've known for most of your life. Do you feel like Dad should have offered it to you instead of me? Izuku finally asked. Nah, Melissa responded. I wanted to be a hero when I was a kid, too. But Uncle Mike told me that my dad was his hero. That I didn't need to be a pro-hero to be someone's hero. And I like what I'm doing. I don't need a quirk for that. For a second, that hurt. That All Might phrased it in such a way for her, and his harsh words when he asked that question. But he remembered that she was his honorary niece, he knew her strengths and weaknesses, whereas Izuku was some fan he'd never met before. Not to mention, this was likely before his injury and the slow, painful journey All Might had taken to become the shriveled man Izuku met on that rooftop. Of course he'd have a different perspective. You okay? Melissa felt that brief flash and was concerned. Just some automatic negative thinking, Izuku said, giving a reassuring smile. Though, thinking about it, you are going to kind of have a quirk yourself. Melissa paused, here. The stage 2 bond. Yeah, that's essentially a physical quirk in and of itself, she leaned back, considering it. That'll be interesting. Possibly more than that, Izuku said. We don't know much about the bonds or what they are truly capable of. Wish we had a machine that could test that. Sadly, we've been trying and nothing's come of it yet, Melissa said. I'm sure you'll figure it out eventually, Izuku stated confidently. For now, I'll focus on what I've got. I have a prototype for you, but it won't be ready until after finals. It should help with your punches, Melissa said. I can't wait. When do you think it'll be ready? Izuku asked. Some of the materials are more available back home, so I should have it ready for you at the 𝐼-Expo, Melissa replied. Oh God, we're going to the 𝐼-Expo this year, I almost forgot. Izuku went into fanboy mode. This is going to be fantastic. And I'll get to show you around my home this time. Melissa added. I hope Japan measures up, Izuku said. It's really nice here, Melissa said. Island has parklands, but unfortunately, landscape design isn't one of the fields we tend to focus on. The two of them continued to talk as the sunset glimmered on the water. Lunch had been going well until danger sense popped up to warn Izuku about an incoming blow. He turned and expertly blocked the lunch tray before it would have smacked him in the back of the head. Why you gotta be like that, Minome-kun? Akira said, coming up behind him, looking disappointed. A nonplussed Hitoshi was by his side. Oh, I'm sorry, his head was just so big that I was about to bump into it by accident, Minome said harshly. Ignoring both the pointed comment and the glares his classmates were giving one this resident purveyor of smug, Izuku said, brightly, Oh, Minome-kun. I was hoping I could talk to you. That's on a list of sentences I never thought I'd hear, Hitoshi deadpanned. Oh, so the poster child of one as misplaced sense of importance has deigned to ask for assistance. Minome said. And what makes you think I'll just roll over and do what you dash? There's a little girl with a quirk that's difficult to control. I think that you're uniquely qualified to help her, Izuku interrupted the stream of hate. Minome sputtered as he heard that. Wait, why would you dash? I helped rescue a young girl from a villain who was abusing her to use her quirk. It's dangerous. Really dangerous, Izuku said with utmost gravity. Only Aizawa-sensei and I are capable of helping her if it goes out of control, although, thinking about it, Yanaja-san or Tokoemi-kun have quirks that could also potentially help. Anyway, I think that copying her quirk could help give us insight into how to train her, or to prepare us for any unforeseen circumstances. Izuku made sure not to mutter, and his tone was as serious as he could muster. Minome, for his part, was stunned. Yeah, I'll help, Minome said, shocked. He then seemed to realize what he said, cleared his throat, and said, that is, if you've managed to open your eyes to the superiority of 1B, then I can handle such a trifling request. There it is, Hitoshi responded. Excellent. Izuku stated. Oh, and Minome-kun. Izuku gripped the blonde boy's lunch tray and smiled sweetly. She's been through hell. If you hurt her in any way, shape or form, I recommend having a will drafted. Despite the cheerful tone, everyone could feel that there was hellfire beneath his words. Shivering, Minome could only nod. Izuku let go of his tray and let him scurry away. So awesome, Akira said, practically driven to tears. Like a papa wolf. Come on, men, Hitoshi said to his larger friend with the flamboyant hair, he's too young to be a father. Well, Echan does call him papa. Tokage's grinning head hovered over them. I stand corrected, Hitoshi smirked as Izuku looked utterly defeated. So you are willing to be a stepfather, Xiaoto said, seemingly appearing out of nowhere. Gah! Where did you come from, Xiaoto-kun? Izuku said in surprise. I've been sitting right here this whole time. And, yes, it appeared that the boy was seated nearby, they just hadn't realized it. Hitoshi said to Akira. Never thought on joining the hero course that would be some of the more well-adjusted members. Maybe we can join in, help cheer her up, keep Minome in line. Akira asked. Izuku smiled, sure thing. Well, that was underwhelming, Hitoshi stated, staring at Minome, whose only indication that his quirk worked on rewind was that he now possessed his own singular horn. Unfortunately, quirks that rely on accumulation of a resource can't be copied, Minome said. His distaste at revealing a weakness in front of his rival class was mitigated by the presence of Nezu, Eraserhead, and the girl in question. Well, it can be copied, I just can't use it because I don't have any of that resource on hand to use. Well, that's more than we knew an hour ago. Izuku said cheerfully. 𝐒𝐩𝐬𝐽 needs to gather her strength before she can properly use rewind. It also means that if she does use it unconsciously, then once she does, it'll be some time before she can do it again. Eri looked down to the ground as Izuku said that. Izuku knelt down and patted her on the head. You don't have to use it if you don't want to. But knowing more about your quirk and how to control it can't do anything but help you. Okay. Okay, Eri said, a little reluctantly. The mood dropped significantly, until Hitoshi decided to break the tension. Akira, he stated. Yeah, buddy. Akira said, before he slumped over, brainwashing taking effect. Run around the gym screaming like a crazy person, Hitoshi ordered. Akira complied, running and babbling like an idiot. Luckily, it accomplished the goal of getting Eri to laugh. Any chance for a last-minute ding? Toru asked. It was the night before the practical exams. The days prior were used for the written exams, and now the various students were relaxing in hopes of helping their chances. To that end, Izuku and his girlfriends were all relaxing in his dorm room. On the one hand, it feels wrong to diminish our relationships that way, Izuku said. I'm in this because I genuinely feel affection for all of you, not to try and maximize our combined power. That having been said, Izuku looked sheepish. I have been trying to make that happen, and I don't know if it's going to happen. I feel so used, Melissa cheerfully joked. Even with the tone and the bond enforcing that she wasn't serious, those words still made Izuku wince internally. Ribbit, some more physical enhancement wouldn't hurt, Zu commented. And I'm sure Aizu-chan could benefit from a new quirk or two, Ribbit. Not exactly, Izuku stated. At this point I wouldn't have time to practice with either FA Jin or Laserdisc, and using them in an exam setting would be more of a liability than anything. I mean, I could always use them in some way, like when I first used Black Whip in the sports festival, but it could easily go very poorly. Oh! Nejaya interrupted the mutter storm. What if we all took turns swapping one for all and then gave it back to Aizu-kun? Then we'd all be connected several times over and we'd have access to that stockpile, at least for a bit. Both she and Yui had been read into the situation with one for all, not wanting them to get a stage 2 bond and become blindsided when they least expected it. That sounds like a good way to have a fatal accident, Izuku said. The margin of error for one for all is razor thin, and it grows whenever it's transferred. It's a good way to make the power completely unusable. Momo considered. Not to mention the fact that we'd have to completely relearn our own supercharged quirks and how to use all the additional ones as well. Besides, the bonds'll probably let us use one for all at some point, Mai said casually. Everyone stopped to turn to her. Oh, this is one of those things that I think everyone already figured out, but I'm the only one, isn't it? Mai asked. 𝐒𝐻𝐽, Yui nodded. You think the bonds will let us share quirks? Okako said with disbelief. I mean, wouldn't it? Mai asked. We don't know what a stage 3 bond is capable of doing. We don't know if a stage 3 bond is even possible. Okako rebutted. Doesn't mean we shouldn't prepare for it, Mai stated. That's not a bad idea in any case, Momo posited. So, we train like we're going to get one for all. Any other garbage dump beaches for us to clean? Toru joked. The group giggled, tension broken, at least for a little while. Class 1A approached the field for their final exam, and saw a lineup of the U faculty standing at the ready. Oh, man. Mina and A-Hero said in unison as they passed money over to Denki. Tenya gasped, gambling has no place in such an august institution as UA. Hey, when Mido explained the nightmare scenario in the tutoring sessions, I figured it was the safest bet, Denki said. Indeed, said Nezu, poking out of Eraserhead's scarf. The growth your class has demonstrated is such that we feel that our traditional end-of-term examination would be insufficient to accurately test your abilities. As such, you will be placed in teams of 2, pitted against a teacher. The exam parameters were further explained. Each team would be placed in a predetermined arena to fight against one of the teachers, who would act as a villain for the exam. Each fight would take place simultaneously. Each team had 30 minutes to either capture the faux villain in HNDCFFS or to have at least one teammate escape. The teachers would be wearing handicapping weights that would inhibit their movements, though against some of them, like Nezu, this wasn't much of a comfort. Before we announce your opponents, are there any questions? Nezu asked. Izuku raised his hand and asked, will we be given time to prepare before setting off on the buses? We'll grant you 5 minutes after the announcement, Nezu stated. Is there any restriction on support equipment that we can use for this exam? Izuku asked again. Power Loader shook his head, there isn't. Izuku nodded, that's all I have to ask. Telepathically, he said, Momo, we'll need 20 earpieces that we can each connect to. I suppose one who lives by the logical ruse must die by the logical ruse, Momo stated as she complied. With that settled, here are your teams, Eraserhead said. Komori and Yanagi, you'll be up against me, his unsettling smile peered out as the two girls shivered. I'll be fighting Kirishima and Tetsu, Cementos stated. The two boys bumped their fists in anticipation. I'll be fighting Idekuan and Tokomakun, Midnight purred. What a mad banquet of darkness, Fumikage muttered as Tenya seemed to have a slight meltdown. Koda and Gyro. Present MIC yelled. Be prepared for the gnarliest mosh pit you've ever faced. I shall be pit against both Ashido and Kaminari, Nezu said calmly, with a glint in his eye. Hagakure, Yozu, I'm calling you out, Snipe said. Be prepared for a showdown. I will be facing Tokage-san and Kendo-san, 13 stated. Asui. Shiozaki. You're with me, Ectoplasm stated. I'll be facing down Kodai and Tsunotori, Power Loader said. As each teacher revealed their opponents, everyone became worried. But all of that was eclipsed when the final opponent landed in front of all of them, forming a crater in the ground. I am here to test the mettle of young Midoriya and young Uraraka. All Might declared proudly. We're fed, both Izuku and Okiko stated in their minds. Recovery Girl turned to her guests in the observation room clinic. It's a pleasure to have you here, Midoriya-san. Inko looked a little nervous. Thank you, Shuzen-san. I'm just glad I get to see this. She looked down at Eri, who was coloring wearing her Nawalanasi, and smiled weakly. I mean, I saw the sports festival and heard Toshisan's stories, but I think this might be more of what to expect from Izuku's hero career. She said those last words with caution, but pride. Recovery Girl patted the woman's hand. It must have been hard, dearie. Yes, Inko didn't want to go into details in front of Eri, but she was determined to believe in her son now. Even if the thought of him getting hurt made her feel ill. Well, best get prepared. He and Uraraka will be facing All Might for their exam, so that's going to be a doozy, Recovery Girl said with a grimace. Indeed. Wait, what? Inko said, BLD draining from her face. As Izuku and Okiko began their spiral into anxious doom, a voice resonated within their heads. Hey, you two! Nana shouted. This is tough, but there's no need to panic. Okiko, you're not going to let something like this stop you, are you? And Izuku, you of all people know that Tosh is still human, not some utterly untouchable god. And how do you think the others are going to react to you panicking, here? That snapped them out of it, the two of them shaking themselves off, looking at each other, and nodding. They turned to the rest of the class. Okay, everyone, not much time, huddle up. Izuku called out, as 1A gathered around. Momo handed out the earpieces. Power Loader said there's no restriction on support gear for us, and that should include last-minute additions we create. This feels like, Tenya began, then shook his head, never mind, continue. Everyone looked shocked as Tenya stopped himself from lecturing them, taking an earpiece for himself, but time was short. Well, keep in mind that this is meant to be an examination. This will be tough, extremely tough, but not impossible. And I think all these selections are meant to force us into scenarios where we're at our weakest. If that's the case, we should be aware of our weaknesses and look to overcome them. Easier said than done, Ribbit, Zoo stated. Wouldn't these earpieces just distract us? Kyoka asked. Our tests will need our undivided attention, we can't just carry each other. There was a bit of telepathic wrangling as Izuku made a show of checking his earpiece. Mine, can you hear me? Oh, hey, Izuku. How'd you get onto my frequency? Mai asked, coming in for everyone. We're facing the teachers for our exams, and Power Loader didn't nix any support gear. I'm counting on that brain of yours. Oh, I get to be the girl in the chair. Sweet. I'll get Melissa-senpai in on this too. Mai started to make movements. How quickly can you hack the camera drones? Izuku asked. Already done, Mai stated. All right, everyone. We've faced actual villains prior to this and came out on top, Izuku said with a smile. Like All Might had told him that fateful day they'd met, this smile may have been made to reassure them, but it had plenty of fear behind it. I'll see you all at the training camp. The class cheered as they dispersed. The teachers led each of the students to a bus, taking them to their testing grounds. As they walked to their buses, Izuku and Okiko held each other's hands, squeezing them in hopes of gaining some support. You don't need to overly worry about this, Degoro chimed in. I'm only able to use 20% of one for all. Even if Dad's at half strength, that's still more than double. Izuku stated. Yes, but you have tools in your arsenal that he doesn't have, Yoichi stated. And you have Okiko as well. Hell yeah, you do. Okiko cried out. We've got this. Izuku gave a wobbly smile. If he was going to comment, it was stopped by his earpiece coming in. So, Midori, now that we're on the buses, any insights as to what we're being tested on and how we might overcome it? 'Cause we could really use a plan here. Mina asked. And with that question, Izuku went from anxiety mode to analysis mode. Holding a finger to his chin, he began to speak. Here's what I think. Komori-san, Yanaja-san, the two of you have extremely powerful emitter quirks that you tend to be reliant on. You ranked low in our initial physical assessments for cases where your quirks weren't helpful. Aizawa-sensei is going to test you on how well you can do without them, Izuku stated over the earpieces. Kinoko gulped. I've been training since I got last in the quirk assessment test, but I'm not sure it's enough if we're going up against Sensei. Leiko smiled at her classmate. He is a formidable opponent, but I believe we can persevere. There are many paths to victory, and we will find one. Kinoko's eyes hardened under her bangs. Well, if we're going to be facing the Belites, we should do whatever it takes, even if it goes against our morels, Leiko giggled. Got 2 puns in one go. Nice. Kinoko blushed. If I want to stay on brand, I need to practice. Kirishima-kun, Tetsu-kun, you're the most straightforward of our class. You guys are strong, but this is a scenario where your strength isn't going to help that much. Ishiyama-sensei's quirk can control the terrain and keep you from getting in close to capture him. Not to mention there's no way he'll tire out before you do. You two will need to find a strategy that isn't a straightforward confrontation, so you're saying we can't just go for the capture? Tetsu sounded disappointed. No way, Midori bro. A hero shouted, offended. I'm not the guy who cowers at a tough opponent anymore. If I confront a threat, I'm going to face it head on. No regrets. Tetsu looked at a hero. Dude, are you okay? From their earpieces, Izuku said, I must have touched a nerve. I'm sorry. But sometimes, the best option is to run. Izuku considered his options, then said, okay, imagine this is the scenario. You two have to get a donor heart to a hospital. There's someone important who's going to die if they don't get it, the ambulance it was in crashed, and no one else can get the heart there in time. Ishiyama-sensei is blocking you from getting the heart to the hospital. Either you'll stop him or at least one of you escapes, but if one of you doesn't get out within the time limit, someone is going to die. A hero's anger slowly faded as Izuku ran down his hypothetical situation, and finally, he gulped. All right, yeah, thinking like that helps. Sorry I snapped at you, Midori bro, I know you didn't mean it. We all have our buttons, Izuku acquiesced. Tetsu put his hand on a hero's shoulder. Dude, this means a lot to you. I don't know what this is all about, but how about this? If it comes down to the wire and one of us has to occupy him so the other can escape, I be the one who bolts. That way you can prove your manliness without worrying about failing the test. Tears began to flow from a hero's eyes. Bro, Tetsu agreed. Cutting you off before we get too far into this, Izuku said. Ashido-san, Kaminari-kun, your test will be similar to Kirishima and Tetsu's. Nezu fights with his brain, and the two of you were ranked lowest academically. He'll be certain to avoid direct confrontation, and you'll need to think outside the box to beat him. So, we just have to try and think around one of the smartest creatures on the planet, Denki murmured. No pressure, Mina chimed in. Yuichin, Pony-san, your first battle trial revealed errors in communication. You've both improved, but this will be your way to showcase that. Majima-sensei is a combination of intelligence and physical prowess. You'll need to be sharp. Pony gave Yui a thumbs up, and said, "We've got this, partner," in excellent Japanese. We do. Yui said, loudly and clearly. Ida-kun, Tokoemi-kun, I believe your match against Kiyoma-sensei has two facets to it. Firstly, her quirk is more effective on men than on women. Secondly, while any of us would be thrown for a loop by a provocative villain with a persona like Midnight's, I believe that the two of you would have the most trouble in that scenario. Well, second and third most trouble. Who's the first? Momo asked. Me, Izuku stated. Several of their classmates snickered. I can agree that I struggle in scenarios that I find inappropriate, Tenya said. However, my internship with Gran Torino has greatly aided me in that regard. I wish that I had such an epiphany, 𝐒𝐭𝐴𝐲 said. Interning with Hawks was helpful, but not to such a degree. Through the earpieces, 𝐒𝐿𝐴𝐲 said, was I correct in my hypothesis for why he chose you for an apprenticeship? Blushing through his feathers, 𝐒𝐭𝐴𝐲 said, no, but Kaminari-kun was, Denki stated. Birdman solidarity. 𝐒𝐭𝐴𝐲 grumbled. Kendo-san, Tokuji-san, 13 Sensei's power is devastating, and neither of your quirks are particularly suited to combating it. This is another case where you'll need to think outside the box. Itsuka sighed, well, I have a few ideas, but I can't exactly implement them here while 13 is listening in. Setsuna laughed. Oh, really? Well, I'm personally really glad Kodakuin's in our class. We've been working on our JSL. Itsuka blinked, then facepalmed. I'm a moron, she signed. So, remind me, how far can you spread out your pieces? And how much of you needs to be there to regenerate? Kodakuin, Gyro-san, you're up against a quirk that can drown out both of yours. Gyro-san, your quirk would make Yamada-sensei's quirk more effective against you. Most of Koda's animal friends have sensitive hearing and will be susceptible to it as well. They'll probably get spooked. Insects might not be, though. Kodakuin, does your quirk work on bugs? Koji turned white and shivered, but he nodded. Green, that's a yes, but Kodakuin doesn't look too thrilled, Kyoka said. Koji looked down at that. He sat up, took a deep breath, and whispered, just enough to be heard over the earpieces, I'll do it. P plus ultra. He blushed over the cheers that rang over the earpieces. When Izuku said, I'm proud of you, Kodakuin, he had to cover his eyes with his hands. Toru-chan, Momo-chan, I think that you were paired with Snipe because of your stealth skills and use of artillery respectively. Snipe is careful and methodical with his quirk. If he gets a sense of where you are, Toru-chan, he can hit you even without seeing you directly. And he's good at dealing with enemy fire. You'll need to be careful. Invisible for the moment, Toru asked, Momo, you've got a plan to get us through this. Momo wanted to protest, but the sheer confidence her partner had in her was pouring out, like Toru was a sun lamp. I have a few possible options, Zu-chan, Shiozaki-san. If I had to guess, I'd say that their goal with Ectoplasm Sensei is to see how you respond to overwhelming force. There was a pause, before Zu responded with, that's really weak, Aizu-chan, ribbit. If I had a better idea, I'd say so, but the two of you are really strong and neither of you have any glaring weaknesses. You're two of the strongest, most capable people I've ever met. Zu looked at Ibara, who had refused to look at the other girl and was silent. Yeah, ribbit, I think this might have to do with personality more than anything. I think Shiozaki-chan doesn't approve of me, ribbit. What? Izuku growled protectively. If I had to guess, it's probably about our relationship, ribbit, Zu replied. Ah, yeah, that makes sense, Izuku said, uncertain. Well, out of all of us, you're least likely to fight her over it. During the test, at least, ribbit, Zu said with a hint of ferocity. Indeed, Izuku responded. Over the earpieces, he said, well, you should be able to handle this test. Ectoplasm Sensei is a powerful close-quarters combat expert. He has a limit to his clones, though I'm not sure what it is. I believe the most ever seen in one place was 27. Just keep that in mind and be careful, and, of course, there's me and Oken. Izuku trailed off. I'm probably going to stay quiet at this point. We'll need everything we have to figure out how we're going to actually win this, Izuku said, lowering the volume of his earpiece. He turned to Okako. So, why are we paired together? Okako asked telepathically. If they were trying to put us on the back foot, shouldn't we be paired with others? I have two theories, Izuku replied. First possibility was that they assigned us together as a way to be nice to us. Given that our opponent is All Might, Ryuji and Izumu began to laugh derisively at that statement. Yeah, I knew it was a long shot, Izuku responded to the second and third host's outburst. And to think I ever wondered why the others didn't like you guys. Look, sorry, kid, you can't say stuff like that and expect us not to laugh at it, Ryuji stated, tone unapologetic. Noted. Anyway, the other possibility was that Nezu's hoping to stress test our bond in a dangerous combat scenario, Izuku said. Probably true, Izumu acquiesced. Definitely not the only thing at play here. Sighing at his two immediate successors, Yoichi chimed in, Okako-chan, remind me of your big play in the sports festival and how it ended up for you. Okako answered, well, I used my quirk to uproot Shotokuin's glacier and drop it on the arena, but I collapsed from quirk exhaustion after. Izuku's eyes widened in recognition, a big play that was ultimately self-sacrificing and didn't work. As opposed to you, with your big, self-sacrificing plays that have miraculously managed to work, Nana teased. Okako snorted in response as Izuku blushed. Yeah, the phrase go big or go home still applies here. But, just for once in both of your lives, you should probably go home, Degoro stated. Your advice is noted, Izuku stated as they approached their testing site. But, I don't know how well that will work, so, the smart idea would be to try and go for the exits, but that's the obvious idea, so he's going to try and confront us. So, should we try and capture him outright? No, that's a losing battle. We have to try and... Izuku began to try and plan as they made their way to the field. Izuku-an, breathe, Okako replied. Izuku snapped out of it, and took a deep, calming breath. Thanks. So, let's think of the primary goal as escaping, knowing we're going to have to fight to get him off our backs. If an opportunity arises, we try for a capture. And we know his biggest weakness, Okako said, gesturing to her own left side. Izuku nodded, though he couldn't help but blush as she gestured to her own body. It was then that the buzzer went off, signaling the beginning of the exams. Danger sense erupted as he grabbed Okako and ran. All Might swooped in and punched the ground near where they were standing. The force was like a bomb going off. Best thing about acting as a villain, All Might chuckled darkly. No need to worry about collateral damage. So, little heroes, let's dance. Inko was torn between being utterly fearful and absolutely livid. Literally one thing prevented her from either bawling her eyes out or screaming until she was hoarse. Or both. And that was the little girl in the room, who looked shocked, Grandma Inko. Why's Grandpa Might trying to hurt Papa Izuku and Mama Okako? Steeling herself, Inko tried to keep her tears in place as she placed a hand on A. Sweetie, your Papa and your Mamas and their classmates need to learn how to stop really bad people. So Grandpa Might has to pretend to be a bad guy to see how well they'll do. But they know how to do that already. Eri said. Papa Izuku and Papa Mirio stopped overhaul, and Mama Okako and Mama Nejaya were there too. So Grandpa Might doesn't need to do this. Silently agreeing with her, Inko smiled as she found the right words. She screwed up the one time her child desperately asked her for reassurance. She wasn't going to let that happen again. Echan. Even if you do something really well the first time, you need to practice to make sure you're good at it. And your Papa and Mamas need to be sure they're good at it so they can protect you. So, they have to keep trying, and it's better to do it here, at you, where it's safer. She winced as the screen showed All Might throw Okako into the air. Izuku grabbed her with Black Whip, but All Might leapt up to him in a second. Despite Izuku dodging at the last second, the force of the blow still knocked the boy back several meters. "Hey, sweetie, let's go get a snack," 𝐒𝐭 said. No. I want to see this," 𝐒𝐻𝐼 said firmly. 𝐒𝐿 looked at Recovery Girl, who shrugged. 𝐒𝐻𝐼 may have been a little girl, but she spent her entire life prior as an insane villain's laboratory experiment. She wasn't sure of what the girl's limits were. 𝐒𝐿 suppressed a wince as 𝐒𝐿 used her cables to touch two broken-down buildings, removed their gravity, and threw them at All Might like meteor hammers. All Might reduced them to rubble with a punch. "With her knees," 𝐒𝐿 said, "that's very brave, but if you feel uncomfortable, you don't have to watch." It became evident that she wouldn't. 𝐻𝐼 would see this exam through. Because these were the people who kept her safe. They had to succeed. She wouldn't feel safe otherwise. And so, bolstered by the girl's courage, 𝐒𝐿 watched as well. And as she did, she was definitely going to give All Might a piece of her mind. It wasn't going well. All Might was shrugging off each of their blows. 𝐒𝐿 had hurled debris at him, but it glanced off. Izuku threw Black Whips at him, but All Might managed to grab them and pull Izuku in. Flight wasn't quick enough, whether through float or zero gravity. Izuku attempted to use smokescreen, but a wave of All Might's massive hand dissipated it. It seemed the nadir was about to happen as All Might grabbed Izuku's foot and began to use him as a bludgeon against 𝐒𝐿. And then, for the second time in 𝐒𝐿's life, time slowed to a crawl. And, it seemed, it simultaneously was happening for the first time in Izuku's life, as he was reacting to her actions in time with her. As one, they moved, Izuku using Black Whip to pry open All Might's fist, 𝐒𝐿 righting him as he fell. They moved out of the way of All Might's movement and with each of them clenching a fist, they drove their knuckles into All Might's injured side. VWAP. As that sound echoed in their brains, time returned to its normal pace. All Might flew back, and when he did, he blinked in surprise. Izuku, as expected, was glowing with red veins and green lightning. 𝐒𝐿, however, was covered in red veins and rose-colored lightning. "Oh my goodness!" All Might couldn't help but say through the pain. At that moment, there weren't even words spoken between them. Izuku and 𝐒𝐿's thoughts were one. 𝐒𝐿 knew that this was one for all. Was using Izuku's memories to activate full cowl. Knew that this was only a single %, not willing to risk any more. As All Might returned to them, they took off. Blinking, All Might realized that 𝐒𝐿 hadn't tapped herself with her fingers. She wasn't using zero gravity, she was using float. His heart swelled with pride at his students' accomplishments, that both his stepson and the girl he'd first opened up to were both using his 𝐻𝐼's quirk. But, sadly, that would have to wait. This was still an exam. And they were still not fast enough for him. 𝐒𝐿 was slower. She couldn't safely use enough of the power to fly at Izuku's speeds. And so, with a mighty leap, All Might closed the distance. Which, apparently, was planned, because Izuku wrapped All Might's arms with Black Whip restraining him long enough for 𝐒𝐿 to deliver an open palm smack to All Might's chest. All Might was planning for that, ready to use his power to counteract his gravity being removed and rendering him weightless. Which is why he was shocked when Izuku let him go and he began to plummet towards the ground at high speeds. In addition to the weights he was carrying, All Might felt as though his body were made of lead, no, something heavier. Osmium, that was the densest element known. Wait, wasn't uranium heavier, though? He'd have to ask David. His thoughts were interrupted by the realization that his newfound weight would prevent him from safely landing. As he prepared for impact, suddenly, his momentum slowed, until he was floating harmlessly a centimeter off the ground. Once it was clear he wasn't going to crash land, however, the weight returned, and he found himself unable to move. "How are you doing, 𝐭𝐿?" Izuku asked. "Very well," 𝐒𝐿 stated. "Better than usual. Much less nausea, I could do this all day." So that's how One for All interacts with zero gravity, Izuku mused as he placed a handcuff on one of All Might's wrists. Lowers the weaknesses and grants you the ability to increase gravity as well. And floats going through fine. It is, 𝐒𝐿 smiled, then she managed to make All Might's arms weightless while keeping his body weighted down. Once she did, she grimaced. Okay, this is difficult, but doable. And I tried to see if I could use Black Whip, but it's not working. Probably has to do with the nature of bonding, Izuku stated as he secured the cuffs. He frowned and said, we should make sure you're safe. I don't want what happened to Hikoji-san to happen to you. Release, Okiko said, returning All Might's gravity as the loudspeakers announced that they were the first team to pass. Well done, both of you. All Might said happily while cuffed. I suppose that this is the result of a stage 3 bond. Yep, they said simultaneously. Hey, Izuku-an, let's see if it works both ways, Okiko offered. Izuku nodded, getting a feel for it, and touched All Might's shoulder. When he did, All Might rose up. Heh, Izuku said, shocked. It feels... Okken, is this what zero gravity feels like? Okiko concentrated, and frowned. No, it feels more like float did. I thought so, Izuku replied. As he thought, All Might began to fly around in midi, so now I can touch someone or something and make it fly the way I can. That's extremely useful. Indeed it is, young Midoriya. All Might stated. Now, could you please release me? Izuku was about to, but Okiko smirked and said, you know, Izuku-an, the bus is self-driving. Once we board, it'll return us to Recovery Girl on its own. And you need to practice with this new aspect of float. You're absolutely right, Okken, Izuku returned her smile. That's a brilliant idea. Oh no, All Might whispered as he felt his protege float him through the air. So, I don't know for certain, but I don't think. You have to worry about the aging thing, Nana said when they were driving back. Izuku and Okiko looked at each other in relief. But, cautiously, Izuku asked, why do you think that, Nana-san? The bond is a lot more defined now that it's a stage 3, Nana said, and all of a sudden, she appeared on the bus. Nana-san. Okiko called out in surprise. You manifested. All Might, still handcuffed and floating in midair, turned. His face was hopeful, but when he turned to them, he frowned. It appears that whatever my MSTR has done is only perceivable by the two of you. That makes sense, Nana said, equally heartbroken. Guess we'll have to ask Hitoshi-kun to put you in the driver's seat to make up for it, Izuku suggested. Nana patted Izuku on the head, thanks for the offer. She then perked up, used to hiding her emotional state for the benefit of others. So, the bond. I can feel an open channel between the two of you, she gestured to demonstrate. And I can feel your quirk factors mingling through it. You're transferring them between each other, so you can produce them in your own bodies. Izuku was frantically taking notes. So, it's not that we have additional quirks in our own bodies, but that our quirks are using the bond to view each other's bodies as an extension of our own. Okiko leaned back, overwhelmed. This is such a mess. You're lucky I love you, Izuku-an. I'm well aware of how lucky I am that you love me, Okken, Izuku beamed. Okiko shoved him playfully as Nana cooed happily and vanished from their sight. So, I'm thinking we do this as a series, Daigoro suggested. Get 8 to fight Izuku with each of his girlfriends until we all level up. I'm not saying no, 𝐒𝐭𝐲 pondered. But I do believe that trying to force a bond to grow has the potential to backfire. This feels very unfair to Melissa-chan, Ian grumbled. No quirk to power up. Yoichi sighed, given how unexpected everything has been since Izuku got one for all, do you think that this won't cause something odd to happen to her? Then hummed in recognition, true. It really does help to keep full cowl up, Okiko mused after Recovery Girl used her quirk. It's what kept me from passing out when we first met, Izuku reminisced. Go on in, you too, Recovery Girl shooed them away. Eri-chan's worried, and you should see how your classmates are doing. Izuku's eyes widened. That is an emergency, and the two of them rushed out to reassure the young girl. Recovery Girl stared at All Might, who was on a bed. Izuku wasn't floating him anymore, but no one had chosen to remove the HNDCFFS yet. Recovery Girl sighed, you big oaf. I suppose I'm in for the lecture of a lifetime. Not to mention that cane of yours, All Might winced. No, Yagi-kun, Recovery Girl said, her tone long-suffering. I won't be lecturing you at all today. Nor will I be hitting you. All Might let out a sigh of relief and smiled. A smile that was short-lived as the door opened to reveal 𝐒𝐭. Her eyes were closed and she had a bright smile, all of which belied an aura of hellfire surrounding her. Toshinori-san, 𝐒𝐭 said, with a cheerfully ominous tone. All Might gulped. Why you saw? I saw everything, 𝐒𝐭 said menacingly. His face dropped and he turned to Recovery Girl. Shuzenji-sensei, please, I'm sorry, don't, he trailed off, desperately. Did I hear something? Recovery Girl asked. Hearing must be going at my age, and, with that, she left the room. All Might could only whimper. Following her underclassman's summons, Melissa entered the workshop. What's happening, Mai-chan? Senpai. Mai called her over, one as facing the faculty for their finals, and they left a loophole in the rules. Izuku had Momo make some earpieces to communicate, and they need someone to act as mission control. Wait, really? Melissa's pulse started to quicken. Who exactly are they facing? They've each been paired with a pro. Think you can guess who our boyfriend and Charco are facing? Mai said. Uncle Might. Melissa shook her head as she approached the monitor setup where Mai was stationed. Yep, Mai said as she focused on the camera angles. They've actually gone silent for now, but the others are going to need help. Melissa was pumped. This was what she wanted for so long. She would guide her new friends to victory. She would be the hero to these hero students. Melissa Shield here, she reported to the students en route to their exams. Ready to aid however I can. So, I have an idea, Denki said as he and Mina approached the testing center. Let's hear it, Mina said. So, we probably won't be in a position to outfight him, and we definitely can't outsmart him. But maybe, just maybe, we can out-stupid him, Denki said. There was a brief pause, before, over the intercom, Melissa said, What? Think about it. Nezu's one of the smartest creatures there is. He knows the right way to do things, the best ways to act. But a stupid person doesn't know what not to do, and they can potentially surprise you. Denki said. Mina looked excited. That might actually work. No, it wouldn't, Melissa replied, a little exasperated. In addition to being very difficult to deliberately weaponize, you two aren't that stupid. You're at the bottom of the class at the top hero school in the Eastern Hemisphere. That still puts you ahead of so many people. Denki's face sank. Oh, so we're not stupid enough to capitalize on that. Danjit, maybe we'll leave that as a backup plan. Like plan B. Actually, that's too good. Let's make it plan Q, Melissa said. What's the actual plan B, then? Find Nezu's hideout and electrocute him until I get brain dead. Denki asked. Try to avoid that. Single attacks that render you inoperable would probably fail, Melissa said. Besides, you should be shorting out less with my new upgrades to your costume, Mai added. Wait, what? Denki asked. Yeah, I added circuit breakers to your jacket and changed up the soles of your shoes so you'll be properly grounded, Mai said offhandedly. When? Why? Denki said, flabbergasted. Oh, I borrowed Izuku's notebook, Mai said. Cheerfully. He had ideas for tons of babies. You know what, I'm fine with this. Mido knows quirks better than anyone here and you're an awesome inventor. I could do a lot worse, Denki said. And it's not like you could have stopped her from doing it, Mina added. Also, yes, Denki agreed. So, Power Loader's quirk's all about digging, Pony said, her Japanese far better than it had been at the start of the year. We should try and get airborne. Not that we should underestimate him, but I can use my horns to make us fly. I have an idea, you said. You can only use a number of horns, and you need more than one to support a person, right? Yeah, I need 2 to hold a person up, and I can control up to 4 at a time, Pony said. Could you detach one of them? Yui asked. Pony nodded, and 2 of them began to hover in midair in front of them. Yui responded by touching the floating horn, causing it to grow. Thought so. Doesn't work on living things, but once it's detached, it doesn't count. Yu was talking more than she normally would, but she was determined. And she was practicing. When the horn was about the size of a motorcycle, Yui halted its growth. Pony stared, wide-eyed and smiling. Kodai-chen, you're my new best friend. Yui smiled, giving a thumbs up. When the test began, several buildings began to collapse as power loader's tunnels caused them to shift. The excavation hero surfaced to find that his two opponents were flying on an enlarged horn, looking like witches riding a broomstick. "Smart play," power loader said, pulling a bazooka from his tunnel. "Too bad I've got contingencies," power loader fired, sending forth a compressed weighted net towards the duo. As it approached, though, the two coordinated, Pony sending another horn to intercept it, Yui enlarging it so that the projectile was blocked as they continued to rocket towards the exit. Pony detached another horn and it began to fly around them protectively. "Excellent quirk synergy," power loader grinned, impressed. "Of course, after Midoriya's stunt in the sports festival, we've taken precautions for anyone who has even slight aerial abilities." He followed that up by pressing a remote, activating the chaff cannons. 𝐒𝐭𝐽𝐲 and 𝐒𝐭𝐽𝐻 ran through the streets, keeping their quirks up. Mushrooms grew around 𝐒𝐭𝐽𝐲 as she ran. 𝐒𝐭𝐽𝐲, meanwhile, was carrying several of 𝐒𝐭𝐽𝐲's spray bottles as she ran, using them to moisturize the air and aid in mushroom growth. As the bottles fell to the ground and the mushrooms ceased their growth, the two girls spread out, clinging to opposite walls as they attempted to locate their teacher. When Eraserhead leapt into their field of view, it took no time at all for him to fling his capture scarf at 𝐒𝐽𝐻, entangling her. As he did so, 𝐒𝐭𝐽𝐲 dove behind his field of view and used her quirk to throw some darts at him. Eraserhead quickly turned and cancelled her quirk, but doing so freed 𝐒𝐽𝐻 from his gaze. She quickly grew several enormous puffball fungi along the scarf, creating space between the capture tape and her body and allowing her to squeeze out of it. 𝐒𝐽𝐻 then ran towards her teacher. She had a secret weapon, an odd type of support item related to her quirk. She could easily grow multiple types of mushroom, but if she needed a specific one, then she needed to be sure to have conditions to grow it. The spray bottles provided the necessary humidity, but she couldn't necessarily guarantee that there was an appropriate substrate for the fungus she required. To combat this, she carried a few samples of various soil types within the containers of her dress. And so, when Eraserhead turned back to use his quirk on 𝐒𝐽𝐻, she had a weapon at the ready. "Pocket sand!" 𝐒𝐽𝐻 cried as she hurled a handful of sand into her homeroom teacher's open eyes. Following their visit with Recovery Girl, and hugging and reassuring Izuku and Okako looked at the screens, and Izuku turned on his earpiece. "Midoriya here. Okan and I passed, and we've got visuals now. What's the verdict?" He reported as he watched the screens with interest. Okako was still embracing comforting the girl as she watched intently. "Grats, Izuku." Mai called out telepathically. "Momo and Toru basically have snipe in the bag." He looked to one of the screens and saw a barrage of missiles heading directly for Snipe, as a flash of light caused him to flinch before he could intercept them with his gun. "They're just wonderful, aren't they?" Izuku replied with awe. "Gyro and Kuda have MIC on the ropes," Melissa relayed. "And Yui and Pony are doing well. They've evaded the chaff cannons and we told Pony where to aim her horns to disable them." Izuku saw numerous enormous horns sticking out of the landscape where those two were testing. And then he saw a building collapse on another monitor. "Ashido. Kaminari. Status. Still kicking, but we've been better." Denki said. "Oh no, that's Nezu's good wrecking ball," Izuku muttered as he saw the principal laugh like a maniac as he poured tea into his maw. He gulped and responded, "Okay, you've got a few possible options left, let's try and work through them." Zu kicked another ectoplasm clone into the wall, watching it dissolve. She looked to her partner, who had been tearing through the clones like tissue paper with her vines. Ibara seemed to be moving slower, so Zu leapt in and destroyed a clone that was giving her trouble. "You doing okay, Ribbit?" "I'll be fine," Ibara said, in a clipped tone. Over the last few weeks, Ibara had been at war with herself. Everything she was taught was anathema to everything her conscience said was true. The church's teachings about concepts like polyamory were clear. She knew that there were ancient instances of biblical figures having many wives, but those were in the distant past. And besides, many of those figures were quite sinful. Could it not be said that Izuku's quirk was interfering with his partner's agency, not far removed from the horrid way that David coerced Bathsheba into marriage? Could they trust that the quirk would be satiated with 8 partners? And the way their relationship had? progressed upon entering the dormitories had shades of living outside the bounds of marriage. But these were her friends. She had spent enough time with them to know that they were good people. She had fought alongside Izuku and 𝐬 at the USJ, had seen how 𝐬 had reacted when Izuku saved her and nearly got killed for it. Honestly, who wouldn't fall in love under those circumstances? And the relationship certainly seemed to be healthy. They enjoyed each other's company and, while close, their interactions seemed to be chaste. Eri even referred to them as her parents. And yet, when she considered the situation, there was still an uncertain feeling in her, one not necessarily related to her creed. If their relationship was wrong, why did it seem to be so good for them? And if it was fine, why did it make her feel uneasy? Ibara had been placing these thoughts aside to work with 𝐬 against ectoplasm, but it was like telling someone not to think about a pink elephant. Trying not to think of it only brought it to the forefront. Their mission control led them to the point of egress, where ectoplasm was waiting, producing an enormous clone to fight them. Thankfully, their quirks allowed them excellent mobility, combined with their athleticism. Ibara, like every 1A student, had been building up her body to counteract weaknesses in her quirk. The two of them were able to leap and tether themselves to unleash attack after attack on their titanic foe. With great effort, they dispatched the clone and confronted the actual ectoplasm, guarding the exit. While blocking Ibara's attempts to escape, 𝐬 managed to misdirect ectoplasm, having swallowed the cuffs earlier, regurgitating them easily and slipping them on their math teacher. "Excellent work, Shiozaki-chan, ribbit," 𝐬 said to her classmate as they left. "Thank you, Asuyu-san," Ibara replied. "I may have been distant earlier, and I'm sorry. I've had some thoughts that distracted me, and I hope that I was not a hindrance. If so, I beg your forgiveness." Exhaling in relief she wasn't even aware she was feeling, 𝐬 smiled, "Ribbit, it's fine. We all have our off days." Ibara paused, before finally, she asked in a whisper, Does your relationship ever distract you like that?" "Not at all, ribbit. It makes me stronger. I feel like they're right beside me, helping. It's like I have Aizu-chan, Okan, and everyone else in my head if I ever need help, and I know it's the same for them," 𝐬 said, stating literal truth in a way that could easily make sense metaphorically. Suddenly, it hit Ibara, I believe I understand my own unease with the situation. "Thank you, Tsuyu-san." "No problem, ribbit," 𝐬 said. "I'm open if you wish to talk about it." "No, thank you. This is something personal," Ibara said. Because now she identified the feeling she had whenever she saw her classmates interacting. She was wishing she had something like that. She would have to bring this up at confession. Envy was a deadly sin, after all. "Man, if Midoriya hadn't given us that scenario, we'd be toast," a hero thought as he burst through the wall. 𝐶𝐿mentos threw up. That let Tetsu go through so he could burst through the next one. Melissa, and when he returned from his test, Izuku, had helped them figure out a plan. 𝐶𝐿mentos would win any battle of attrition against both of them together, and while the two of them were physically fit enough, they probably couldn't parkour through 𝐶𝐿mentos's terrain in the allotted time. They had to break through the walls with their strength, but by alternating, they could conserve their individual stamina to ensure they wouldn't tire themselves out. As he tried to focus on the idea of the two of them getting out of there in time to save someone, a hero realized, Ashido-san didn't fight that big guy back in middle school. She tricked him into going away so our classmates would be safe. If I'd gone straight to him and tried to throw down the way I wanted to take on Sensei, I'd have just put those girls in danger as well as myself. I'll still train to be the best wall I can, the wall that keeps people safe, but that can't be my only option. And it was great to have Tetsu here with him. He could always count on the Iron Man to have his back, to make sure they could succeed. Of course, 𝐶𝐿mentos decided to interrupt his train of thought by riding a wave of concrete like a surfer riding a wave, headed straight for them. No words needed to be spoken, only a shared thumbs up as a hero charged at his literature teacher, distracting him so that his teammate could escape. He fought tooth and nail, trying to keep his strength up. He had to make sure not to let his bro down. When the buzzer went off, indicating that Tetsu had escaped, a hero collapsed in relief. 𝐶𝐿mentos managed to move him to the bus easily. Man, it was great having a bro like Tetsu. Someone who understood him, someone who would be by his side. Honestly, if Mina didn't like him the way he liked her, he could certainly see him staying with his best buddy forever. Here. Though, now that he thought about it, did he really have to choose? No regrets, a hero thought. Hey, Tetsu bro, he asked out loud. Sup, Kiri bro? Tetsu asked. I'm gonna ask Mina out once we're done, a hero began. Tetsu grinned. Awesome, my man. But, if it doesn't work out, or heck, even if it does, would you? A hero struggled with the words. I mean, Kamibro only asked us about which girls we'd want to date. Wait, really? Tetsu asked, his tone hopeful. You too? I mean, yeah, why wouldn't I want to be with my best bud? A hero said, elated that they were on the same page. And with Midoriya bro around and showing us it's doable, it feels like, why not try more than one? You know, I was gonna just ask out Setsuna, but I think I like this more. Tetsu says. We'll give this a shot, and if it doesn't work, at least we tried, a hero said. The two embraced. Cementos, who the boys apparently forgot was still in there, merely shook his head in amusement. Tenya thought he was prepared for his examination. He was so very, very wrong. He knew of their art history teacher's heroic persona. He'd managed to divorce it from the woman he'd known for so long, one of his brother's closest friends. He admired Nemuri-san very much, and was thrilled to be one of her students. Now, however, Tenya-kun Midnight purred. You've grown wonderfully. Perhaps we should check to measure your rankings in other areas. She liked her lips and suggestively stroked her WHP. The cognitive dissonance left him screaming in his own head. Both not trusting his voice, and not wanting to breathe in her gas, Tenya was silent as he sped forwards with a recipro burst. She dodged his kick, but he managed to get a glancing blow to her side, knocking her down. Her WHP nearly snared one of his legs, but he was able to dodge and escape the cloud of her gas before he ran out of breath. Once out, he gasped as his engines cooled. Dark Shadow shot forwards from 𝐒𝐭𝐴𝐲, engaging Midnight in combat as she whipped the sentient Quirk, sending her back. Aren't you long and thick? Midnight teased. Still, I know you're a grower, and find it difficult to reach your proper girth once you're exposed. Ooh, Dark Shadow responded, sticking a shadowy tongue out of her beak. Can't take it, big boy. Midnight said, grinning as she tried to flood the shadow. There was a chance the shadow could succumb to the gas. Fumi's the boy. I'm a big girl. Dark Shadow corrected as she lunged through the shroud. Taking it in stride, Midnight simply said, so you go two different ways. Don't worry, so do I, and she managed to send a WHP through to Dark Shadow, sending it back. 𝐒𝐭𝐴𝐲 hissed. While resistant to injury, Dark Shadow wasn't immune. And the pain did transfer. Suddenly, he had an idea. Deku, have you enough power for one last burst? Tenya blinked. I should, why? I believe I have a plan, but in the harsh light of day, Dark Shadow lacks the strength to commence. I will need your own strength. 𝐒𝐭𝐴𝐲 then relayed his plan. At one point in the fight, Dark Shadow dodged a WHP, then dug her claws into the ground. Looking at the boys standing outside her cloud of gas, Midnight saw 𝐒𝐭𝐴𝐲 on Tenya's shoulders. Tenya leapt into the air and yelled, recipro burst, as he rocketed upwards. Using the engines to boost their momentum, Dark Shadow used her connection with 𝐒𝐭𝐴𝐲 to catapult them in the air. As Dark Shadow retracted towards 𝐒𝐭𝐴𝐲, she grew her arms as far out as possible to form wings, Tenya's engines providing the momentum for the two of them to achieve true flight. It was because of that, rather than Midnight's efforts, that their hearts were pounding with an adrenaline rush as they achieved victory. Itsuka gripped the railing with her enlarged hand for dear life, knowing that this was probably the only way this was going to work. Close combat against 13 was suicide, and attempts to launch projectiles at her proved ineffective. While still primarily a rescue hero, and despite her performance at the USJ, she had enough experience to handle her students. Various pieces of Setsuna had been swallowed by this black hole. She had kept an eye, ear, and hand next to her partner to ensure they could communicate, and now, her left arm, part of her shoulders and neck, and the left side of her face were gripping that same railing. As her single eye met Itsuka's glance, Itsuka activated her earpiece. Tokuji-san, are you sure you can handle it? She shouted. I've still got the juice for it. Looks like we just need to finish the job. Setsuna cried out as she let go. Her body flung into the black hole like a wedding ring into a garbage disposal. 13, who had struggled to ensure that harming anyone with her quirk, particularly a student, immediately cancelled her quirk, crying out, "𝐭𝐽𝐻𝐸-san. Oh no, 𝐭𝐽𝐻𝐸-san. Is she dash?" Before she could question it further, the buzzer went off indicating that the students had passed. Confused, 13 could only stare in Itsuka's direction. If one of 𝐭𝐽𝐻𝐸-san's split-off pieces is destroyed in any manner, it can regenerate. Itsuka explained their plan, relieved that it worked as well as it did. It takes a lot of energy to do so, so she prefers to reassemble her pieces rather than let them get destroyed. But she prepared for a big day today, making sure she had a big enough meal and enough energy left so she could handle a lot of regenerating. Once a minuscule part of her made it to the exit, she began to reassemble whatever she could and send whatever was too far away to destruction. We tried, but we couldn't cuff you without pieces of her getting vacuumed up by your quirk. Since, apparently, it didn't register as a win until her entire body was past the exit, she just sacrificed her last pieces so they'd regenerate as well. 13 fell to her knees in relief. Oh, thank every and all gods. Is 𝐭𝐽𝐻𝐸-san all right? If, tell-sen some good, came the tired, mumbling voice of Setsuna over the earpiece. Need a nap, though, she's at her limits, but she's all right, Itsuka reassured the space heroine. Sorry to worry you, 13-sensei, she bowed in apology. I suppose you did your best and didn't take any unnecessary risks, 13 replied. These two had won the bout fairly, using clever tactics that capitalized on her weaknesses. It wasn't their fault that they'd made her live through one of her oldest recurring nightmares. Luckily, Hound Dog was on staff. And Nezu was quite generous at giving out both leave and bonuses for staff exposing themselves to psychological trauma. Are you too sure this will work? Mina cried out as she and Denki ran. Reasonably sure. Mai called out. Always room for error, she added cheerfully. You're doing amazing, Izuku reassured. Stick with it. Nezu had been deliberate in his destruction. He had turned the entire testing ground into a three-dimensional maze with several paths to escape. Paths that the Chimera had been swiftly eliminating with each swing of his wrecking ball. He and Mai had come up with a plan to give them the much-needed time to finish. Mina was gliding on a trail of acid, one that they had carefully instructed her to make. Denki was keeping a low-level current through his body to stimulate his muscles as he moved. Get ready. Spark up, but don't discharge, Izuku said, as Mina stopped dripping acid and ran clear. Denki's body began to spark as he waited for the signal. Now! Mai shouted, as Denki fully charged up and placed his hand on the acid trail. The pH Mina was using was only slightly less than neutral. Denki wouldn't be hurt by touching it. But the composition conducted electricity very well. The entire trail was engulfed in lightning. Right as the metal wrecking ball blasted the building that Mina had slathered in the acid as she parked across it. The machine shorted. On the screen showing the cockpit interior, Nezu continued to maniacally laugh, only now it was out of pride rather than SDSM, as he prepared his backup plan. But that would take time. Go! Izuku and Mai shouted in unison. The two students being tested booked it at top speed. Left, they cried. Up. Right. They kept calling out directions in unison, leading them to the exit. VWAP. The heck was that? Mai asked as the buzzer went off for the last time that day, indicating Denki and Mina passed. Wait, 2 bonds went to stage 3 in a single day. Degoro called out. I think it has to do with synchronicity, Yoichi mused. Both Okiko and Mai were in perfect sync when the bonds grew. Guess the idea that it was based on SEC is incorrect, Nana joked. But not mutually exclusive, 𝐒𝐭𝐽𝐻𝐸 chimed in, utterly serious, causing Izuku and Okiko to blush. Denki and Mina both caught their breath. Mina was the first to comment, thanks, Prez, you and the support team saved us. Yeah, thanks Hatsume-san, Shield-san, Denki added, you're our heroes. Izuku couldn't help but tear up at that, and shortly thereafter, ding. What? Melissa's tearful voice was added to the telepathic fray. Oh, senpai, Welcome to the brain chat. Mai said nonchalantly. Are you okay, Melissa-chan? Izuku added. I've wanted to hear that from someone for so long, Melissa said. It just, well, put everything in perspective. There was a pause, and then, suddenly, a familiar voice asked in their minds, Wait, I'm sorry, can you hear me? Uncle Might. Melissa asked, shocked. Toshi. Nana cried. MSTR. All Might happily cried out, though he sounded in pain. Oh my goodness. Wait, you're in our headspace, but you're not dead. Izuku asked, shocked. Apparently, I am here in your heads, All Might said. Called it, Yoichi said smugly. And I wouldn't necessarily say I'm not dead, All Might wearily stated. Apparently, when she is enraged, Inko-san unconsciously uses her quirk. And several bones in the human body count as small objects that she is able to move. Everyone currently speaking to each other winced in sympathy. Well done, everyone. Nezu said cheerfully to the assembled students, who had moved to the 1A dorm's common room. The class had a 100% pass rate. A surprise, to be sure, but a welcome one. 1A were gathered around the infirmary, all in some state of physical or mental exhaustion following the practical exams. They ranged from Setsuna, who looked like she was struggling to remain awake and lucid, to Toru, who was still working out nervous energy from the encounter. You even took advantage of the loophole of allowing you to communicate with each other, and you coordinated with the support students you befriended. Eraserhead seemed to be grinning beneath his scarf. Denki and Mina nearly collapsed in relief. Ahiro and Tetsu swelled with pride. You are all attempting to be pro-heroes after all, Eraserhead explained. In the field, you will need to use every possible advantage. To do any less because of pride puts lives at risk. I'm simply relieved that all of us will be attending the training camp together, Tenya stated. Oh, you all would have attended regardless, Eraserhead said. It would be irrational to let any of you fall behind the others. Anyone who failed would merely have had to take remedial classes at night. Bullets still dodged. Denki cheered wearily. Don't be so sure, your written exams still need to be graded, Eraserhead said, causing the electric boy to pale. Regardless, you will have some time to relax, Nezu said. The Eye Expo will take place in 5 days, and the entirety of your class has either been given tickets directly, been invited as a +1, or accepted the opportunity to work at the festival. Flights will depart the day before. 2 days after you return, you will depart for the summer camp. I would suggest you prepare immediately. Dismissed for now. Once they dragged themselves and in certain cases, their classmates, into their chosen dorm room. Setsuna was dead asleep the moment Nezu dismissed them, and Izuku decided to test his new application of float on her. Izuku was currently lying down in his bedroom. It had been quite the eventful day. He sensed someone was coming, and the trap door connecting his bedroom to the dorm room below opened to show Okiko, who flew up through the open space. You're really enjoying that quirk, Okin? Izuku said, smiling. Who wouldn't? Okiko asked. It's great, and now I can fly without wanting to puke. It's so awesome. Yup. Glad I can share it with you, he said. Okiko took a seat on his bed, which was interrupted by sounds beneath them. Soon, Mai burst up as well, sparking with hot pink lightning. Izuku, she cried out. This is awesome. I can use a little bit of one for all. I couldn't go past 1%, though, but it's a huge change. Izuku sat up. Couldn't as in any more would hurt you, or couldn't as in no more could be accessed. The second one, Mai said. Tried, didn't go through. Oh. But now zoom's a lot better. I've got more range, and I can go microscopic as well as telescopic. And I was able to stop one of my babies before it exploded. So that's how one for all enhances zoom, Izuku muttered, writing in his notebook. And you've got danger sense, too. And I think danger sense has expanded its range and it's not as hyper-focused. Like, if I concentrate I can sense how dangerous you could be if you wanted to, not just predict if you're a threat. Perhaps that will aid you when dealing with that toga girl, 𝐒𝐭𝐽𝐻 mused, appearing among them. Oh, hey Uncle Hermit, Mai said casually. Okiko blinked and waved, also able to see him. Any reason you kids came up in particular? Nana materialized, smirking. Well, Okiko began to blush. I know that this should be fine, we've been together for a bit, and you wanted cuddles, too. Mai asked bluntly. Okiko let out a little eep at the bluntness, but she nodded, face luminescent. 𝐒𝐭𝐽𝐲 nodded, disappearing. Nana shook her head, too sweet. Well, we've got to teach Toshi and Melissa how to compartmentalize, so we'll all give you some privacy. And with that, she also disappeared. Awesome, Mai stated, as she dove onto the bed, lying next to Izuku. Okiko, still embarrassed but not wanting to be outdone, took to Izuku's other side. Also blushing, Izuku wondered if his anxiety would handle snuggling two of his girlfriends. He would have been surprised to learn that, within 5 minutes, he would be in the deepest sleep he'd ever experienced. Izuku woke up after one of the best nights of sleep he'd ever had. He felt the soft warmth and the breathing forms surrounding him, and he almost panicked as he remembered the situation that was there when he fell asleep. Sure enough, Okiko was still curled up next to him, her head nestled onto his chest. And, to his embarrassment, Mai had an arm around him, deliberately nestling his head into her chest. He'd have nearly died from the internal facial hemorrhaging caused by his blush, but he soon realized that there were more people in his bed now than there were when he went to sleep. Eri had found a space between him and Mai and was clutching his shirt like a lifeline. Zu had her head nestled in the space where Okiko's body met his own. Momo was between Okiko and the wall, her arm draped over her. Melissa was next to Mai, who had embraced her senpai with her other arm. Nejaya was on the other edge of the bed, nestling Melissa between herself and Mai. Another source of warmth and breathing could be detected above his head, as he could feel Toru sleeping above their heads. The lack of any visual indicators that she was there had Izuku blushing at the implications. And, lastly, Yui had mercifully brought her pillow with her, which while better than not having it didn't help much since her head was resting on his thighs. How is this possible? Izuku thought. I didn't hear any of them come in. I didn't wake up. I didn't think my bed was big enough for this. Did it grow as more of them arrived? Is that technology possible? He realized the technology was highly possible, and given the madness his life had become, he wouldn't put it past Yui to add it. He heard a clicking sound, and turned his head carefully, so as not to disturb anyone to see his mother with her phone out, having photographed them. She had a big smile, but was covering her mouth to prevent from crying out and waking the assembled group. Tears were streaming down her face like waterfalls. Izuku, for his part, merely tried to get back to sleep. Moving wasn't in the cards right now. Hey, Toshi! All Might's heart skipped a beat. He'd fallen asleep, and was now in an inky black space, staring at the form of his mentor's Vestige. It hurt him to see how young Nana looked. In his memories, she was always tall and towering over him, ready for anything that came her way, even during her defiant last stand against All for One. He never anticipated that he'd ever have to look down to meet Nana's gaze. Nana, All Might said, tears forming. He realized that his body was wispy, appearing to be made of flame. He didn't even care. He rushed over to the woman who first believed in him, the closest thing he ever had to a mother. He embraced her, and was thrilled to find out that, yes, he could touch her here in this world within One for All. It's okay, Toshi. I'm here, Nana said as they hugged. I'm so proud of you, Toshi. All Might began to cry like a baby once she said that, and he would happily admit it. It took about half an hour of sobbing reassurances from each of them before they regained their composure. When they did, the shadows retreated, revealing a room resembling a blasted-out vault floating in the void. 8 chairs were arranged in a semicircle, 2 of which were unoccupied. "Ah, Toshinori-kun," came the wispy voice of the young-looking white-haired man in the center. "It's good to officially meet you, particularly since we all expected to meet you under much worse circumstances." "Yuichi-san, I presume," All Might said, bowing. Yuichi nodded as All Might looked around. He could easily match the Vestiges to Izuku's sketches. "No need to bow, man," Degoro waved him off. "Out of all of us, you did the best in our little crusade. Still, I must give all of you my utmost gratitude. Thank you all for aiding Izuku when my own attempts at mentorship were wanting," All Might said, bowing even deeper. That's enough, In said uncomfortably. I dunno, I could stand to see a little more, Ryuji said with a grin. Seeing that Nana had taken a seat, All Might did so as well. So, what is this place, he asked. This is the true birthplace of One for All, Yoichi stated. My brother had expected that I would fall in line upon being granted a superpower. When that proved ineffective at pacifying me, he threw me in this vault for my own protection, he scowled as he said that. Not entirely untrue, but whenever he deigned to visit me, he would always focus on how he would raise me up to greatness if I would just follow him. I kept refusing. Finally, my heroes came and rescued me, he gestured to Ryuji and Izumu. They planned on killing me to strike a blow against my brother, but when they blew the vault door open, Ryuji instead offered his hand to me. Second best decision I ever made, Ryuji smirked. All Might blinked. What was the first? Marrying this shithead, Ryuji gestured to Izumu. Chief, come on, Izumu actually blushed. Wait, what? Degoro yelled out. You two were married. Not officially, it wasn't legal back then. Not that we gave a SHT what was legal or not, Ryuji shrugged. And you kept this from us all this time. Degoro was flabbergasted. Wasn't your business, Izumu stated. Yoichi, you didn't tell us either. Nana said disbelievingly. They never told me, and I never noticed, Yoichi said, also stunned. Ryuji snorted, this cinnamon roll was too pure to figure it out, and we didn't reach the point where Vestiges could perceive the outside world until we got to Shinomori. I think we need to focus, Yoichi stated sheepishly. Toshinori, we're going to need to teach you the techniques we use to separate ourselves from each other. This will prevent you from overhearing your students' thoughts and from broadcasting yours. Ryuji, Izumu, and I developed this technique, and we refined it with Shinomori when he joined us. He looked at the two vigilantes, horror slowly creeping onto his face. Around now he realizes why we developed it, Izumu said. Ryuji laughed out loud, it's everything I could have wanted. Totally worth the 150-year setup. I thought you were just Jayarkus, Ien said simply. Oh, we absolutely are, Izumu shrugged. That's just not the only reason. All Might coughed, mostly to hide his need to laugh. Sorry to interrupt, but I should try and learn this technique. Preferably before Melissa falls asleep and also requires a lesson, of course, Yoichi said, clinging to that like a drowning man on a life preserver. The first thing you need to do, halfway around the world, in a seaside resort in California, a man wondered whether his anger or his anxiety would win out. He was a Japanese man with messy red hair and freckles. He was keeping his breathing even as he wandered through the banquet hall. He didn't feel he belonged there. Honestly, there were few places he truly felt he belonged, but this was far from any of them. He would have given anything to not be at this executive retreat. Hell, he certainly wasn't an executive. He'd actually investigated a number of these executives for irregularities in their finances, and most were probably trying to manifest a quirk awakening to kill him with their brains. He would have declined if he weren't specially requested, and told it was mandatory. Had to keep his breathing even, had to remain calm. Someone offered him alcohol. He refused. It reacted poorly to his fire breath. Ah, Hisoshi Midoriya. So nice to finally meet you. Hisoshi turned to see the source of that voice. Only a lifetime of training not to show his emotions kept him from turning tail and running. Standing before him was his ultimate boss, Inosuke Yorozu, head of the Yorozu group that employed him. Standing beside him was his wife, Ko Yorozu. Anxiety apparently won out against his anger. Yorozu-sama, Hisoshi bowed. It's an honor to meet you. None of that now, please. Inosuke stated. This is meant to be a time for my best people to relax and unwind. And you're definitely one of my best men. Hisoshi couldn't help but look surprised as he returned from his bow. You are, Ko stated. The best forensic accountant in our employ. You've single-handedly saved our holdings from losing millions to fraud and corruption. Hisoshi kept himself even from the praise. I'm merely doing my duty, Yorozu-sama. Inosuke chuckled at that, and thanks to that, I've learned about how many of my employees aren't doing their duty. That's one of the two reasons I asked for you to come here so that I can finally meet you. Hisoshi kept breathing slowly as he grinned. Thank you, sir, that's quite the high praise. Of course, there is another reason, Inosuke said, his smile fading. It happened after my daughter brought home the most delightful young man. What? What did their daughter have to do with this? What did Hisoshi know about her? Intelligent, attractive, currently a first-year hero student at OSHT. It was finally happening. Everything was going to fall apart. Smart as a WHP and so very earnest, Inosuke continued. At first, he was just one of many students who we invited over after a training exercise went wrong, but then our darling Momo invited him to one of our galas. It was right after the US Sports Festival. Have you seen the sports festival? Hisoshi nodded, not trusting his voice just yet. Well, after the initial round of the tournament, when our little girl faced a poor matchup, she was devastated, KO said. Luckily, this kind young man swooped in and cheered her up, reassured her that her loss wasn't as bad as she feared, that her performance in the cavalry battle more than made up for it. And then he went on to win the festival entirely. I must say that we were concerned about Momo-chan dating, but honestly, she could have picked a much worse person to start dating, Inosuke stated. Hisoshi was beyond surprised. He knew his son had won the US Sports Festival, but had no clue that the boy was dating his boss's daughter. He excused himself and grabbed a bottle of water. He needed to keep his throat from getting dry. He couldn't afford to activate his quirk by accident. Well, we were a little concerned when we learned that Izuku-kun had no idea his father was employed by us. Our concern grew when we learned that he couldn't remember ever even meeting the man, Inosuke said. Hisoshi finally felt brave enough to speak. Sir, ma'am, I am willing to answer any and all questions you have as long as you agree to one single term and we put it in writing. Inosuke blinked. What term are you proposing? If you terminate my employment as a result of what we discuss, then my yearly salary will still be paid to my ex-wife until my son is 20 years old, Hisoshi said. Both Yorozas blinked, then looked at each other in surprise. That sounds more than reasonable, Inosuke said. I can do one better, KO said, concentrating as 3 sheets of paper appeared out of her arm. Her quirk, printer, allowed her to compose and print written documents using her body's lipids. Hisoshi read over the contract she printed out. This was beyond generous. It actually stated that if Hisoshi was terminated for any reason before his son reached adulthood according to Japanese law, his ex-wife would receive his full salary. He signed each copy, as did his boss, then Hisoshi photographed it on his phone before pocketing his own copy. Since this is obviously going to get personal, I'll take us somewhere private, Inosuke stated, leading his wife and Hisoshi to one of the resort's conference rooms. Hisoshi made sure to grab some more water bottles before they left. He sat down across from the billionaire family. He began to talk, but a bit of smoke came out, causing him to take another drink before he could start. I apologize. I try to maintain control of my quirk, but there are times when it gets volatile. Don't worry, Midoriya-san, KO said kindly. I can't imagine it happening often, Inosuke stated. You seem to have such excellent quirk control. Yoroza-sama, you are looking at decades of training to keep my emotions in check to prevent accidents, Hisoshi stated. Especially in my youth, I was far less capable of doing so. I still suffer from anger issues to this day. Inosuke recoiled in shock. That is not the impression I got from your managers and co-workers. I'm told you're near impossible to anger. Again, the result of years of training to make sure I can keep control of myself, Hisoshi stated. When I feel anger, I have methods to cope with it. If those methods fail, things get destructive, and if left with no other option, I have to extricate myself from the situation. And that, essentially, is why I estranged myself from my son. You were angry with your son when he was that young, KO said, outraged at the concept. Wincing, Hisoshi said, I phrased that poorly. I wasn't specifically angry with him. Still, I knew that if I was in my son's life, I was inevitably going to fail him, and it would be a disaster. Not to mention that Inko-san and I had been drifting apart for years prior. And none of this had to do with his misdiagnosis of quirklessness. KO asked. We divorced when Izuku was 2, Hisoshi said, taken aback at the accusation. It wasn't ever a factor. And you still chose never to explain that fact. Inosuke asked. This is getting into subjects that make me uncomfortable, Hisoshi stated. Izuku-kun may end up as my son-in-law, Inosuke stated. I'm a little invested in this. Hisoshi sighed, and his tone became that he adopted for his job, stating facts clinically, I never had a stable home life growing up. My father abandoned my mother put me up with her relatives, and when they grew tired of me I was bumped around to several foster homes. As such, I took my wife's surname when we married and I have failed to revert it after the divorce, simply because I have no other family with a surname I feel comfortable taking. I don't know how to be a competent parent, all I know is what I disliked the least. I preferred my father's complete abandonment to my mother's occasional half-hearted attempts to connect to me. And, of course, their neglect was preferable to the instances of outright abuse. Hisoshi barely registered the shocked faces of the Yorozas as he continued, thanks to your generous benefits and the fact that I have no hobbies outside of work, I typically send at least 75% of my salary to my ex-wife. I may not be capable of being a decent father, but at the very least I can ensure that my son is being taken care of financially. There was an awkward silence, as the Yorozas looked at each other, then at Hisoshi, who looked like he was simply awaiting his judgment. Finally, Inosuke said, have you considered telling Izuku-kun any of this? When he was a toddler. He wouldn't have understood. And then he was diagnosed as quirkless. That might not be the reason why I'm distant, but he'd never believe that, Hisoshi stated. And now that his quirk manifested and he's gaining acclaim. I know how that looks. He'd think I'd be trying to ride on his coattails. Ko looked torn. Inosuke sighed, and said, well, you can relax a little bit, at least. Nothing you've said constitutes a fireable offense, and you are an invaluable asset. Hisoshi exhaled slightly in relief, glad to hear it, Yorozu-sama. Is there anything I can do for you on this retreat? Inosuke asked. I believe that this resort included a quirk firing range in its amenities, correct? Hisoshi asked. At his boss's nod, he continued, is a reservation required? Don't believe so, but I'll make sure you have a spot open. When would you like to visit? Inosuke asked. As soon as possible, Hisoshi stated. He slid his chair back but before he rose from it, he paused. How's Izuku-kun doing? He's well. If you want to know details, you really should contact him, Ko said. Hisoshi nodded, accepting the rebuke. As Hisoshi left, though, Ko did decide to throw in a parting shot. Momochan tells us that All Might was the one who trained him to unlock his quirk. And apparently, his unofficially adopted Izuku. Hisoshi turned, surprised at first. Then, for the first time, he smiled, wide, sincere, and resembling the one the Yorozas saw on his son when they first met him. I'm happy he's traded up. They're planning something, Izuku thought to himself as he wandered Kiyashi Mall for supplies. Of course they are, Degoro laughed. I think they're scouting out possible date locations. Particularly with each other. Zu and Momo are actively looking for places for Okiko, I know that much. The thought of his girlfriends going on dates with each other gave Izuku a warm feeling of happiness. It was fantastic, he practically wanted to bottle it. They scheduled the trip to this mall to ensure everyone had everything necessary for both the Expo and the summer camp. Their written exams came back, and everyone passed. Denki and Mina were still at the bottom of their class, but they'd improved significantly from the midterms. Izuku bought a soft pretzel and sat down on a bench to eat as. The Vestiges began to converse with him. So, gossip time, who do you think's gonna be dating besides our boy here? Degoro asked the Vestiges, with Izuku listening in for maximum embarrassment. Well, Kirishima already asked out Ashido, which we're all well aware of thanks to her screams of joy, 𝐒𝐭𝐻 said. I think she might be trying to branch out to include Tetsu and Tokic. Wasn't Tokic against the idea? Ian asked. She seemed more confused when it was revealed than displeased, 𝐒𝐭𝐻 seemed to shrug. This is punishment for us not revealing our marriage, isn't it? Ryuji asked. What? Izuku asked. Yeah, Ryuji and I are husbands. Have been before we rescued number one. They learned yesterday. Get with the times, kid, Izumu said. It's just punishment for me in general, Yoichi grumbled. So Tokoyami and Yanagi are still doing their more goth than thou mating ritual, no change there. Shiozaki approached Ida today. And Kuda and Komori broke off to see the pet shop, so that might be an indicator. Daigoro hoped to change the subject. Jiro's real blushy around Kaminari, too, but I've noticed she's also that way with Kendo and Tsunotori, Nana chimed in. Not sure if she's trying to choose or wants all of the above. They each have 2 hands, 𝐒𝐭𝐽𝐲 stated. And Kendo can grow hers larger and Jiro has those jacks to wrap around people. I think you're reading too much into this, Izuku grumbled. Come on, we need gossip now that we've got all the bonds filled out. Nana said with a huff. Izuku would have replied if danger sense didn't pick that moment to go off like a bomb in his head. He immediately pressed his panic button as he kept track of his surroundings. None of his classmates were there, but he could see the source taking a seat next to him. A man with light blue hair, red eyes, and chapped skin. They locked eyes before the leader of the League of Villains could reach over to him. Tenko Shimura, Izuku hissed unthinkingly. He'd been thinking about the connection between his enemy and his predecessor so much that he associated him with that name rather than his pseudonym. Who? Tomura tilted his head in confusion. He started to scratch his neck as he snarled, "Did you forget my name?" Doesn't respond to it, Izuku thought. I might be wrong, but it's also possible he forgot. Trauma can do that to a person. Well, it's not like you were wearing a name tag or anything, Izuku responded as he tensed up. Growling, the young man scowled at Izuku. My name is Tomura Shigaraki, player 2. Don't forget it. What are you even doing here? Izuku said. I saw an opportunity to get some answers from you, Tomura stated. I wouldn't refuse if I were you. There's plenty of hostages, he doesn't know I pressed my panic button. Gotta stall him, Izuku thought to the approval of the people in his telepathic network. All right, Tomura-kun, what sort of questions do you have? Tomura sneered, but Izuku couldn't call him by the name he associated with Yoichi. For one thing, I want to know why the F no one's talking about us. Izuku looked at him questioningly, and he clarified, we attacked the heart of you and got away with only a few trash mobs lost. We attacked Hosu and got away scot-free, and the only thing people cared about was that the hero killer got caught. And even that went away quickly. Hell, here I am in a public place, and no one's batting an eye. Why aren't we getting any attention? Izuku racked his brain. Well, I can't claim to fully understand the media, but if I had to guess, they preferred to focus on the hero killer because he was a known quantity and he was doing something we all found hateful. Most people don't know much about you. And most of that feels deliberate. I doubt All for One wanted to advertise his existence. So you know about Sensei, Tomura spat. I was right, you're the one I'm playing against. Rolling with that, Izuku said. Besides, without those severed hands, you don't exactly stand out. I mean, you are in dire need of some skin care, that has to be painful, but other than that, nothing about your appearance screams that you're a villain. Just a black long-sleeve t-shirt, black jeans, and custom red quirkless sneakers. Izuku realized the implications of what he said only after he said it. Oh God! Nana cried out as she realized what this meant. Okay, what? Sensei gave me these shoes, why the F do shoes have to do with the quirkless? Tomura looked confused and angry as he scratched his neck. People who are born quirkless have an extra joint in their pinky toe, Izuku said. Normal shoes you'd find in a store pinch their feet, and quirkless shoes feel uncomfortable for everyone else. Only one company makes a good shoe for a quirkless foot, they have to be specially ordered, and they all come in the same shade of red. Tomura's anger was losing to his confusion. But, you have a quirk and you're wearing the same red shoes. All for One isn't the only one who can give people quirks. Izuku hissed out in a whisper. And getting a quirk doesn't necessarily change your skeletal structure. Tomura looked lost as he reached the same conclusion. Then, Sensei, your real name is Tenko Shimura, Izuku declared sadly. Your grandmother is named Nana Shimura, the pro-hero Nimbus. She was All Might's mentor. All for One killed her. He must have given you that quirk hoping you would kill your family, so that he could use you as a pawn. So that he could hurt All Might. Tomura began to scratch his neck harder, moving up to his cheek. "Look, Tomura-kun, it's not too late," Izuku said kindly. "We can help you. All for One is a monster. He's done things like this over and over throughout the centuries. We can get you the help you need." Tomura stopped scratching, his face red from his nails on his face. Then, he began to let out a hoarse, condescending laugh. "No one thing helped me before. Everyone ignored me when I was just an NPC. But now that I've leveled up, now that I'm a threat, you're willing to try the diplomacy route. I always preferred pacifist runs when I could do it," Izuku said, hoping to connect with the older boy. "F you, and F everything you stand for," Tomura said. "If that's what you want, I'll force a combat scene on you. No save scumming." Danger sense erupted as Tomura broke out into a sprint to rush the first possible target. Izuku dashed after him. He noticed the target, a lady late into her 𝐒𝐻𝐻𝐸. Before he could overtake Tomura, Izuku's heart soared as he saw someone move the 𝐒𝐻𝐻𝐸 woman out of Tomura's way. It then sank as he realized that person was Yui, and now she was in Tomura's path. Summoning full cowl, invisible mode, he dashed forward to intercept the villain. Tomura grabbed Izuku's face with his right hand. Izuku expected to be killed. It didn't matter. He'd happily die if Yui was safe. Ding! Izuku heard the wondrous sound in his head as both he and Tomura stared at each other, both of them wondering why Izuku wasn't disintegrating. The moment was interrupted as a blast of golden energy blasted Tomura in the side, knocking him away as 𝐒𝐻𝐻𝐸 leapt in to help. Her face was hard with fury he'd never seen on her before. God, he loved her. Ding! Before Tomura could get up, or 𝐒𝐻𝐻𝐸 could send out another beam, Kurogiri's warp gate appeared beneath him and removed him from the premises. Once he was gone, Izuku fell to his knees, the wind out of his sails. Yui embraced him. "Oh God, you can't keep doing this. Don't scare me like that again. We just began this relationship, you can't do this to me so soon. I want so much more time with you. I swear if you do that again, I'll find someone with a quirk to resurrect you so I can kill you again, then I'll resurrect you again and break up with you." 𝐒𝐻𝐻𝐸, meanwhile, had her own running commentary. "I swear if that pile of eczema gets near any single one of my lovers again, I'll blast him straight up in the air with wave motion, and once he starts falling back to earth I'll blast him even higher and keep doing it until he's reduced to a pile of pulp. He and every one of those jerk faces better sleep with one eye open because I'm going to blast them into the dang sun." "Okay, a little G-rated on the language, but I feel better about her being bonded through me," Izumu interjected. "Oh, I dinged." 𝐒𝐻𝐻𝐸 seemed happy, pulling a 180 from the rage she was projecting. "Are you the third one? What does --senmei? I'm sorry, but we need a break." Izuku's a little flustered. Not that anyone could blame him. Yui responded. "Getting you caught up on telepathic privacy is now priority number 1, Degoro said. Izuku weakly laughed at that. It happened so quickly that none of them expected it. Eri didn't want to go out with Papa Izuku and her mamas that day. She didn't feel well. Grandma Inko, Grandpa Toshinori, and Uncle Aizawa were there though. She knew that Grandpa Toshinori and Grandpa Might were the same person, but she was told she had to call him by those names depending on whether he was big or small. Grandma Inko was reading Eri a story while she sat in her lap. Grandpa Toshinori and Uncle Aizawa were talking to each other in the kitchen. Uncle Aizawa excused himself to use the bathroom. Grandpa Toshinori laughed. Apparently it was because he drank a lot of coffee. In the middle of the story, Eri had to wince as several phones went off in alarms. Inko took hers out of her pocket, and tears poured out unbidden as she cried out, "Izuku!" Grandpa Toshinori shifted into the form of Grandpa Might as Eri went pale. Papa Izuku was out, and Papa Izuku was in danger. Principal Nezu said that Overhaul had died, but the Shy Hasaikai would still want Papa Izuku dead for taking her. And if she was feeling all right, Uncle Aizawa would be there to help Papa Izuku through it. So, this had to be her fault. The guilty feeling made Eri's head grow hot, and she could feel her horn glow. Grandpa Might looked startled as Eri glowed, her quirk acting on Grandma Inko, who let out a yelp of surprise and alarm. Quickly, Grandpa Might rushed over and grabbed Eri out of Grandma Inko's lap and started to grunt as her quirk affected him. It didn't take long for Uncle Aizawa to run out of the bathroom, see what was going on, and use his quirk. Eri breathed as her quirk was turned off. She wasn't as tired as she usually was after her quirk went crazy, but she was still exhausted. She looked at her grandparents, worried about what happened. Grandma Inko looked about as young as Aunt Nemuri now. Her face didn't have as many lines, she looked a little taller, and less soft. She was still soft, just less so. Grandpa Might didn't look terribly different, but he was breathing weird. And then he released his body, turning back into Grandpa Toshinori. But Grandpa Toshinori didn't look the same. He wasn't as tall and muscly as he was when he was Grandpa Might, but he didn't look like a skeleton the way he usually did. Grandpa Toshinori lifted his shirt in amazement. Eri remembered hugging Grandpa Toshinori and she felt something hard there. Grandpa Toshinori told her that he got a big wound fighting someone really bad. Someone worse than Overhaul. That wound left a big, nasty scar. And now, as Grandpa Toshinori lifted his shirt, that scar was gone. Oh my goodness, I'm healed. Grandpa Toshinori said. Grandma Inko, still crying, could only sit there in shock. Grandpa Toshinori. Grandpa Might. Which are you now? Eri asked, dazed. I'm both now. I suppose I won't have much of a disguise anymore, he said. I'm sorry, Grandpa Might, Eri said, as sleepiness took over. When Eri woke up, there was a lot of commotion going on. Worried, she got up and opened the door, hoping to find out what was going on. A floating outfit looked at her, Mama Toru. She wiggled happily as she said, Eri-chan's awake. She scooped the young girl up and gave her a kiss on her forehead as they went to the living room. Grandma Inko was hugging Papa Izuku tightly, and he shared it. Mema Yui was on the other side and Mema Nejaya was on the same couch. The other couch held Mema Okako and Mema Mai. Mema Zu, Mema Melissa, and Mema Momo were in the kitchen, but came out when they heard Eri come in. I'm sorry, Papa. I'm sorry I got you in trouble, whispered. No, Eri, it wasn't your fault. Nothing Overhaul and his men could ever do is your fault. Besides, it was someone else who tried to hurt me. Papa Izuku took her into a hug. He enhanced it with a string of black whip, which made her much calmer. I'm also sorry I used my quirk on Grandma Inko and Grandpa Might, Eri apologized. Papa Izuku smiled broadly. All Might tried to hide it, but his wound made him really sick. He didn't have a stomach anymore, and he couldn't eat much. One of his lungs was gone, and it made it so he couldn't breathe right. He'd cough up blood at times, and even though he was used to it, that's really bad for you. He hid it because he didn't want anyone to get scared, but it could have killed him before long. But now, All Might just ate a real meal for the first time in years. We're checking it out, but you rewound him and Mom about 10 years each. You got rid of All Might's injury entirely. You didn't just help him. You saved Grandpa Might's life. Papa Izuku said that so happily. Eri blinked before she grinned as well. Papa Izuku said that Grandpa Might was his hero, who saved him the way he saved Eri. And now, she saved Grandpa Might? And as his papa and grandma hugged her, she finally felt that they were right and Overhaul was wrong. Her quirk wasn't a curse. So, I think it's obvious by now that, barring the Expo and the summer camp, we're not letting you off campus without a hero within 5 meters of you until you have your provisional license, Nizu stated. I figured as much, Izuku said. And both those events will be supervised by pro heroes, so that's not exactly out of the ordinary. Indeed, Nizu stated. If I hadn't done the test myself, I would question whether you or One for All possess a quirk that attracts danger. At this point, I wouldn't be surprised, Izuku grumbled. I'm glad that you and Kodai-san are both safe. While I wish you hadn't thrown yourselves into danger, I must admit that, given the situation, there were no good options, Nizu said, frowning. Mom and All Might are currently planning on making Snipe some chili to thank him for damaging Tamura like that, Izuku replied. I'm a little surprised, because I thought that homing wasn't that accurate, so being able to shoot off Tamura's finger as opposed to his palm or simply his center of mass is impressive. I wonder how much of it was guided by his quirk and how much was pure skill. I suppose that my mentioning that it was a quirk with a 5-point touch-based activation when Tamura broke in with the press prioritized crippling him in such a manner. He had it reattached, but evidently, that led to his quirk failing him. Though, given his surprise, I think we can assume that decay still works with that hand, just with a chance of failure, rather than being utterly unusable in that hand. Not to mention that if he had used his left hand instead, this conversation would be very different, if we could have it at all. 𝐒𝐻𝐻 interrupted Izuku's mutter storm. I still can't believe how the police seemed angrier at us for possible unlicensed quirk usage than they were at the fact that a villain tried to kill someone, Izuku said. They almost carted off 𝐒𝐻𝐻𝐢-chan even when she pulled out her provisional license. I would suggest that they were frustrated by the situation in general and were hoping to catch any possible wrongdoers, 𝐒𝐻𝐻 stated. The quirk usage and vigilantism laws are in dire need of upgrading, but to do so would inevitably cause the Hero Public Safety Commission to relinquish some of their authority in the matter. Izuku considered that, so, basically, when hell freezes over. Or All for One declares war on Japan, 𝐒𝐻𝐻 replied. Perhaps not even then. Any chance they'll be overthrown by a sentient Coatimundi before then? Izuku asked. Really, Midoriya? You returned to the order Carnivora? After all this time? 𝐒𝐻𝐻 asked with some disdain. I'm disappointed in you. Though I suppose I can give you some credit, as I've only had one person suggest a member of the Procyon family, and they guessed the 𝐭𝐽𝐻. I wanted to confirm that there wasn't a double bluff involved, Izuku shrugged. 𝐒𝐻𝐻 looked mollified by that. I recommend seeing Hound Dog before the Expo. Not immediately, but once the shock wears off. I will if I can get any of my friends or girlfriends to let me out of their grasp, Izuku said. They allowed you in here, did they not? 𝐒𝐻𝐻 asked. Izuku gave 𝐒𝐻𝐻 an incredulous look. I was planning on acknowledging Hagakure-san's presence as you were leaving, out of courtesy, 𝐒𝐻𝐻 explained. There was a huff from the empty space behind Izuku's chair. You should have let me know sooner. Toru shouted. I wanted to impress upon you that you will not always be aware when someone is able to detect you, 𝐒𝐻𝐻 stated. You will need to identify their tells. Yes, sir, Toru said, audibly slumping. Now, beyond that, I believe you should have 2 new quirks available with your report that the bonds are now all at stage 2 at minimum. 𝐒𝐻𝐻 asked with a gleam in his eyes. Yes, but I'm waiting until we can get to observe them properly, Izuku explained. I want to make sure we can do this safely. Particularly with laser disc. That quirk's been marinating in one for all for a while now, and I don't know how reliable Ryujiji-san's estimations of its power are. I'd rather not hurt anyone with it by accident. True enough, kid, but still hurtful, Ryuji grumbled. Who snubbed me for months? Izuku asked. Touché, Ryuji admitted. Admirable, 𝐒𝐻𝐻 said, taking a sip of tea. Meet us at Gym Lambda at 0900, if you would. We'll have 2 guests there as well. Given that Detective Tsukachi skirted us home and saw that All Might was rewound, I'm guessing that'd be Night Eye and Gran Torino. Izuku asked. Indeed, 𝐒𝐻𝐻 nodded. The last 2 people aware of All Might's true form who need to know of the change. If you have no other questions, I'll let you return to your loved ones. I do have one question, Izuku stated, walking up and taking 3 black cloth bags out of his pocket. Which of these smells more like home to you? 𝐒𝐻𝐻's eyes widened. He inhaled the scent of each bag in turn. Before he could answer, Izuku stated, your ear twitched on the second one. You do that when you first have a drink of tea, or whenever I struggle with one of your scenarios. I've given myself away, 𝐒𝐻𝐻 said sadly. I suppose I might have to work on that. Luckily, Momo-chan was able to import these with samples. I wasn't expecting the Japanese cherry to work, but that was my control. Eliminating the Brazilian saber was what I wanted. Looks like you're not a Yapok, Izuku said. The water opossum, 𝐒𝐻𝐻 said proudly. A splendid guess. Which means, due to your response to the eucalyptus, you're a carnivorous Australian marsupial instead of one of the few American species, Izuku grinned. I swear, if Yagi hadn't picked you as his successor, 𝐒𝐻𝐻 shook his head, grinning widely. You say that as though you're not actively trying to poach me, Izuku said. 𝐒𝐻𝐻 laughed. Oh, young man. Don't you see? I already have. Okay, the bed absolutely grows to fit the number of people on it, Izuku stated the next morning in the telepathic group chat as he walked to the gym. You-senpai told me technology like that is worth billions of yen, Yui stated. How can 𝐒𝐻𝐻 afford that? 𝐒𝐿𝐼𝐻𝐻 asked. I asked my parents once how 𝐒𝐻𝐻 deals with that. They'd apparently once tasked their best forensic accountant to figure out his finances, and his report merely consisted of the sentence, "You don't want to know," Momo contributed. Ribbit, why is he spending it on Aizu-chan, then? Zu asked. Pretty sure it's because he's the teacher's pet, Toru teased. Come on Toru-chan, don't Shizuku began to groan, before he stopped himself. Wait, no, that actually makes sense. It's not metaphorical. 𝐒𝐻𝐻 literally sees me as his pet. Does this mean he's not trying to groom you as his right-hand man when he inevitably plans world domination? Then again, not mutually exclusive, Nejaya added. Thankfully, the bond was encouraging her to slow her thoughts down when communicating with them. For the most part. At one point the group stumbled into a stream of consciousness conversation between Mai and Nejaya. The result was like a mental attack. So, how did you like the one-for-all dream space? Izuku asked Nejaya and Yui, changing the subject. It's scared. I had so many questions and I couldn't ask them. Nejaya seemed to pout. Didn't stop you from asking them when you woke up, Izumu chimed in, irritated. Meh, it wasn't so bad, you seemed to shrug. Not ideal, but not terrible once you're filled in. Told YA. Mai said smugly. Yeah, it's unpleasant, but it's easy to handle if you know what you're getting into, Zu added. True, it's not bad if someone gives you advanced warning, 𝐒𝐻𝐻 said pointedly at Izuku. Izuku sighed, I'm never going to live this down, and I deserve it. You absolutely do, it's terrifying, Momo said with a shiver. Seriously, how bad was being quirkless that you could shrug off the feeling of total body paralysis to get one? Toru cried out. Apparently worse here in Japan, because I would have thought twice about it, Melissa interjected. I mean, I still would have taken it, but I wouldn't do it immediately. To be fair to young Izuku, I had no idea this was a possibility either, All Might added. Though I had a much better experience, given that I merely possessed the incomplete vestige that was already present within One for All. Speaking of, are any of you going to be joining us for today's training? Izuku asked. Sadly, I will need to appear in court, Momo stated. Today is the trial of that fiend Mineta and his family. Their lawyers did what they could, but we need to crush them. Most of one as girls are coming along for moral support. Also because Kendo-san and Tokage-san have to get a cake for 13, 𝐒𝐻𝐻 added. As an apology for traumatizing her during the final exams. That seems like an odd occasion for cake, Izuku joked. At the rate we're going, I may need to hire a patissier that caters specifically for that purpose, Momo said. I've never been so annoyed, Izumu grumbled. SCK it up, Buttercup, Ryuji retorted. 5 minutes. He figured out my quirk in 5 minutes, and only overshot once, Izumu continued to gripe. Do you know how many walls I ran into when I first got it? Sorry, Izumu-ji-san, Izuku apologized. I think that training with One for All gave me more experience with how to use a quirk like FA Jin. The activation and requirements aren't the same, but the effect is similar enough. Plus, you know, I'm not 4 years old. Izumu just fumed, but Izuku could sense that the frustration didn't really have any heat behind it. Ryuji, meanwhile, laughed. All right kid, moment of truth now. Let's figure out how Laserdisc improved for you. Remind me again, what were the effects upon impact? Izuku asked. I could choose between the disc slicing through a target or exploding into a blast of concussive force, Ryuji said. Default was somewhere in between. Out loud, Izuku said, I'm going to begin trying out Laserdisc. Let's start with the bare minimum. To 𝐒𝐻𝐻, Recovery Girl, and Eraserhead. His mother and Ai were off to the side, and All Might, Night Eye, and Gran Torino were currently observing in a nearby room. Still cessed at that jackass, Ryuji said as Izuku thought about Sir Night Eye. Me too, to be honest, Izuku replied. Still, it's not a bad idea to have him in the loop. He approached the line. The paper target was 25 meters away. He summoned a yen-sized coin between his index and middle fingers. He aimed it at the center of mass. He blasted through it with ease. He gulped at the implications. That looks a lot like a gunshot. Indeed, Nezu stated. We'll need to get the ballistic gel dummies out to test the effects. For now, let's focus on learning more about the technique before we get to the safety concerns. Of course you care more about the use than the dangers, Recovery Girl grumbled. So with the basic laser disc, we're looking at an effective range of 50 meters, Izuku stated as he rested an hour after. The tests began. Up to 75 meters, it's still usable but the accuracy is reduced. Beyond that, there's little chance of accurate shots without additional training or support gear. It's essentially the same range and power as a handgun. I should ask Snipe for lessons. I can increase the range by adding power via a finger flick or applying Black Whip, but that requires a lot of precision at the moment. I'll need to train with it before I can do it while in combat. I can only produce the discs from my hands, but when producing them, I can instantly create them any size I wish, from the size of a yen coin to 30 centimeters in diameter, and I can increase them to a maximum of a meter in diameter, which takes about 30 seconds of charging. Luckily, if I use 𝐒𝐻𝐻𝐽 to maintain a charge of kinetic energy, I can use that to grow them more quickly. I should try and see if 𝐒𝐻𝐻𝐽 can apply to other quirks, too. The size doesn't affect the range of the shot, but it does affect the damage done. He punctuated this by forming a disc and growing it to a shield size. While the discs can easily cut through or otherwise break the testing robots, the ballistic gel dummies tended to receive wounds comparable to RBB bullets, beanbag rounds, or flashbangs. Probably a subconscious effort on my part not to do irreparable harm to actual people. The size changes the area of effect more than anything else. The effect, whether cutting or exploding, was independent of the size. Now, if I were to dash, danger sense interrupted his mumbling and he turned to intercept a small old man flying towards him, feet first, at high speeds. The disc flew between Izuku and his assailant, serving as a shield. It blasted the old man backwards as it shattered upon impact. The old man managed to right himself, landing on his feet. "Ha, nice one, 𝐬𝐳," the aged gremlin laughed. "Tsuruhiko!" Nana cried out. "So you're Gran Torino?" Izuku said. He bowed. "It's an honor to meet you." Danger sense pinged once more and he barely dodged another foot. "Good work," Gran Torino scoffed. "Better than your classmate, at least." "So this is why Ida-kun was shaky when he returned from the internships," Izuku said. "Woulda sent you an internship request myself, but you seem to have a handle on one for all, number 9, Gran Torino said. Yelping, Izuku looked around, and calmed down when he saw Eraserhead wasn't there. "I might have gone anyway," Izuku replied. "Nana wanted to thank you for taking care of Toshinori-chusen." The old man's eyes went misty. "Well, what else was I gonna do? She was gone and someone had to smack some sense into her boy's dense skull. And you're calling him your dad. I can't believe it's happening again. Does one for all convince its holders to adopt kids?" It was at that point Eri walked up to him. "Papa, are you okay?" Gran Torino looked at Eri, shocked, and then deadpanned, "Apparently, yes." Laughing nervously at that, Izuku crouched down. "I'm fine, Eri-chan. This is Gran Torino. He's one of the 2 heroes who trained All Might." Eri's eyes lit up. "So you're like what Grandpa Might is to Papa." "What was that again, a great-grandpa?" Izuku stammered a bit at that. "Well, yes, a grandpa's father is a great-grandpa, but I'm not sure if Torino-san here feels the same way." "So she's the one who fixed up Toshinori," Gran Torino said, looking at the little girl. "From what Night Eye told him, she'd had it rough. Denying her would make him feel like SHT. Besides, it was another way to screw around with his former student. And if you want it, sure, I can be your great-Gran Torino," he said, smiling warmly. Eri looked at him happily. She ran to Inko and All Might to tell them the news. Gran Torino chuckled. "She's got a way about her, doesn't she?" "Yup. She's the one who chose to call me Papa," Izuku said. "I wasn't exactly willing to refuse her." "Heh. Well, it's a good explanation for Toshinori telling us out of the blue that his granddaughter undid his injury," Gran Torino grinned. "At least now he can take a few more blows." Izuku looked around. "Is Sir Night Eye still here?" "He's gone catatonic ever since Toshinori revealed his classic look to us," Gran Torino laughed. It'll be some time before he recovers. Izuku nodded. Such a thing probably broke the man's worldview in half. So, since Toshinori told me Nana's in there with Y, I got something to say to her. Gran Torino frowned, looking conflicted as he said, not looking directly at Izuku, I'm sorry. I'm sorry I couldn't pull you out of there, too. I tried to teach Toshinori as much as I could, but I always felt like it wasn't enough, especially after he fought the big 𝐻𝐪𝐻𝐪 himself. And I wish I hadn't listened to you, that I'd gone after 𝐭𝐻𝐲 myself and kept him safe. Izuku felt his eyes well up with tears at that, and started to blush as he said, I'm quoting her here, just so you know. Oh, Sora-kun, I never realized you were such a big softie. You did exactly what I asked you to, and given how the day of the marshmallows went, I'd have been surprised if you didn't. You did good by Toshikun, though maybe you could have done better with traumatizing him. And 𝐭𝐻𝐲, Izuku held back a sob, 𝐭𝐻𝐲 was my mistake. You don't need to beat yourself up over it. Gran Torino did a double take when Izuku mentioned the day of the marshmallows, and by the end of it, he took a deep, calming breath. Well, I can be sure that was her and not some bullshit cold reading. So, thanks for that, ZYGT. He managed to compose himself and turned to Izuku with a feral grin. So, you've got some new quirks under your belt, and you've got the hang of how they work. Now, I think you need to test them out in combat. All Might jerked back in fear as he overheard that. Gulping, he said, I think you and Grandma Inko should go to the cafeteria for some lunch. Okay, how much pain should I be expecting here? Izuku asked. All of it, every single vestige, including All Might, replied. How did you survive a week with that man, Deku-kun? Izuku asked Tenya as they ate lunch in the cafeteria. While he had no lingering pain thanks to Recovery Girl, the memory and the exhaustion were palpable. Tenya shivered. Sometimes, I wonder if I did. If I learn that everything that has taken place since then has been a dream I've been having as a result of Gran Torino-sensei putting me in a coma, I would believe it. Izuku chuckled. Well, existential arguments aside, now I can see why All Might quivers in fear whenever the man is brought up. That is an appropriate learned response, Tenya stated. Sometimes I still feel as though there's a footprint on my face. Their conversation was interrupted as another friend of theirs approached. Hey there, Deku-kun, Izuku-ni. Shouto Todoroki took a seat at their table. Ah, Todoroki-kun. Tenya stated, chopping his hand. How have you been doing? I'm excellent, Shouto replied, with no apparent emotion in his tone or expression. Particularly once the dormitories were established. Part of me was worried that Endeavor would protest my taking a room here, but I was pleasantly surprised. Izuku winced slightly. Nezu hasn't mentioned the investigation at all during our sessions. I expect he's trying to make sure his case is ironclad before he goes forward with it, Shouto stated. Oh, and I never mentioned this, but you were wrong, Izuku. About what? Izuku asked. When you said that villains wouldn't listen to my motivations. I mentioned them to Deku-kun when we fought Stain, and that shocked the hero killer so much that it allowed me to freeze him solid until Endeavor could get the cuffs on him, Shouto replied. He almost sounded smug. Izuku's jaw fell as Tenya chopped the air. You shouldn't casually admit to what was borderline vigilantism, Todoroki-kun. You know, between bonding by fighting a serial killer together and the fact that I don't like the association with my father, I would prefer if you referred to me by my given name, Deku-kun, Shouto replied. I would be honored, Shouto-kun. You did aid me in saving Native's life, and I owe you a great deal for that, so I would be happy if you did the same as well, Tenya said earnestly. He then returned to shouting, but that is besides the point. Shouto-kun, Izuku interrupted. When I said that, I was just trying to convince you to use your fire. It wasn't a challenge. It was still an effective tactic, Shouto insisted. There'll be diminishing returns, though, as the rumors spread. Izuku shook his head. Let's change the subject. How did you do on the final exams? Surprisingly well, considering that All Might was my opponent, Shouto replied. I was paired with a 𝐻𝐻𝐿 for that. Apparently, I had insulted him earlier in the year and there was some tension at the beginning. We managed to work it out before the fight, though. He's the guy with the welding quirk, yes? Izuku asked, a notebook manifesting in his hand. Correct. Between the two of us, we were able to trap All Might long enough to reach the exit. 𝐒𝐻𝐻𝐼 is rather skilled at creating useful creations and traps on the fly, 𝐎𝐻𝐻𝐼 said. He began to describe precisely what 𝐒𝐻𝐻𝐼 created, involving rebar, a pane glass window, and a mannequin from one of the downed buildings. That's incredible. Izuku responded. How did the rest of your class do? Most of us passed, 𝐎𝐻𝐻𝐼 replied. But a few did not. Soto and Ayama lost against Cementos. While Tsuburaba managed to secure a win against Midnight, Zero failed. A similar fate befell Monoma, who failed against Eraserhead while Fukidashi succeeded. More of us may have failed if not for Fuki-kun. He gave us all a huge boost before the exams. Monoma-kun returned the favor, but it seems that doubling up on his pep talks produced diminishing returns for the rest of us. Still, it helped immensely. Izuku smiled, but then he realized, Monoma's probably not happy that everyone from 1A passed, I assume. 𝐎𝐻𝐻𝐼 shook his head. He's been doing somewhat poorly anyway, ever since his internship. Apparently, Best Jeanist was more concerned with fixing his attitude than anything else. Izuku winced. Yeah, I can empathize with disappointing internships. 𝐎𝐻𝐻𝐼 and Tenya were both taken aback. I was under the impression that you did well under Sir Night Eye. Tenya said, shocked. What with your takedown of that Yakuza boss and rescuing Eri-chan? It turned out well enough in the end, but, well, Izuku scratched the back of his head. Night Eye offered me an internship with the intent of trying to one-up All Might over an argument they had previously. He was convinced to do the right thing in the end, and he helped me a great deal, but that kind of soured the whole affair. Tenya looked shocked. 𝐎𝐻𝐻𝐼 looked thoughtful. Perhaps you should have taken Endeavor's offer after all. He was rather subdued and pensive during my time with him. I was expecting him to be furious with my performance, but if he was good at hiding it. Better than he ever had been. And my older sister tells me that the trend has continued since then. I'm honestly baffled. That may have been a better option, Izuku nodded. Still, being there let me get Eri out of the absolute hell she was experiencing, so all in all, I'd do it again in a heartbeat. Speaking of, why do you let her call you dad when you shot me down when I tried? 𝐎𝐻𝐻𝐼 asked. Despite the ridiculous question, nothing in his tone could indicate that he was joking. Mostly because she's about 6 years old, Izuku settled on saying. Ah. Yes, I suppose that would make it a bit more acceptable, 𝐎𝐻𝐻𝐼 nodded. Okay, is he actually this socially unaware, or is he playing a big joke on us? Daigoro asked. It's pretty dim and funny either way, Yen stated. The remaining days until the Expo were uneventful. The only truly interesting event was the celebration party when the girls returned to the dorm after the court hearing. The verdict against the Mineta family had been swift and comprehensive. In addition to the former US student's actions, his various family members had been convicted of various crimes, from obstruction of justice to embezzlement to, in one bizarre incident, wildlife trafficking. The days preparing for the expo went quickly, but Izuku got this odd feeling of distance from his girlfriends, which was summed up in one question when he landed on Island. Papa, why did my mamas take a different plane than us? Eri asked. Izuku smiled. Sometimes, it's good for people to have some time to themselves. I've been around your mamas a lot ever since we moved into the Heights Alliance, and they wanted to have some time to themselves, and I wanted to spend some time with you, my mom, and All Might. So, we took All Might's plane while your mamas took Mama Momo's family plane. At least, I hope that's all there is to it, Izuku worried internally. You're fine, 𝐒𝐻𝐻𝐼 stated. Probably. I don't have much experience here, but I do know how anxiety manifests, and this seems more like that than any sort of red flags. I've got a little more experience than most of these knuckleheads, Izuku, and you're doing all right, Nana reassured. Do any of you know if they're planning something? Izuku asked. Buddy, we're as out of the loop as you are, Ryuji stated. If any of us does know, we're respecting their privacy, and while some of us have guesses as to their plans, we're not saying SHT. Izuku couldn't fault that. If it was a problem, the Bond would probably make it known, and if it wasn't, they wouldn't want him to intrude on their plans. Though, was he relying on the Bond too much? He didn't know if it could fail on him in some way, and he didn't want to. You're spiraling, interjected. This isn't something to worry about. Thanks, Izuku replied, keeping his composure. Luckily, 𝐴𝐻𝐽 took over and managed to distract him further by saying, Izuku, why don't you tell 𝐒𝐻𝐽 about 𝐼-Island? Izuku did. Luckily, both his mom and All Might only had to nudge him out of mumbling twice, allowing 𝐴𝐻𝐽 to follow along with him. Combined with the advanced tech used to scan them in, they were finished going through customs just as he finished telling the one-horned girl about the history of the man-made island. And, to their delight, a familiar face was waiting for them, as 𝐴𝐻𝐽 cried out excitedly, Mama Melissa, and dashed forward to the blonde girl, who swept the child up in a big hug, then repeated the same to Izuku. Izuku's face became completely red, but at least the affection stopped some of his worries in their tracks. We got here about half an hour ago, Melissa stated. The others are at the hotel, but I wanted to bring you to see my dad first. Come on. She held 𝐴𝐻𝐽 in one arm while using her free hand to take Izuku's and bring him along. 𝐴𝐻𝐽 struggled not to cry as her son was being dragged off. It's so nice to see them like this. I know, All Might said proudly. They've had to deal with so much as of late. It's wonderful to see them relaxed and acting their age. And to think I was worried about his lady friends seeming distant lately, 𝐻𝐽 blinked. You don't know. Didn't Izuku tell you? Tell me what? All Might asked, genuinely confused. Izuku's birthday is tomorrow, 𝐻𝐽 said. She frowned. I suppose he's used to not telling people. Our celebrations became subdued as years went by. All Might was taken aback. Yes. Young Izuku failed to inform me. If I had to guess, I suppose he felt that my training was enough of a gift to last a lifetime. He said, his smile somewhat forced. I made absolutely sure to tell them, though, 𝐻𝐽 said conspiratorially. All Might chuckled. That explained everything. A surprise was coming their way. And, unlike the rest of this school year, this was sure to be a pleasant one. It's so nice to finally meet you in person, Professor Shield, Izuku said with a bow. David chuckled. Izuku-kun, come on. At this point, you're more than welcome to call me David, or just Dave. There was a pause, and Izuku said, I'm sorry, Professor Shield, I'm physically incapable of doing that right now. David shook his head. No problem, then. He then noticed the small face shyly peeking out from behind the boy. Oh wow, 𝐻𝐽. You're here too. I'm so happy you could come. 𝐻𝐽 blinked. Hello, Grandpa David, she said carefully, having spoken to him over video calls, but not seeing him in person. Luckily, none of his girlfriend's parents freaked out too much about 𝐻𝐽. It helped that the steps went from, my boyfriend saved this abused little girl from a villain, to Izuku and his mom are taking care of this little girl now, to he called Izuku Papa and me Mama. By the time they got to the last step, they were too invested in 𝐻𝐽 to protest. You don't need to worry, young 𝐻𝐽, All Might said. Dave's one of the sweetest guys I've ever met. He clapped his old friend on the shoulder. A guilty look flashed over David's face for a second. All Might had shed his muscle form, but Izuku was still getting used to his new true form. After the shocking reveal of Skeleton Might and spending a year as his apprentice, he was getting used to All Might now looking like a somewhat normally muscled middle-aged man. The white sclera especially were weird. 𝐻𝐽, for her part, rushed up to David, hugged his leg very quickly, and ran right back to her place behind Izuku. David laughed softly at that. Thank you 𝐻𝐽. You're being very brave. Izuku couldn't see 𝐻𝐽's face, but he could practically feel her smiling. Say, Dad, where's Sam? He's usually nearby and he's probably not filled in on Uncle Might's condition, Melissa asked. David's guilty look resurfaced. I'm afraid I had to let Sam go. He's been banned from 𝐼-Island. Melissa gasped. What? But he's been your assistant for years. Why? David sighed. Well, it's time to face the music. Unfortunately, I don't think 𝐻𝐽 should be here for this conversation. Understandable, Izuku said, as he began to lead 𝐻𝐽 out. David seemed torn, before saying, You're Tosh's son, and you're dating my daughter. You deserve to know the full story, Izuku-kun. Izuku was taken aback, but 𝐻𝐽 nodded, of course. Come on 𝐻𝐽, we'll have to leave them be for a little while. Thank you, 𝐻𝐽-san, David said, relieved. When they left, David sat in a chair and ran a hand through his hair, tired. I was planning on doing something really stupid. Izuku balked. How? You're one of the smartest men in the world. You have a Nobel Prize. You should listen to what other Nobel Prize winners have said and done over the years. Believe me, sometimes it takes a smart person to do stupid things, David said. So, before Toshi told me about One for All, I was driven to do something about his injury and his seemingly weakening quirk. I created a quirk amplification device, a machine that could enhance a person's quirk without affecting their physical body. Specifically, neutralizing any side effects present in drags like trigger. Wait, you managed to create a functional Starlin ring. Melissa said, shocked. Izuku sputtered, what? I thought that was just a thought experiment. As well as a cautionary tale, All Might said, frowning. David slumped further at that, yes. I wasn't the only one who thought so. The board made me shelve it. Too much potential for destruction if placed in the wrong hands. Of course, I was convinced that it was worth the risk if All Might could keep going. All Might sighed. Mirai never took your offers to meet, but Demon if you didn't end up with similar outlooks. Again, this is a mistake I made. And I almost made another, David said. See, after the board made the decision, I was trying to think of a way to get it into your hands. Sam had an idea and, desperately, I latched onto it. Hire actors, stage a villainous takeover of the island, and have them steal the device. The three of them reacted wildly. Izuku's face was drained of all color as his jaw dropped. Melissa brought her hands to her mouth as she began to shed horrified tears. All Might temporarily swelled up into his muscle form before reverting, trying to keep calm through clenched teeth, his eyes narrowed in fury. Yeah, that's about what I deserve, David said, surrendering himself. How could you even think of doing something like that? Melissa cried out. Even if you somehow succeeded, did you think they wouldn't find out? That you wouldn't be made a villain for it? I wasn't thinking straight, Melissa, David admitted. I just wanted to help your Uncle Might. You think I would approve of such a course of action? All Might growled, shaking his head. That I would want something like that done in my name. Even if you managed to give me the device, I would have refused. It would too easily fall into villainous hands. I thought you'd known me well enough to understand that. I was just trying to support you, the way I always have. David said. And you hadn't told me about One for All. I was operating with an incomplete understanding of the situation. It seemed like All Might and Melissa were about to shout again, but Izuku interrupted. Professor. David-san, Izuku said. You said this was Sam's idea, you just went along with it. And that you fired him. We'd know if this was what already occurred. What actually happened? David sighed in relief. Well, simply put, you happened, Izuku-kun. Toshi called to tell me about you. Didn't even reveal One for All, he just told me he was raising a successor and wanted help. Said that he was going to retire, but it was fine, because he knew for a fact he was putting the future in good hands. And when we hung up, I realized what a stupid idea this whole thing was. And when he revealed One for All to me a few days later, I felt like even more of a fool for creating the device. So, I scrapped the plan. Izuku blushed at the revelation, and both All Might and Melissa looked relieved. Still angry, but less so. Sam didn't seem pleased. Tried to convince me to reconsider. After I gave him a hard no, I decided to monitor the situation. Turns out he didn't care about helping out All Might. He was hoping to steal the device and get a payday for it. David shook his head. I managed to monitor the call. Turns out the actors he was hiring were an actual villainous mercenary group. Once I had the proof, I had to turn him in. I couldn't risk him going through with that scheme. Melissa radiated betrayal. The idea that Sam, someone she'd known and trusted for years, could bring actual villains into her home just so he could get rich was sickening. The only thing that made it worse was the fact that her father almost went along with such a scheme. Sensing that turmoil, Izuku walked up to her and took her hand in his. She squeezed tightly. All Might looked between the teens and his old friend, before sighing and saying, well, I suppose that if I wasn't so secretive, you wouldn't have been tempted to do any of this. At least you came to your senses before anyone got hurt. David almost collapsed from relief, but managed to steady himself. Well, this is supposed to be a celebratory event, is it not? All Might smiled. Although, what about that group of mercenaries? David gave a smile of his own. I've taken precautions. Wolfram grinned as he and his men entered the airport. Everything was going according to plan. At first, he was worried. That shield guy had cancelled their original deal, telling them they'd still be paid after the expo for their trouble, but to forget the job. It would have been a great deal if they were actually actors and had intended to complete the job as S.H.I.E.L.D. intended. Too bad for him that the device he wanted taken was way too valuable and had a number of potential buyers. Hell, he had one potential buyer give him an extremely useful down payment just to help Wolfram F with All Might. Luckily, the guy's assistant was willing to go behind his boss's back in the hopes of a payday. Not that Wolfram intended to actually pay up. Still, it gave them the ability to infiltrate the expo and get their prize. He and his crew went through the airport security, ready to be cleared by the system. And then, all hell broke loose. The security bots went wild, shouting about unauthorized individuals being there. Their images were being displayed everywhere as wanted criminals. Alerts were sounded. As he and his men tried to retreat, the security bots attacked, driving them back, restraining them. One by one. Thankfully, Wolfram's quirk allowed him to drive the metallic protectors back, throwing them about as he made his retreat. All he needed to do was get on one of those planes, hijack it, and make it to a safe harbor before anyone could. His plans were interrupted as he ran headfirst into a solid wall of muscle. He was knocked to the floor, staring up at one of the world's greatest heroes, in a flag-themed costume, tufts of blonde hair framing a smiling face. You know, I wasn't going to come here today. I had something scheduled. But after Mr. S.H.I.E.L.D. himself requested me, I couldn't refuse. I'm certain that my MSTR and his new disciple could handle you, but they can rest easy. Because I am here. And with that, the hero struck, and Wolfram saw only stars. After the discussion with David ended, All Might took 𝐒𝐭𝐞𝐲 and 𝐒𝐻𝐢 to the expo. 𝐒𝐻𝐢's rewinding hadn't changed the fact that he no longer had one for all, but with his body no longer gruesomely injured, he was much more proficient at using the embers he had left. If he wasn't fighting, he could stay in his muscled form for much longer. What about 𝐒𝐻𝐢? Izuku asked. Shouldn't I be there if there's an accident? We'll contact you if you're needed, All Might said. Besides, worst case scenario, I could certainly stand to lose another decade. 𝐒𝐭𝐞𝐲 swatted him when he said that. Before Izuku could comment any further, Melissa interrupted by shouting, "Come with me, Izuku," and began to drag him further into the building. So, what did you want to show me? Izuku asked as Melissa practically skipped to her workshop. Well, I've had ideas for gear ever since I learned you could only safely handle a portion of one for all, Melissa said. I've been working on prototypes for a while, but as we learned about your additional quirks and how they work, I've been hesitant to add it to your kit just yet. But now, she opened the doors to show a lab that looked fairly clean compared to the support labs at UA. Then again, its primary occupant hadn't been there in months. She went to the 3D printer that had been activated recently, right on time, she said as she held out 2 red strips of fabric. She went to Izuku and wrapped them around his wrists. Trusting her implicitly, Izuku watched as the fabric snaked out of Melissa's hands and coiled around his arms. He let out a start of surprise until they settled into red sleeves covering his forearms and elbows. These use proprietary textiles that can't be replicated elsewhere, except by certain quirks, Melissa said with a knowing wink. Having Momo around made scarcity a thing of the past. Now, based on all our data, these will let you use an additional 10% of one for all to your punches and elbow strikes without damaging you. Any more than that, and the risk of hurting yourself increases, but by less than if you were to use your previous compression sleeves and far less than with your bare hands. I call them the ultimate gauntlets. Izuku looked shocked, and pleased that she named them after his hero epithet. Wow. That's amazing. I'm already up to 30%, that should cover everything I might face. He thinks about that statement for a second, and amends it to, actually, no. I shouldn't trust that, with how everything's been going so far. Yep, I figured you'd probably wind up in a situation requiring 100%, possibly more if we add 𝐻𝐻𝐢 to the mix. Part of the problem was trying to come up with a design that didn't disintegrate at your full power. That's why I focused on a self-repairing mechanism, Melissa added. It decreased the maximum output you could add, but given you'd inevitably go past the threshold, it didn't make sense to prioritize that. Really wish I could argue that point, Izuku said sheepishly. Well, there's one last thing I just added, Melissa said. Make a finger gun like so, she gestured with her middle and index finger. When Izuku did, a long, stiff length of fabric erupted from his knuckles. You can adjust them like so, she said, gesturing with her fingers. As Izuku repeated the motions, the fabric lengthened and shortened at his disclosure. Wow, this seems stiff and dense enough to possibly act as a bludgeon, or perhaps something like Aizawa-sensei's capture tape, Izuku thought, until he noticed the minuscule grooves along the fabric's edge. Wait, is this for laser disc? You got it. Fire a disc along these grooves and you'll drastically increase your effective range, like a rifle barrel improving accuracy, Melissa stated. Izuku's face lit up. This is wonderful. You're an absolute genius, Melissa. He started to mutter out plans to potentially use this in battle, the extension growing and shrinking until he returned it to the gauntlet entirely. Melissa smiled brightly at that. Happy birthday, Izuku. Izuku froze. Wait, what? Inko-san told us all your birthdays tomorrow. It's a little early, but I wanted to make sure you got my gift to you now, Melissa said, giving Izuku a hug. The boy was still in shock as he absent-mindedly returned the hug. Once she let go, he still looked stunned. Are you okay? She asked. You're the first person besides my mom and Mitsuki-bin to give me a birthday present since I was in preschool, Izuku said, tears starting to fall. I've spent so many years with people deliberately doing something terrible to me on my birthday. And since things have been going so well lately, I just forgot that it was a thing. Even knowing all the SHT her boyfriend had gone through, every time he mentioned something like this, she wondered how the hell he managed to come out of it so heroic. Well, I'm glad. That just means I have a special place in your heart now. Of course, you do, Melissa-chan. Izuku said as he hugged her fiercely. You have since we met. And you always will. Izuku had the controls for the ultimate gauntlets tested as he and Melissa walked out to head to the expo. They stopped short as a new face entered. Hey, Mr. Shield. I just finished taking out the trash for you. A boisterous feminine voice called out in English as a muscular woman in a red, white, and blue costume, complete with a domino mask and a long cape. She had a feral grin on her face framed by her blonde hair in 8 distinct tufts. She looked at the two teens and waved, Hey there. Oh my god, is that you, Mel? She said excitedly. You've gotten so big. Hi, Miss Kathy. Melissa waved back. Izuku, this is Kathleen Bate, Star and Stripe, the USA's #1 hero. Izuku stated, grabbing a notebook from the ether and holding it out, bowing. I would be so grateful if you would sign this for me. Star and Stripe chuckled, sure thing, kid. As she signed near her entry, she looked at the text and said, Kathleen Bate can fluently read and speak Japanese. Then her eyes widened as she looked at the entry and was taken aback. Wow, kid, you got pretty close to understanding my quirk. I mean, it's completely wrong, but it's less wrong than the usual guesses I've come across. I knew it was a reality warper quirk of some sort. Izuku said, feeling vindication. That command had to be some way of imposing your will on the world. All of the time I spent analyzing those videos wasn't a waste. I knew it wasn't impossible. Melissa giggled and placed a hand on his shoulder. Miss Kathy, this is Izuku Midoriya. His hair visiting from Yush that was as far as Melissa got before Star and Stripe gasped, lifted Izuku in her arms, spun him around, and said, You're All Might's new disciple. I was hoping to see you around here today. Good to finally meet you, bro. Izuku had experienced a lot of this sort of thing since he met All Might and his life became completely insane. Still, having one of the world's greatest heroes, sight unseen, treat him this way was a shock. What? Melissa put a hand on Izuku's shoulder to help calm him down. Sorry, little guy, I didn't mean to make you uncomfortable. Star and Stripe apologized. I've been a fan of All Might since he saved me so many years ago. So when Mr. Shield told me he had an apprentice, I know the feeling, Izuku smiled, trying to compose myself. It's just hard sometimes, adjusting to this treatment. As Star and Stripe looked confused, Melissa stated, Izuku used to be like me. He's only been able to use his quirk for less than a year. Holy CRP. Star and Stripe said. I was a late bloomer, too. Not that late, mind you, but late. Good for you. She held out a hand, and Izuku took it, grinning widely as they shook. You know, Melissa, you're not exactly quirkless anymore either, Izuku said. I mean, technically you are, but my quirk is giving you a physical enhancer. Melissa nodded. True, and if, wait, what would even happen when? She trailed off and asked telepathically. When we reach stage, would I even be able to use one for all? Heh, Izuku replied. I don't know. That's the annoying thing about this whole thing. I don't know what's going to happen next. Star and Stripe cleared her throat. I'm sorry if I stumbled onto something private, but I'm lost. My quirk has a mechanism where I empower people I love, and Melissa's one of them, Izuku said, which had Star and Stripe letting out an uncharacteristic girlish squeal. I don't know all that much about it, though, and it gets confusing. Especially since we just learned I can sort of share quirks when we get close enough, and I don't know how it's going to react with her. Star and Stripe let out a laugh. Well, what kind of hero would I be if I didn't help someone in need when I can help? Especially since it helps Mel's relationship. After all her father's done for me, this is the least I can do. I'm going to have to drop that last order I gave to let this happen, so. She placed a hand on his shoulder and said, Izuku Midoriya will fully understand everything about his quirk. As the new order made itself manifest, Izuku's eyes rolled into the back of his head as he passed out. His name was Hitoshi Marabashi. He had black hair and green eyes. As a child, he was small and clumsy, and he could never get good grades no matter how hard he tried. Other kids made fun of him. Marabashi's good for nothing, one kid said. Hey, Maru can mean zero. That fits him so well. And from that moment, people kept calling him Zero in English constantly. He supposed it could have been worse. People had been developing weird powers and mutations that adults were calling meta abilities. If you had one, people were scared of you, they shunned you, they attacked you. There was a good chance your family would turn on you and cast you out. Marabashi met a few people with meta abilities. He always treated them kindly. He knew what it felt like to be worth nothing. The first time Marabashi realized he had a meta ability himself was when he was 8 years old. A new girl transferred into his class. She wasn't good at making friends either, and by virtue of both being outcasts, they were drawn to each other. One day, while sitting together on the roof for lunch, they looked at each other, and Marabashi heard a thump 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 click in his head. After that, it was a lot easier to tell what she was thinking, what she wanted, how sad she was. Everything was great until one day, after school, a group of bullies ganged up on him and were beating the hell out of him for not having any money to extort. The girl ran up, shouting for them to get away, when her hair suddenly stuck up in the air and she shot individual hairs into the bullies. The hairs pierced the bullies like needles, leaving them bleeding on the ground. Marabashi was in awe, thankful that his friend saved him, until their eyes met. She was so scared at that time. He reached out to comfort her, but he heard a snap in his head and she ran away, crying. Marabashi never saw her again. Things continued as they were until Marabashi was in middle school. Every so often, he could hear the thumps and clicks, usually with a girl, sometimes with a boy. He'd be able to tell the other person's feelings easily for a PRD of time, but it wouldn't take long for someone, usually him, to do or reveal something the other didn't like and cause the inevitable snap to be heard. Everything fell apart one day when he was approached by a popular girl. She treated him kindly for a few days, and he reciprocated, until he heard the thump 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 click. As soon as he did, he learned her true intentions. She thought he was kind of cute and liked his earnestness, but she was doing this entirely to turn him into her lackey. She had no intention of actually dating him or being anything like an equal to him. And as soon as he understood that, he heard the snap. Wait, what was that noise? She said, confused. It was the middle of class, and everyone heard her. Oh my God, you did something to my mind. You went into my head. Everyone, Zero has a meta ability. He's a filthy little psychic. Luckily, years of being targeted gave him good instincts and Marabashi managed to get away before the class could turn on him. It was the last day he ever went to school. It wasn't long after he was outed that the structures holding society together began to unravel. It hadn't become undone, but authority was having trouble. So, no one really cared that a 14-year-old kid wasn't going to school anymore. Luckily, his family managed to move to a new city. So, Marabashi began to train. He had a meta ability, which made him a target, but it couldn't help him fight, so he had to work to make sure he could survive. He'd begun weightlifting and exercising. He went for a run every day in a park that was relatively safe. Soon after, he noticed a girl, one with brown hair and eyes, training as well. At first he paid her no mind. Then, he noticed she was watching him. Eventually, she began running alongside him. Finally, one day, he asked, "Why are you sticking so close to me?" "Safety," she said. "People are less likely to hurt you if there's another person. Not to mention, you look like you're improving. What are you up to?" 100 push-ups, sit-ups, and squats, and a 10-kilometer run a day, along with 100 representatives with my weights and other exercises. "I've been adding to it as it gets easier," he replied. "You need a workout partner?" she asked. He shrugged. "I could use the company on the run, I suppose." "I'd appreciate it," she smiled, and his heart couldn't help but skip a beat. "What's your name?" Trying to suppress his emotions, he said, "You can call me Zero." She blinked. "Wait, really? That's the alias I was using." He was shocked. "Why?" "I'd rather not say," she replied. "Me neither." "Fair enough." Marabashi could feel a mixture of pride and envy seeing Zero's gains. They worked together, intensifying their workouts as they improved. However, Zero was getting more out of it than he was. And, despite his best efforts, they were getting closer. One day, he joked with her, "Can't believe how quickly you're growing. You'll be the one protecting me soon enough." She grinned, gladly. "You're doing well, too. I can't catch up to you, though. It's almost like you're cheating," he teased. And her face crumpled. She looked scared. Feeling like he reassured her, "It's okay, no need to worry about it. I don't care if you're stronger than me, and I don't particularly care why." And with that, he heard the thump-thump-thump click that he'd been trying to prevent. "What was that?" she asked, in awe. "No use prolonging the inevitable, that was my meta ability. I call it bonding. It gives me increased empathy with someone I care about." He expected her to feel fear, disgust, anger. He wasn't expecting her to feel relief. "You have one, too," she said, happily. As he looked at her, shocked, she began to glow slightly. "I call mine Power Stockpile. It enhances my physical abilities, and as I get stronger, it does too." So that's why, he was so relieved. "I was so worried about someone finding out." "We should still keep it a secret," she replied. "Of course, but at least now I know I can trust you." He smiled, genuinely, for the first time in a long time. "I'm Hitoshi Marabashi. Everyone called me Zero 'cause I was weak and because of the Maru in my name." She smiled in return. "I'm Shizuku Kendai. Shizuku is spelled with the kanji for zero." "We really are a pair of zeros, then," Marabashi chuckled. "Hey, add 2 zeros to another number, and you increase it 100 times over." Kendai retorted, pumping her fists. She then held her fist out, and Marabashi bumped it. Marabashi and Kendai continued to grow, getting stronger and closer as they did. At age 18, they married. And shortly after that, all hell broke loose. They joined a resistance group of other people with meta abilities, at first fighting the government squads attempting to murder them, and then the new demon king of crime, that was forming his own army to rule from the shadows with fear and intimidation. Marabashi was planting an EMP bomb in a server room where their adversary had been stationed when he heard his wife scream in his head. With a light pop, he was right next to her. His world collapsed as he saw her fall to the ground as a white-haired man in a suit removed his right hand, glowing red, from her forehead and removed his left hand, covered in spear-like bones, from the hole he tore through her torso. Shizuku! Marabashi cried out, clinging to her dying form as he wept. He barely reacted as the man brought his hand to him, and he felt his meta ability slowing leave him in the same red haze. Might as well lose his superpower, his life was over anyway. Faye, I thought this would be a useful power, all for one scowled. Teleportation would be good, but no, you have the ability to be someone's soulmate. What a waste. Not even worth killing. He left Marabashi to his grief. Marabashi paid him no heed, tears streaming down his face until he heard, Hitoshi. Shocked, Marabashi opened his eyes. Kendai was still covered in BLD, but the hole that All for One tore through her was gone. Her clothes were destroyed, but her flesh was restored. Shizuku-chan. But, how? Marabashi sobbed. I think that's what the last bond does, Kendai said, feeling her stomach to make sure she was fine. Empathic bond let us know our feelings. Empowering bond made us stronger. Sharing bond let you tap into the power stockpile and contribute to it. Attracting bond let us teleport to each other, and we knew we got to a 5th stage. It healed you from certain death, Marabashi sniffed, grief gone, replaced with supreme gratitude. All for One may have stolen it, but there's only one name I can give it. Undying bond. Within the sea of quirks that All for One had taken, 2 orbs of light circled each other. Soon, the orbs grew closer and closer, until, finally, they collided together. As power stockpile met bonding, the vestiges of their 2 owners were locked in a tight embrace. As they refused to let go, the orb that was power stockpile slowly began to merge with bonding. All of a sudden, they were moved. All for One summoned power stockpile to his bidding. He had a new home for it. He had trouble at first, but the more he pulled on the quirk, the stronger they embraced one another, until bonding was fully contained within power stockpile. When they settled into their new host, they felt another orb of light reach out to them. It was similar to the quirk that stole them from their owners, but so different as well. As the quirks touched, they realized that they were beginning to merge. And that when they did so, only one of the 3 could survive. And so, they kissed each other goodbye and surrendered. Neither of them could bear to live without the other. Izuku regained consciousness as Melissa was laying him down. Izuku. I'm awake. How long was I out? Izuku said. About a second, Star and Stripe said, utterly relieved. Are you all right? I'm fine now. Information overload, Izuku replied. He got out his notebook and turned to a blank page, and began writing. Wait, it's not as clear as before. I rescinded the order as soon as you collapsed, Star and Stripe said. And given the reaction you had, I'm not going to try that again. I understand. Thank you, both for your help and your concern about me. Well, I remember some of the information, so I might as well write it down while it's fresh. Izuku said, pencil working at lightning pace. Are you sure you're okay? Melissa asked, concerned. I'm going to get our body scanner just to be on the safe side. Izuku beamed, of course. Don't want anything bad to happen. We've got an expo to attend. When Melissa gave him a clean bill of health, Star and Stripe reluctantly parted ways with them. I have to check in with Mr. Shield, and you kids should see the sights out there. I'm definitely going to meet up with you later, though, bro. To Izuku's credit, he managed to contain his excited fanboy squeal until she left. Oh man, I can't believe it. Star and Stripe used her quirk on me. She called me her bro. Melissa giggled. She does that a lot. She calls her squad mates bro or brother constantly. She's very friendly. She paused, then said telepathically, so, what did you remember from that overload? Primarily flashes of memories from the original users of bonding and power stockpile, Izuku replied as they boarded the elevator. They were husband and wife. I got a few insights into bonding from that and a few flashes of insight beyond it. Primarily, there's 5 stages of bonds. The 4th stage seems to let you teleport to each other's locations. The 5th stage let the stockpile user survive a fatal wound. That's extremely useful, and I hope we never need it, Melissa said. And if we do, I hope we reach that stage first. Any insights into how to reach those stages? Unfortunately, no, Izuku said sadly. Maybe if I stayed under the order longer, but who knows if that would have backfired. And we didn't see any of that, unfortunately, Yoichi complained. You guys have been really quiet since we left the airport, Izuku commented. Sometimes we want to comment on what's going on, sometimes we just want to pull up a chair and break out the popcorn, Daigoro said. Metaphorically, we can't actually eat in here, 𝐒𝐭𝐲 clarified. Any insights into what a stage 3 bond between us would look like? Melissa asked. They called it a sharing bond. Izuku tried to fit his insights into words. I got something of an answer. Basically, just because we don't have quirks, doesn't mean we don't have our own individuality. Like, One for All expresses itself differently between me and All Might. He has his muscle form and I have my lightning. So, when you get the sharing bond, you'll make One for All your own, and it'll influence how I use it. I don't know how, and I don't know what else might get shared, but just because you don't have a quirk doesn't mean you won't make me stronger with our bond. Melissa stopped short and tears started to form. Izuku instinctively moved to apologize, but stopped as she cupped his face in both hands and kissed him. He was shocked, but leaned into it as he simmered in the joy and validation she felt from his words. Sadly, they were interrupted by the chime of the elevator landing on the ground floor. A group of people waiting for it were surprised. One clapped, another gave a wolf whistle. They separated and left the elevator. Izuku was mortified thanks to Japanese attitudes to public displays of affection, but Melissa was more composed. Let's clean up before we head out there. Izuku could only nod, ducking into the restroom. He was equally shocked, pleased, and embarrassed to see he had some lipstick transferred to his face. The expo was phenomenal. Having Melissa show him around her home and point out attractions was great. She described the scientific discoveries on display. Izuku, meanwhile, pointed out the various heroes visiting the expo and gave infodumps on their powers and exploits. It felt so sweet. The time they were spending together exclusively ended when Izuku heard his name and Melissa's being called by Okiko. The group that encompassed most of his lovers approached him. Hey, everyone. Izuku smiled warmly. Where's 𝐒𝐻𝐢𝐻 senpai? She took off almost immediately, ribbit, Zu stated. Said that she has plans. Those air quotes fill me with dread, Izuku said. They filled the rest of us. With dread, too. Toru replied. Whoa! My notice the ultimate gauntlets. These are some high-end babies. Is this your doing, senpai? She asked Melissa as she invaded Izuku's space to inspect them. Yep. Melissa said proudly. I was finally able to get them made without breaking about 6 contracts. So, I guess the cat's out of the bag, heh, Izuku-an? Okiko smiled warmly. Yeah, I absolutely wasn't expecting this. Izuku beamed. I'm not sure why. Momo tilted her head in confusion. We had that party for Toru's birthday last month, still the best one I've had in, like, forever. Toru said, vibrating with glee. Yeah, but everything's been going so well this year that I haven't even kept track of when my birthday was to prepare for anything bad. Izuku explained. There was a pause as everyone tried to parse that. In their heads, Yua said, this is another thing where something we take for granted has been denied to you forever, and you've been mistreated so long that you can't even remember things being different, isn't it? Basically, yeah, Izuku reluctantly replied. Aside from my mom and me celebrating, the best birthday I had in a long time was last year when Bakugo just ignored me and none of the other kids bothered to plan anything mean. Well, then, Momo said, her calm tone hinting at underlying danger. I suppose our goal for the upcoming year is to try and make that sort of experience a distant, fading memory. To that end, do you remember any of their names? I don't want you to do anything to them, Momo-chan, Izuku stated flatly. Like you wouldn't act if I told you my list of names, Zu countered. I'd leave them alone, but Mr. Pipe Wrench insists on meeting with them, Zu-chan. Izuku exclaimed. Let's just get some lunch, Okiko changed the subject. They managed to get a table quickly. Their blonde waiter came over and said, welcome, everyone. Can I get you started off with one of our? He then blinked, as did the group, recognizing one another. Oh, hey, guys. Good to see you here. Good afternoon, Kaminari-kun, Momo greeted. I hope you're enjoying your experience thus far. Absolutely. Denki said. Kiribro and Tetsubro are stationed here, too. A bunch of 1B guys as well. By the way, you should get dessert. Soto from 1B is helping with chef duty, that's his specialty, and he's awesome at it. Sounds wonderful to me. Toru cheered. They ordered their lunch. At some point, after serving them, Denki mentioned he was on break and they chatted about the expo. As they talked, a busboy with overly large elbows appeared. Hey, Kaminari, when you're back on duty, I'll need help with Hey, these are your classmates, right? Most of them. Denki stated. Hey, Hunter Zero from 1B, he bowed. Pleasure to meet you. Ah, yes, you fought Ghidorah-chan in our preliminary spar, correct? Momo asked. The girl with the earlobes, right? Zero asked. At their nods, he nodded, yeah. I recognize Yarozu, Uraraka, and Midoriya, but not the rest of you, sorry. As they introduced themselves, Izuku finally gave in, producing his notebook. The tape you produce, is it always translucent, or can you make it opaque? How about completely transparent? Is it double-sided or single-sided? Can you choose between the two? Can you fire more than one strand at a time? Zero, grumbling, passed over a 500 yen coin to Denki. To answer the only question I could make out, single-sided unless I work at it. I've got to head to the walk-in. Kaminari, join me when you can. Sure thing, Denki grinned widely. Kaminari-kun came the overexcitable voice of Tenya, who arrived, chopping his hands. You keep on making wagers, and are apparently shirking your duties. You should be doing better to represent you during this event. Zero groaned as he took out another 500 yen coin and gave it to Denki. Thanks, Ide-kun, the blonde boy said, content. Tenya sputtered, but before he could continue his lecture, he was poked in the shoulder by a green vine. Turning around, he noticed Ibara standing behind him. Ide-kun, as much as I appreciate your longing to lead our classmates towards appropriate conduct, I believe you are being too overzealous, and as such are acting in the same ill manner of which you're accusing Kaminari-kun, Ibara stated. Tenya looked puzzled. What? How is that possible, Shiozaki-kun? Ibara sighed. Tell me, what would you think if someone representing you or your family was found to be harassing and yelling at a service worker over a perceived minor slight? Tenya chopped his hand. Why, that would be an outrage. I would be ashamed if someone representing the Ida name were to act in such a manner. As the puzzle pieces fell into place, Tenya's face dropped as he realized how badly he screwed up. He turned to Denki and bowed at a 90-degree. My apologies, Kaminari-kun. I had no business shouting at you. It's fine, man. All's forgiven, Denki said. My break's ending soon enough, anyway. Take your seats and I'll be with you ASAP. It would be my pleasure, Kaminari-kun. Tenya stated, standing upright. To Izuku's group, he said, I would love to join you all, but your table seems a bit crowded. No sweat, Okiko stated. Zu ped her head to the side. Ribbit, are you and Ida-chan here together, Shiozaki-chan? Ida-kun was generous enough to offer me an invite, as his family was unable to attend with him, Ibara said. A few of them winced, realizing that his brother's health was the most likely reason why. I merely wished to accompany him out of gratitude. I told her such actions were unnecessary, but if Shiozaki-kun wishes it, I'm quite happy to accommodate her. Tenya stated, as they made their way to a table themselves. Both of them were lightly blushing. Have fun, you two. Toru waved them off. Translation, this is a date but they are not admitting it, Yui thought to the group. Exactly, Ribbit, Zu stated. Baby steps. My guess is they'll be too skittish to hold hands for the next year, but after graduation, they'll be married, Toru said. So mufflers and vine hair. My. Asked. Neat pairing. Oh, senpai, we should try and think up new babies that accommodate both of their quirks. That'd be an interesting thought exercise at least, Melissa agreed. It's nice that Shiozaki-san reciprocates Ida-kun's feelings, Izuku mused. He mentioned that. Momo asked. Ah, right, Izuku blushed. You guys didn't overhear that part. though he also said that he thought starting a relationship was too much of a distraction. In fairness, I kind of thought that as well, before actually coming here, 𝐒𝐭𝐲 said. But I was totally wrong. In his defense, the bonds are kind of doing a lot of the legwork for us, Izuku offered. Honestly, 𝐈𝐧𝐿. 𝐒𝐭𝐲 thought warmly. Even without the bond, I think being your girlfriend would have made the two of us stronger anyway. Izuku sniffed. Here come the tears, ribbit, 𝐬 commented as rivers flowed out of Izuku's eyes. After lunch, the group made their way to one of the attractions, seeing an enormous glacier formed atop it. Oh, it's the villain attack attraction, Melissa stated. You should try it, Izuku. Of course, Izuku said. Anyone else want to try? Considering it for a second, 𝐒𝐭𝐲 stepped forwards and cracked her knuckles. I could use more practice with the awakened version of my quirk, she said with a grin. I want to try it too, ribbit, 𝐬 opined calmly. Let's check the leaderboard. Izuku looked at said board and did a double take. Wait, 𝐎𝐲𝐼𝐳 finished in 14 seconds. What's Endeavor feeding that boy? Melissa asked, before the rest of the Polycule winced. What? He's been feeding him a ton of abuse, Toru said angrily. Melissa gasped. I kind of forgot you were still at Island when we found out, Izuku replied. Nezu's working on it, Toru said, placing a hand on Melissa's shoulder. Well, time to blow his score out of the water, 𝐒𝐿𝐲 said, hoping to change the subject as 𝐬 entered the attraction. She began, hopping across the terrain at high speeds. Between her kicks and the reach of her tongue, she made quick work of her foes, wrapping up in 27 seconds, earning her 6th place. Bonding's physical enhancements are completely broken, Yui commented. I'm kind of surprised she didn't immediately dominate her final exam, Mai brought up. I wanted to make sure Shiozaki-chan was contributing, ribbit. Figured she'd have failed if I did all the work, 𝐬 stated. Plus side, it kept me fresh for Ectoplasm Sensei's giant clone. 𝐒𝐿𝐲 took to the stage next. She began to spark with her rose-colored lightning as she took her place at the beginning. Once the buzzer rang, she removed her own gravity and shot forwards like a rocket. She was a pink blur as she rocketed from mechanical villain to mechanical villain. She managed to make it in 21 seconds, reaching 2nd place. And it seems a single % of one for all is more broken, Yui said. The different colors of lightning is cool. It's like a Sentai team. Mai-chan, Melissa-chan, can you make a giant robo for us? The very second that Power Loader lets his guard down, Mai said, practically vibrating with glee at that thought. Honestly, the care and maintenance of that sort of mecha outweighs the benefits, Melissa stated. Ah, good, a voice of reason. Momo was relieved. Her relief was short-lived as Melissa continued. With your quirk, it would probably be more feasible to create a set of power armor that you could enlarge to giant size yourself. Mai was already thinking of possible designs, while Yui's eyes were sparkling with utter and complete joy. Her face actually split into a wide smile for the first time since they'd known her. Momo, on the other hand, looked extremely worried. Izuku, for his part, entered the arena using zoom-enhanced danger sense to assess the locations of the mechanical threats. He couldn't easily spam Laserdisc for this, but between 40% of one for all, float, black whip, and the kinetic charge he kept building with F.A. Jin, he figured that was more than enough. Smokescreen hasn't gotten enough love, 𝐒𝐻𝐻 stated as Izuku planned. Sorry, it just isn't helpful in this specific instance. Izuku apologized to EN. EN seemed to shrug in response. The buzzer rang, and if 𝐒𝐿𝐲 was a blur, Izuku was an actual lightning bolt. He shot to each area in a flash, smacked the faux villains with Black Whip, and shot off to the next. When it was done, he checked the time. 6 seconds. A new 1st place. His eyes bugged out as he noticed it. As the announcer stuttered out his time, he made it back to his girlfriends. 𝐒𝐿𝐲 gave him a high five. Way to wreck the curve, 𝐈𝐧𝐿. Sorry I bumped you both back, Izuku said to them. Ribbit, no self-deprecation, 𝐬 said, patting his blushing cheek. Got it, Izuku said, smiling at her. 𝐎𝐲𝐻𝐻 walked over. Congratulations, Izukuni. You're right, 𝐒𝐿𝐻, it's weird to hear him say that, Toru whispered. 𝐎𝐲𝐻𝐻 looked at 𝐒𝐿𝐲 appraisingly. I didn't think your quirk was similar to his. Why didn't you use it in the sports festival? Technically, that was me using Izuku's quirk, and I only reached the point where I could do that during the final exam, 𝐭𝐭𝐲 explained. 𝐲𝐻𝐽 looked between the two of them, calculating, then asked, so are you secretly siblings, then? Maybe you should get a DNA test before the relationship goes any further. 𝐭𝐭𝐲's face turned red, and her expression was oscillating between fury and embarrassment. Izuku, for his part, went completely pale, his eyes glazing over as his soul tried to leave. Momo decided to be diplomatic about it. Todoroki-kun, no. We found out that Izuku can share his quirk stockpile with us after enough time has passed. 𝐲𝐻𝐽 seemed to accept this, understood. Any chance of sharing that with me? There's only 8 slots available, and they are all filled, ribbit, 𝐬 said. Plus, you need mutual romantic interest. Oh, okay, 𝐲𝐻𝐽 said, tone even. Here. Wait, are you all able to use that power? As Izuku slowly crept back to life, the girls nodded. 𝐲𝐻𝐽 looked slightly confused, only a little more expressive than Yui, and asked Izuku, but, wait, you have interest in 8 people romantically. Izuku finally got his bearings. Yes. We don't advertise it, but we're not hiding it either. We're not cheating on each other, we're all dating one another. 𝐲𝐻𝐽 looked baffled. How do you maintain the interest? Wait, what? Izuku asked. I've tried to imagine possibly courting someone myself, and the idea seems so uninteresting, 𝐲𝐻𝐽 explained. Well, have you met someone you're attracted to? Toru asked. 𝐲𝐻𝐽 frowned. How would I be able to tell? Oh, I know. I didn't know what attraction felt like until I found out thanks to Izuku's quirk. Mai said cheerfully. See, it's like being friends with someone, but more. Like, you want to touch them or be with them, and when they talk to you or do things for you, it feels extra special. And you want to do things for them, too. Izuku and 𝐭𝐭𝐲 blushed wildly as Mai grabbed them both and hugged them. 𝐲𝐻𝐽 looked more confused. Okay, so that's a feeling you just have towards someone. It just comes to you. As the group nodded, 𝐲𝐻𝐽 said, and is it odd to not feel that way? Towards anyone? There was a pause, then Yoichi said to the gathered group, Oh, boy, I wish I could speak to him. It's hard when you've never met another person on the asexual spectrum. Momo, thankfully, managed to take over. It's not common, but it's a perfectly normal occurrence. Some people feel reduced attraction towards others, or none at all. That's referred to as asexuality. 𝐲𝐻𝐽 looked relieved. I believe I overheard Shuji mention that term before, I'll have to ask. There was a collective sigh of relief until 𝐲𝐽 asked, so, Izuku, have you decided which one you're going to marry? Steam seemed to shoot out of Izuku's ears. That's too soon to think about, 𝐲𝐽-kun. Besides, I don't have to choose. As 𝐲𝐽 looked at him askance, Izuku clarified, polygamy is legal. People don't often marry more than one person, but it's not that unusual. Wait, really? 𝐲𝐽 asked. Then why didn't Endeavor try that? Well, Izuku started, then stopped. Wait, why didn't he have multiple wives? Surely he'd be able to find more women with quirks he wanted. He was an established hero, and he had the clout to cover up anything untoward, and Endeavor isn't someone who typically cares what other people think, and there are polyamorous heroes, so it's not like he'd be pilloried for it. Could any of you follow that? 𝐲𝐽 asked. Most of it, Toru said. But, yeah, that's unexpected. I'll have to think about that. In any case, I'll see you all at the party tonight. 𝐲𝐽 waved, heading off into the crowd. It does feel super weird, 𝐭𝐽𝐲 said. If Endeavor was willing to buy a wife for a quirk marriage, why stop there? Why not get 2 or 3? Perhaps there's more to the situation than we are aware of, Momo said. No one had a response to that. It would take some time for the unsettling nature of the conversation to subside. I can't believe you were late, Midoriya-kun. Tenya began. Izuku straightened his burgundy pinstripe suit jacket. I wanted to make sure I was presentable, Ida-kun. Besides, I'm not the only one who's late. Izuku, came a voice from behind as Nejiya zoomed up behind Izuku and put him in a crushing bear hug. Did ya have fun so far? What did you use for the villain attack event? What are those things on your wrists? Tenya squawked indignantly at the affectionate display, as Izuku merely said, "Hey, Nejiya-chan senpai. Missed you earlier." "Then we've got to arrange something with Snipe-sensei. That'll improve your aim," Nejiya countered. As she broke the hug and faced him, he could see she was wearing a very flattering white and sky blue dress. "Wow! You'll look amazing." Izuku stuttered out the compliment. "She looked really good. I wonder how everyone else is going too." Izuku trailed off as the rest of them arrived. "Izuku!" Nana prodded him. "You okay, buddy?" "Izuku! EXE has stopped working," Yoichi quipped. "Though, yes, they all look gorgeous." "I thought you weren't into that," 𝐒𝐭𝐲 said, confused. "What? I can appreciate beauty without SXL attraction. Do you want to FA sunset?" Yoichi asked. "All right, which one of you FEs taught him that language?" Ryuji asked angrily, causing Izumu to sigh at the irony. "You okay, Izuku-an?" Toru, visible and shining like a diamond in her silver dress, lightly tapped on Izuku, causing him to jolt out of his pretty girl coma. "WWL, he managed to stutter. You all look gorgeous. I mean, you always do, but now. Plus ultra, sorry we're late," Momo bowed, dressed in a yellow-green dress. "There was an issue getting us all together." "The dress you gave me didn't have pockets," Mai stated, utterly miffed. Her orange dress looked as steampunk-inspired as her trademark goggles. "Ribbit, it's a common issue with most women's clothes," Zu said, putting a finger to her cheek, in an elegant-looking seafoam green dress. "Worst are the clothes that look like they have pockets but don't, ribbit. This is why I wear cargo breathes," Mai stated in a huff. "Heck, I don't know why non-cargo breathes still exist. Well, what are we waiting for?" Okako said, raising a fist in her white dress and pink highlights. "Let's get going." You concurred, walking off in her lavender dress. They began to walk, until Melissa realized that they were missing someone, Izuku. She walked over and shook him. "Goo." Izuku was shaken from another case of paralysis. "Come on." She took his hand and dragged him inside. Izuku did focus on something aside from the beauty. "You're not wearing your glasses." "I have contact lenses," Melissa said. "I don't use them often, but this is a special event, so I wanted to look good for the crowds." "You look fantastic," Izuku reassured her. "You always have, but especially now. Though I will say that you look lovely with your glasses. They add a ton of charm, and if they make you feel self-conscious, well, that's misplaced." Melissa blushed. "How do you keep doing that?" "Well, I've had enough people trying to force-feed me self-esteem for a while now." Izuku scratched his cheek sheepishly. "I guess it rubbed off." Melissa snorted with laughter as they entered the tower. "It's so nice that Toshi can handle events like this without having to rush out immediately," Nana said as they applauded All Might's speech. "Equally nice that he still chooses to be concise," Ryuji grumbled. We know, current hero society 𝐒𝐭𝐴, Daigoro said, exasperated. "You could at least admit it's better than being hunted like animals." "Only just," Ryuji grumbled. The conversation between the Vestiges was interrupted as the music began and the party began in earnest. "Izuku-an," Momo approached him. "May I have the first dance of the evening?" Izuku was surprised, then wondered why he was surprised. He nodded. "Just be warned, this is also the first dance of my life." Momo giggled, and thought towards him. "There was a reason I asked your family if any of them had any formal dance lessons to impart to you." "That did seem odd," Izuku replied. "Almost as odd as the fact that it was Izumu-ji-san who taught me." "I had hobbies before society collapsed," Izumu said, miffed. "Well, we decided on an order, and we agreed that at the very least, I could teach you for the benefit of the others." Momo smiled warmly. "Please, follow my lead." The dance began. Momo guided him, physically and mentally, through the steps. Soon enough, they were lost in their own rhythm, moving to the music in lockstep. Their movements had a meditative quality as they moved in harmony with one another. VWAP. Eep. Momo broke the trance as they heard the sound of a stage 3 bond in their heads. Her body sparked with scarlet lightning, the same color as her hero costume. Before she dropped it, the involuntary use of one for all, embarrassing her as if she had belched. "Are you okay, Momo-chan?" Izuku asked. "I'm fine, Izuku-an," Momo blushed. "I must say, I wasn't expecting this to happen here." "Well, I'm glad it did, this is wonderful," Izuku thrummed with excitement. If not for the social obligation, he would ask to experiment with their quirks. This was so cool. "You're Momo-chan." Okiko came up, grinning. Telepathically, she said, "You reached stage 3. Awesome." "Indeed," Momo said, happily. "We'll have to test how it affected each of our quirks soon enough." "I'm sorry to interrupt, but it's my turn with Izuku-an," Okiko said, flushing. Of course, Momo smiled and walked to get some refreshments. Izuku took Okiko's hand and they began to dance as well. "You'd better hurry it up, Okan," Toru grumbled. "We agreed on the order beforehand," Okiko retorted. "That was before we found out we could possibly get to the next stage of the bond, Ribbit," Zu replied. "Too bad, so sad," Okiko said. "Just be glad Mai wasn't interested." "Why would I be?" Mai asked. "There's so many support companies to network with." "Never change, Mai," Okiko and Izuku said in unison. "All right, you'll get your dance, but we're still trying for the next bond," Yu said calmly. Unfortunately, none of the other girls heard the telltale sound. Though, to be fair, as the evening continued, they didn't much care about that fact. "It's good to see you having fun, my boy," All Might said with a smile. "Same here, Tushichu-san," Izuku said. "I'm so glad to finally relax and unwind a little." "I'd suggest you not tempt fate, particularly not with our track records," All Might said. "Still, given the fact that David corrected his mistake, I think we're reasonably safe for now." "It's been wonderful so far," Izuku said, grinning widely. "Have you talked to Star and Stripe?" All Might chuckled, "Of course. Young Kathleen is an excellent hero, and it's always nice to catch up with her. She's one of the first people I've ever saved, and it warms my heart to see her stand tall and continue what I've started. Although I do find the way that she apes my aesthetic a tad over the top, a longtime fan who you saved deliberately homaging you in their costume." "I couldn't relate," Izuku said. All Might ruffled his hair. "Seeing you grow warms my heart as well. You've come a long way from the scrawny fanboy I encountered under that bridge." Izuku giggled involuntarily. "So, how was visiting the expo with Mom and Eri?" "It was incredible. Your mother is a wonderful woman, and I'm quite happy to spend some time with her. And Eri is a joy to be around, as well you know," All Might smirked. "A number of people took photos. I expect that there are already rumors that she and I are dating." Izuku was happy he hadn't taken a drink before he heard that, as he would have either choked or spat it out. His eyes widened. "Well, I can only imagine. I mean, no one knew your personal life before, you've kept it hidden so well, so I can see how some people can jump to crazy conclusions." All Might's smirk faded, and he scratched his head nervously. "Might not be so crazy," Izuku froze. "What?" "As I said, Inko-san is a wonderful woman. And I've not spent much time for myself before becoming a teacher at UA. And ever since I revealed myself to her and young Uraraka, and begun spending time with her, I've been very happy. Before that, I couldn't imagine a world where I wasn't a hero. I thought it would put me in the grave. But now, I look forward to actually retiring. And through you, I literally got a new lease on life," All Might said. Izuku's tears fell as they always did, as All Might put a hand on his shoulder. "Young Izuku, when you first called me, I was so happy. You, your mother, and young Eri are the family I never had before. And to tell the truth, I would like to make it official. Izuku, my boy, I would like to begin courting Inko-san. Do I have your blessing?" All Might asked his successor. As the question hit Izuku, he looked up to his mentor in shock. And, after opening and closing his mouth several times, he fainted. "SHT, All Might swore. Should have seen that coming," Nana commented. "I did," All Might replied, reaching into his pocket for some smelling salts. "I just hoped for better results." Izuku woke up to an acrid stench flooding his nostrils and sputtered as he tried to assess his surroundings and situation. He apparently had the oddest dream while he was unconscious. Not a dream, Ian interjected. Please don't faint again, Nana asked, caring but exasperated. Are you all right, young Izuku? All Might asked, concerned. Yeah, I'll be fine, Izuku stated. He certainly hoped he wouldn't faint again. So, you and my mom. Not going to lie to either of us that I haven't daydreamed of this exact scenario before. Also not going to lie and say there isn't a part of me that's trying to reject the mental images. All Might laughed deeply. Well, I'm not going to blame you for either of those. Izuku then lightly tapped All Might's side with his fist. If you hurt my mom, that's what All for One's attack on you will feel like in comparison. Young Izuku, I have no intention of ever hurting Inko-san, and I know that if I do, even unintentionally, I will face a world of pain followed by an afterlife of being lectured within our shared quirk. But, trust me, I fear your retaliation far less than I do Inko-san's, All Might said with a light shiver. Izuku smiled. Well then, with that said, you have my blessing. I'll try not to let you down, my boy, All Might said, patting Izuku's shoulder. You haven't, Toshichu-san, Izuku said, eyes shedding tears. As several ghosts started to clear their throats, Izuku amended that too. Well, not since that whole clench your butt cheeks debacle. I know that I'll never live that down, All Might sighed. All I request is that you don't put that on my tombstone. Before Izuku could respond, Mai rounded the corner. Melissa followed, with Star and Stripe right on their heels. Mai immediately tackled him. Are you okay? She said that out loud, then confirmed, danger sense went off for me. Yeah, Izuku said smiling. All good. Dad just had a bit of surprising news for me. Good news, but surprising. Oh, good, Mai said, hauling Izuku to his feet. Glad we don't have to rough up the symbol of peace during a public event. That'd be awkward. Any further comment was halted as Star and Stripe cleared her throat with a wide grin. I heard the little guy call you Dad. And you didn't deny it, All Might sighed. It isn't biological, but it may become official soon if things go well. I trust that you will be discreet about this, young Kathleen. Star and Stripe nodded, then thought of something. Wait, Melissa, you and Izuku are dating. I am too. Mai said, moving from Izuku to glomp onto Melissa. We're poly, Melissa stated as Star and Stripe blinked. The heroine recovered, and yet, he calls All Might his dad, and you call him your uncle. Melissa and Izuku blushed as the implications set in. What would you call this, then? An Alabama smash. Kathy! Melissa shouted, her face completely crimson as Star and Stripe laughed loudly. What? Mai asked, completely confused. I have no idea, Izuku shrugged, still blushing but not sure what the joke was. All Might coughed, probably to cover up a laugh. Perhaps I'll explain it later. Izuku gave All Might a side eye. Will you actually? All Might slumped, honestly. No. Thought so, Izuku grumbled. Any insights as to the nature of our increased powers, Yoichi-san? Momo asked. When the party was winding down, the group went to one of the testing facilities on the upper floors. Momo practically radiated excitement as she contemplated the implications of her quirk evolving. Unfortunately, not at the moment, Yoichi shook his head, visible to anyone who had reached the sharing bond. Izuku put his finger to his mouth. The thing I'm curious about is whether or not Yoichiji-san's bond affects one for all as a whole or the transfer component only. From the memories I received, both Kendai and Marabash's vestiges were assimilated into Yoichiji-san's quirk, which raises the question of why they merged instead of existing side by side. Did Power Stockpile try to absorb Yoichiji-san's transfer? Was absorbing new quirks a component of Yoichiji-san's quirk? Since All for One is demonstrably able to carry multiple quirks within his body, shouldn't it make sense for his brother to do so as well? It didn't merge with the subsequent holders because it seems that doing so causes a battle of wills between the vestiges and the current host, so I think that One for All didn't merge because no one wanted to either cease existing or kill whoever was holding it. Izuku, Melissa interrupted. This is a fascinating little rabbit hole you're going down, but we'll need to start testing and we could use your full attention. Izuku blushed. Right? I'll save those thoughts for later. Momo-chan, let's start small. See how something you normally create might differ. Momo instantly popped out a Matryoshka doll set, but her glow of creation was supplemented by the scarlet lightning of One for All. She pet her head. That didn't take as much effort as it usually does. Neither mentally nor physically. My lipid stores don't seem to have drained at all. Izuku's eyes gleamed. Let's try going bigger, something that would normally drain you significantly. Nodding, Momo followed that up with a diamond the size of a volleyball, then a plush armchair, then a full-sized cannon, then a motorcycle, then a life-sized statue of herself that appeared to be made of bronze. She frowned. That statue isn't hollow, it's solid bronze. Normally, I'd have been exhausted after the cannon and drained completely after the motorcycle, but I barely felt that. It's perplexing. Melissa looked up from the screens. Momo, how exactly does your quirk function, again? I transform the lipids in my body into whatever I wish, provided that I know the chemical makeup of my intended creation. And the schematics, if applicable, Momo stated. Melissa looked pensive at that. While I can't exactly fault your quirk counselor for misinterpreting it, I don't think that's the mechanism at all. The machine readouts don't match up to that sort of matter transmutation. If anything, it resembles readouts from people with nuclear quirks, just without a radiation output. Wait, aren't atomic elements created in stars? Simple fusion for the lighter elements, supernova for the heavier stuff. Okiko contributed, her special interest in space serving her well for this. Izuku beamed. Then Momo-chan isn't transforming her lipids into her creations, she's burning them to fuel their synthesis. Izuku brightened. He turned to Momo, practically vibrating with excitement. Your quirk is, essentially, the heart of a star. Your only limit was the amount of raw fuel you had to power it. And now you've just been tapped into the biggest power source available to a person. Oh my! Momo put her hand to her mouth in shock. That is quite the upgrade. It's honestly a little terrifying, she tilted her head. I believe that is how One for All enhances creation, but given that One for All is Yoichi-san's quirk, I do not believe the bond could influence creation in another way, as it did for Okan and Mai-chan. Yoichi shook his head. No, I can feel something influencing you besides One for All as a whole. He looked between Izuku and Momo. Izuku, I believe that you stumbled upon something in your muttering. One for All is more similar to All for One than I would prefer. It absorbed pieces of the previous bearers and transferred them to the new hosts. I think I have an idea. Momo-chan, touch the console Melissa-chan is using and attempt to create an exact duplicate of it. Momo looked skeptical, but attempted to do so. She was utterly surprised as a perfect copy of the console appeared before her in the glow of creation. Melissa went to Momo's creation and was baffled. How? This design is proprietary. Smiling, Yoichi said, for good measure, try to create it once again, without touching the original. Momo did as instructed, and was flabbergasted to see another copy produced. Melissa tested them, both of them are in working order. They even have the same programming installed on them. They even have the same data saved to them. Yoichi began to grin. It appears that this is how my quirk influences yours. You can instantly replicate anything you touch. You then immediately store the blueprints of that object. We'll need to test if this wears off, but you can essentially trace an item and mass-produce it. Touch, for example, a sword, and you could produce an unlimited amount of those blades. Izuku looked at Yoichi's grin and said, You're referencing some long-dead piece of media that hasn't survived to the modern age, aren't you? Yoichi chuckled. Genetics be damned, you really are my descendant. Momo looked at Yoichi's vestige. Do I run the risk of draining the stockpile if I use it too much? I doubt it, Yoichi said. One for All doesn't deplete in power. At least, it hasn't so far. And nothing you've done thus far has put a dent in it. That's a relief, Momo said. Of course, One for All's current status is so ridiculously powerful that even 0.5% would be as much power as a normal person needs. Izuku jerked as if he'd been shocked. He looked like he had a breakthrough. He and Yoichi shared some fervent glances, and probably a private telepathic conversation. Melissa, do you trust me? He asked. I did up until you asked me that, Melissa stated. Why? I think I know what enhancement Momo's giving me, but I need to test it and you're the only person I know who can deal with it, Izuku said as he held a single hair in between his thumb and forefinger. The hair began to glow with a light similar to Momo's creation quirk, right up until he plucked it off his head. Melissa's eyes widened. That glow, you can't be transferring one for all to me. It's not what you think, Izuku said. Please, in the name of science, eat this. Izuku said, his face and voice imitating All Might. Melissa, and indeed everyone else present, began laughing uproariously. When it finally subsided, Melissa snatched the hair and ate it. She grimaced a little as she swallowed. This feels like something a stalker would do. Would your stalker try that, Ribbit? Zoo asked. No, but solely because Toga wants to drink my BLD like she spent a day wandering the Sahara and I'm a juice box, Izuku said with a shiver. Wait, does she actually have cravings like that? Mai asked. Like, does she need to drink BLD to survive? According to the police reports and the images she gave me via the bond, yes, Izuku said solemnly. Near as I could tell, her parents tried to make her repress those urges until she couldn't contain them and she attacked a classmate. She ran away afterwards. That's actually really sad, Toru said. Like, she was starving until she had a psychotic break. She paused and added, still glad you broke the bond, though. Even if she didn't want to murder you, having those mental images piped into our heads would be rough. Yep, bullet dodged. Or, knife I guess, Mai agreed. Moving on from that, Melissa interjected, how long until we learn if this experiment worked? Well, it took me about 3 hours to digest the hair and hear the vestiges, Izuku said. But once you swallowed it, we left Toshinori's body and entered yours. It was chaotic, like if you were in a car and it was grabbed by someone and flung somewhere else, even if the landing was fine, Yoichi said. We're not moving right now, but for the first time in history, the stockpile was drained. By how much? Momo asked, concerned. 0.25%, Izuku replied. The same amount of power that One for All had when I transferred it to Ryuji, Yoichi stated. He looked at everyone's blank stares. The growth over the centuries has been exponential. I'm not certain, but I think I could also have given you one of the other Vestiges quirks, Izuku said. But I don't really want to experiment with that because I don't want to lose one of our bonds. But, this is how creation's affecting me. I can use the power of the stockpile to create a quirk that I can give to someone. Suddenly, the enormity of the situation hit Melissa. She'd been experimenting, and she had the physical enhancements, and she knew that she was eventually going to hit stage 3, but it hadn't sunk in. Now, Izuku had actually done it. He'd given her a quirk. I'm not going to be quirkless anymore, Melissa said, in an awed, hushed tone. And it's not from our connection to each other. You gave me a quirk. You created a quirk and gave it to me. It's mine. Everyone stopped and looked at her. Izuku put a hand on her shoulder as tears ran down her face. Are you okay? I'm a little overwhelmed, Melissa said. I think I need to sleep on it. Do you guys mind if I take the first shift tomorrow? No one objected to that. The next morning began bright and early, with Izuku flying over from his hotel room to the tower where Melissa lived. She greeted him almost immediately. Did you sleep okay? Izuku asked, concerned. I took a sleeping pill, Melissa replied. I knew I'd need the rest and that I wouldn't be able to do it naturally. But I want to test it, and I need help. Izuku smiled brightly. Have no fear, for I am here, he said warmly. Melissa giggled, but Izuku took her hand in his. I want to see what it's like for you, so I'm going to try and look okay. Of course, Melissa said, returning his smile. He closed his eyes. She did as well, and they leaned into each other so their foreheads were touching, their breath shared. He could see the quirk settled inside her. If One for All was an ocean in the middle of a thunderstorm, then this quirk, budded off of it, was like a river. A small trickle, but moving swiftly. It seemed small and harmless, but such rivers could carve canyons from stone and drown the unsuspecting. He showed her how One for All thrummed as he summoned full cowl. Breathing deeply, she repeated the motion. As the new stockpile thrummed to life and coursed through Melissa's frame, she felt elated. She opened her eyes, and they separated. Both of them watched as she began to move, slowly at first, then swiftly. The appearance couldn't be more different from Izuku's full cowl. Her every movement seemed fluid, swift. She began to punch the air, each time creating an afterimage of her limbs bending into the punch alongside her. She began to wiggle her fingers, causing a confusing blur as the flesh and BLD fingers were mixed with the afterimages. "Whoa," Izuku said. "I think that your father's bendy fingers quirk is influencing your expression of one for all. Maybe my mom's object attraction and my dad's fire breath influenced my own." Melissa grinned. "So, we have dormant quirk factors that express themselves through the quirk we were given. That's an interesting avenue for research. We'll need to study this. I can only imagine the possibilities." Izuku smiled. "What are you going to call it?" Melissa blinked. "I'm not sure. I mean, I'll need a name for it, since I can't tell people it's one for all." "It isn't," Izuku said. "It's formed from one for all, but it isn't anymore. It doesn't have any of the vestiges, and it's not a part of it anymore. One for all is still my power." He paused as he realized exactly what he just said without thinking. "Izuku?" Melissa asked. Izuku sniffled. "I just realized, I've stopped thinking about one for all like it's still All Might's quirk. It's my power now. I've made it my own. And this power is yours, exactly the same." Melissa nodded. "Yes, but we'll need an alibi for why I just beat you in the record for latest quirk activation. And it's best to lie as little as possible." She thought for a second. "Battery. An energy stockpile that requires someone with a similar quirk to share their power to activate it. Once you were willing to share some of your stockpile with me, my own quirk awakened." Izuku smiled. "Perfect." He might have continued, but Melissa stopped him with a kiss. Their quirks activated as they did, Izuku's sparks flying as Melissa's every movement, no matter how slight, created a blurring effect. The two of them broke the kiss, and once again pressed their foreheads together, their breaths in unison. VWAP. "Wait, what?" Izuku dropped full cowl as Melissa gasped. "We reached the sharing bond already. It feels like it's been too soon." Melissa blushed. "Well, it's been an intense few days." "Well, I wonder how Izuku was cut off by his stomach growling." Melissa giggled. "Quirk testing later. We'll need to eat. And besides, the others will want a piece of you afterwards, birthday boy." Oddly enough, this was the second time Izuku heard that exact phrase. Though the last time was a threat from Bakugo, so it wasn't really the same. After getting breakfast, Melissa and Izuku ran into a group of his classmates coming from the cafe they'd ate at the previous day. "Kaminari-kun." Izuku waved. The blonde was wearing his hero costume rather than his waiter outfit. "You're not working right now." "My shift starts later," Denki responded. Kyoka, Itsuka, and Pony were with him. "I just had to let as many people know about Soto-kun's pastries while they had the opportunity. As much as it pains me to admit it, Jammingway has some taste," Kyoka murmured. "Unfortunately, now that the secret's out, I think Soto's going to have 1A bugging him for sweets on a constant basis." Itsuka shook her head. "As if you weren't the most delighted out of all of us," Kyoka snarked. "I never said I wouldn't be the first customer," Itsuka grinned. "Best quiche I've ever had," Pony concurred. "Hola, Senorita Shield," came a voice from behind them. "It's been too long." He swayed to English. The group turned to see a young man about their age. He was a humanoid panther, covered in white fur with reflective silvery spots. His costume resembled an Aztec warrior, wearing a white vest patterned to resemble feathers, a gold and jade belt, an armored loincloth patterned with Mayan hieroglyphs, a jade helmet with a green feathered headdress, sandals revealing paw-like feet, golden braces and greaves, a green cloak, and what appeared to be an obsidian mirror hanging from his neck. "It has been, if you're calling me that, Senor Hyan," she said the last part sarcastically. She turned to Izuku. "Remember that story about my dad and All Might on the Mexican border? This is Tiger. He's the son of the two heroes they teamed up with. Tiger Diego Oslapili Kinaisich Pakal Hyuhen Y Chak Balam." Tiger replied, bowing politely. "Tiger Hyuhen for convenience's sake." "I'm Izuku Midoriya." Izuku returned the bow. "Nice to meet you, Hyuhen-kun." Tiger's golden eyes glimmered in recognition. So you're the infamous Small Might I've been hearing about." Melissa sighed as Izuku sputtered, and she said exasperatedly, I didn't tell him to call you that, Izuku. He came up with it on his own. Given your sports festival results, it seems accurate, Tiger shrugged. Any chance of translation for those of us who don't speak English well? Denki asked, clearly confused. Tiger blinked, and responded, can speak Japanese if slow. Sorry, not make easy for. Pony giggled, oh, that's painfully familiar. I'm Pony Tsunotori. I'm from Texas. Ah, neighbor. Tiger chuckled, have 5 tongues, this worst. Denki grinned, well, thanks for accommodating us, Hyuhen-kun. I'm Denki Kaminari. Itsuka Kendo, Itsuka introduced herself. Happy to meet you. Kyoka Gyro. The name Hyuhen sounds Japanese, Kyoka stated. And I don't think all those names are Spanish, parents half, Tiger responded. Father and mother Japanese, not no word, anthropologists. Father Nawa, what lots call Aztec, mother Maya. Speak Nahuatl, Mayan, Spanish, English, and Japanese. I'm also half Japanese, Pony said. I still have trouble with the language. I learned most of it at UA. At UA. And no speak good. Tiger said, shocked, then smiled warmly and gave a thumbs up, courage. Pony blushed, it's not that brave. On the contrary, Senorita, you are braver than I am, Tiger swayed to English. I had considered trying for you, but ultimately, the language barrier was enough to dissuade me. To the group, he returned to Japanese, not first expo, can help guide if want. If not, nice meet all. Melissa looked between Tiger and Izuku, you know, the cage is available. Tiger was taken aback, and grinned, you mean, what's the cage? Izuku asked. Hero Spa. Tiger said happily. Force field so no quirk hit audience. No tournament, just let hero test other hero. Basically, that, Melissa said. You can use your quirks and support gear, and it lasts 10 minutes, or until one combatant yields, is knocked out, or rendered immobile. Too young try earlier, Tiger said, smiling. Want spa, small might. Eh? Why me? Izuku asked. Parents fight All Might past, Tiger shrugged. Good fight, close fight. All Might young, but parents lose if not make friends. Want see how their son face All Might son. Izuku blushed at that last part, but he tamped down his instinct to deny it. At the rate things were going, All Might would officially be his father sooner rather than later. He'd have to accept people saying that now. Sure thing, Hyuhen-kun. I'd love to see what you're made of. Tiger smiled, revealing a lot of sharp teeth. Izuku tried to suppress the primal fear upon seeing that. Okay, Izuku thought as he prepared for the spa. I looked up his parents after hearing the story from Professor Shield. Itzli Hyuhen, aka Tepiolotl, is a mutant hero in the vein of Gang Orca. His quirk, Onka, lets him do whatever a Jaguar can, granting him increased strength, speed, and senses. Nikter Chak Balam, aka Nine Shell, has an emitter quirk called Elemental Rainbow, granting her the ability to channel 7 lights to control one of 7 possible elements. Tiger almost certainly has similar abilities to his father given their shared mutations, but the fact that he has white fur probably means that his mother influenced his quirk as well. White fur is rare for jaguars, and his spots look similar to Toru's hair when it's visible. That indicates refraction-based powers of some sort. None of that made it out, Yoichi said approvingly. Good job, Yen congratulated. Smiling, Izuku prepared for the brawl about to take place. The announcer had a quirk that allowed his words to automatically translate their words into a person's native language. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a challenge between 2 up-and-coming hero candidates for you today. In the red corner, hailing from Tehuan Tech, Mexico, the top first-year hero student at Santo Calaman Academy. Please welcome the Phantom Beast hero, White Jaguar. There were a number of cheers as Tiger stepped into the ring, soaking up the crowd's attention. He waved in the direction of those cheering, smiling widely. And, in the blue corner, hailing from Musutafu, Japan, the top first-year hero student at UA High School. Please welcome the ultimate hero, 𝐒𝐫𝐴. The U.S. Sports Festival was popular enough that the cheers for Izuku were much more than those for Tiger, even though the audience was international. Izuku nervously waved at the audience. Izuku worried that his opponent would be offended by the disparity in the crowd's reactions. Years of dealing with Bakugo and later dealing with opponents like Monoma had made their mark on his psyche. To his pleasant surprise, Tiger seemed quite happy that his foe was receiving a warm welcome. When the bell rang to begin the fight, Izuku began by extending the barrel of his ultimate gauntlets, producing numerous laser discs, and with a yell of Chicago Smash, he fired them all at Tiger like a machine gun. As the Jaguar boy ran at his opponent, his spots changed color to yellow. The discs bounced harmlessly off of him and his footsteps caused the earth to shake. Palenque Smash. Tiger's claws began to glow yellow as he leapt at Izuku. Luckily, he jumped straight into the air to dodge, but the force of Tiger's impact on the ground made the arena shake as he smashed a crater in the floor. Turning his head to Izuku, who was floating in midair, Tiger's spots returned to their prismatic state for a second. The spots then turned a sky blue color as he leapt into the air, aiming a clawed foot in a mid-air kick. Izuku smacked him away, but the impact sent a gust of wind Izuku's way, blowing him back as Tiger landed gracefully on his feet, cloak billowing around him. Delaware Smash. Izuku flicked his fingers at Tiger, hoping to blast him back with the air pressure of the flick. 𝐒𝐻𝐻𝐿 Smash. Tiger countered, leaping straight in the air after Izuku, ignoring the burst of air as he backhanded the green-clad boy and sent him reeling. Despite being thrown off balance, Izuku wasted no time in summoning 2 strands of Black Whip to entangle Tiger. Once again, the color of his spots vanished, before being replaced with a deeper blue. When the colors changed, Izuku's attempts to snare the feline in Black Whip were stymied as the boy seemingly became frictionless and slipped out of his grasp. He did inherit a quirk from his mother, Izuku thought. Tiger landed on the ground, sliding along the dirt, dripping water as he did so. When his spots change color, he gains different elemental enhancements. Yellow seems to be earth-based, with the quakes and being able to endure hits better. Light blue seems to be wind, letting him jump better, resist my use of air pressure, and blow me back with his strikes. Correct! Tiger shouted, revealing that Izuku was muttering out loud. And as you can no doubt surmise, Indigo grants me power over water. Texcoco Smash. The Jaguar clawed at Izuku, which did little damage, but pushed him back with a wave of water. Spitting it aside, a soaked Izuku looked at Tiger, whose spots lost their color. Was that supposed to do anything? He asked as full cowl sparked. So that isn't actually electricity you're producing, Tiger replied. Thought that might turn your strength into a liability. He then grinned as his spots became orange. Luckily, I didn't waste that move. Teotihuacan Smash. Izuku could smell the ozone and feel the crackle of electricity as Tiger leapt at him. Needing to instantly be anywhere else, Izuku activated Fa Jin and rocketed to the other side of the arena. He then sent out a strand of Black Whip to pummel him, shouting, Miskatonic Smash. Tiger didn't manage to dodge that blow, taking it in his side. Still, his spots remained orange, and he managed to grab Black Whip in his hand when he did so. Overhaul and Rewind couldn't affect Izuku through Black Whip. However, Daigoro's quirk apparently conducted electricity, as he could feel the shock course through him. The tendrils disappeared as Izuku felt the pain. The agony was short, but intense, and it sent him falling to the ground. Tiger got to his own feet, his spots now green. Small might. Are you okay? Yes, I am, Izuku said, getting to his feet. He was sore, but he'd endured a lot worse. And nothing seemed broken in the fall. Izuku, this is a friendly spar with no stakes. Melissa shouted in his head. If you're hurt, there's no need to continue. The next hit he gets on me, I'll tap out, Izuku responded. But I had an idea I wanted to try out, and with that, Izuku began to billow out smoke, practically filling the force fields of the cage in a thick, soupy fog. Let's see how he deals with a 30% smokescreen, Izuku thought, as he cast out Danger Sense to detect the Jaguar boy. Unfortunately, his attempts weren't working. CRP, he's like Toga. He can bypass dash. He was cut off as Danger Sense went off and he dodged the incoming blow. And when he did, he felt his back bend further than he ever had before, almost to a 90-degree angle. So that's what the new stage 3 is giving me, Izuku thought as he righted himself. His movements were wild enough to blow away the smokescreen for a second, allowing Izuku to see that the spots were now purple. Melissa, what element does purple indicate? Izuku asked. Shadow, Melissa answered. I don't know all the details, but I know it makes stealth easier. Izuku swore internally. Tiger made absolutely no sound while his quirk was active. Not to mention that he could hide within the cover of smokescreen, the purple aura preventing Izuku from even seeing his silhouette. He was only getting a split second of warning before each strike. Luckily, this was giving him useful information. He couldn't test how his my-enhanced danger sense would interact with someone like Toga. Each time he dodged one of Tiger's attacks, he once heard the words "cope and smash" spoken in a whisper as claws flew past his face. He was getting a better read of his threat level. And when he cast out danger sense, he compared it to the readings of the audience. It took a bit of time, but Izuku was able to come to a breakthrough. His quirk is cloaking his presence from danger sense. Toga's must do something similar. Right now, I can't sense his threat level, but after exposure, I've come to recognize the cloak. As he thought that, he began charging, using Fa Jin's stored energy to funnel into Laser Disc. He had to make this count. He knew the direction Tiger was coming from. Tiger dropped his cloak, and then, he began to displace the smoke as a wave of heat erupted at Izuku, rushing him at great speed. Tiger caused a clearing in the smoke as he swung his arm down at Izuku, his body a white blur highlighted with a blazing red flame. Tenochtitlan smash! Tiger yelled as he brought down his paw upon Izuku. Brooklyn smash! Izuku countered, holding a blue disc of light a meter in diameter as a shield between him and the Jaguar boy, feet planted solidly in the ground as he swung the laser disc to both intercept the blow and bash his opponent. The shield cracked and erupted in a blow of concussive force that sent Tiger hurling back. The force, combined with the force of Tiger's flames, sent Izuku off his feet and onto the ground. Like the cat he was, Tiger managed to land on his feet, crouched on the ground. His spots lost their color once more, but they did not change as he breathed from the exertion. His eyes were on Izuku, seeing what his opponent's next move would be. Izuku, for his part, tapped the ground. I yield. And the winner of this bout is White Jaguar. Tiger let out a sigh of relief as he rose from his crouch. As the crowd cheered, Tiger gave a bow in return, thrilled at the adulation, as he walked over to Izuku and helped the boy up. As their hands clasped, Tiger's spots turned green. As they made contact, Izuku could feel the pain from their spar start to ebb. What the heck? Izuku asked as he made it to his feet. Green is wood, the element of life. I can heal wounds to a minimal degree, both my own and those of others if I am in physical contact with them, Tiger said, smiling, before he winced and let go, the color fading once more. Yeah, if you hadn't conceded then, I would have lost. I'm tapped out for now. Well, if I kept going and got more injured, Melissa and my other girlfriends would have killed me, Izuku replied. Glad we both know our limits, Tiger grinned. As they walked off, Izuku asked, So, could you tell me more about your quirk? Tiger grinned. I call it Mythical Jaguar, since the elements I control have all been represented by jaguars by the religions of various tribes. In addition to my physical mutations, I can augment myself with the element in question. By imbuing myself with an element, I can use it in my attacks, grant myself a form of defense, and in most cases add to my mobility. Wow, that's a versatile quirk! Izuku exclaimed. How quickly can you change elements? Can you only use one color at a time? Can you split between two or more colors? What's the range of your attacks? How long can you keep up one of your elements? How-2 speed, much words, Tiger replied in Japanese. Not understand, sorry. Sorry, that's my fault. Izuku replied, realizing he'd slipped back into his native tongue. Quirks make me excited. No need to worry, small mite, Tiger replied warmly. For just one of those questions, can you use more than one color at the same time? My friend can use fire on his left side and ice on his right. Are you stuck with one color all over, or can you manifest it in parts of your body? Tiger began to answer, but then he stopped. Here. I have never tried to isolate the aura to a portion of my body. I knew I couldn't use two colors at the same time, but that was when I used all of it. Tiger held up his hands and focused. He began to let out heat as his spots turned red, but he focused that onto his left hand. His right hand, in contrast, turned clear, before his spots became orange, and the air was filled with both his heat and the crackling feeling of electricity. Mida. 𝐒𝐻𝐬𝐚𝐠𝐞. Tiger said before he dropped his quirk, breathing with exertion. I shall need to do practice with that, but you have done me a great service, my new friend. At this point, they caught up with Melissa and Izuku's classmates. Melissa looked somewhat perturbed. Well, you didn't break bones this time, so this is better than your last 1v1 match. Telepathically, she added, what did my stage 3 bond do for you? True enough, Izuku said out loud, before telepathically responding, I bent at an impossible angle to dodge one of Tiger-Kuan's attacks. Melissa smiled. Well, unfortunately, I've monopolized you for as long as I could today. I think Nejiya-chan called dibs on you after me. Happy birthday, Izuku-kun. Izuku smiled. Well, it was a great start, Melissa-chan. Ah, it's your birthday. Enjoy it, small mite. Melissa, if you're free, I would like to spend some time with you. It's been far too long since we met face to face, Tiger asked. Sure. Melissa replied. I'd like to tag along too, if you don't mind, Pony asked. Feel free if you wish, Señorita Tsunotori, Tiger replied. Cool, let me just say farewell to my friends. Pony grinned before she trotted off to the side with the other members of 1A. Wait, what's going on? Denki asked, a little confused. What's going on is, if I'm lucky, I may be going on a date with a Mexican hunk, Pony grinned. Itsuka blinked, hunk. Well. Yeah, I can see it, if you're into that, she tilted her head. And I am, Pony said with finality. Izuku scratched his head. You know that he's located on the other side of the planet, as is my family, Pony retorted. Not to mention, I said date, not necessarily a relationship. Kyoka looked between the American and Mexican mutants with some concern. Wait, don't jaguars eat horses? Pony grinned, if I'm lucky. Nejiya greeted Izuku the way he'd come to expect it, tackling him at high speeds. And, as he'd come to expect, she had questions for him, Izuku-an. Happy birthday. Are you feeling good? How was training Melissa-chan's new quirk? Why is your hero outfit scuffed? Dudish had a friendly spar with a friend of Melissa's earlier, Izuku interrupted. Lost by a hair, but I learned something really useful. So, you never told me what you were up to yesterday. Oh yeah. Nejiya said, as if she just thought of it. Ryukyu asked me to go to a bunch of booths and network with a lot of other heroes while I was here. It's fun. They answered a whole bunch of her questions. Some of them answered mine. Not as much, but it was pretty good. Grinning madly, she then took out a small rectangular package, and while I was doing that, I was able to get this for you. Izuku took the package, almost as if it was going to bite him. Old habits were hard to kill. We decided to give you our gifts one at a time, after Melissa-chan said she was going to give you hers first thing. Come on, I want to see your reaction. Nejiya said, practically bouncing in place. Izuku smiled, tamping down the years of fear, opening the wrapping, showing a plain, leather-bound book. He opened it, unsure of what to expect. He opened it up to a 2-page spread of enormous words, reading, To 𝐒𝐬𝐴, I look forward to hearing of your exploits. The monster hero, Godzilla. Wow. Melissa and I passed by Godzilla before, but I thought it'd be rude to ask for an autograph. He almost certainly gets swamped with requests, Izuku said, smile wide as he turned the pages, seeing that the book was filled with similar autographs from heroes from across the globe, all addressed to his hero identity. And Izuku finally returned the favor to Nejiya, rushing up to glomp her. This is wonderful, Nejiya-chan senpai. All these heroes, and they all addressed me by my hero name, he sniffled, then got out a handkerchief. I'm going to be a mess by the time the day is through. We planned for that, Nejiya said, ruffling his hair and reveling in its fluff. Izuku broke the hug and flipped through the book. Is there a reason why Pancration called me a lucky bastard? 𝐒𝐻𝐲 shrugged, dunno. Told people this was a gift for my boyfriend who's a fellow hero student. Maybe he thought this was the kind of gift he'd have wanted when he was our age. Okay, nobody tell her, this is hilarious, Degoro whispered telepathically, as a few of the Vestiges snickered along with him. Looking at the utterly gorgeous third-year student, Izuku knew the real reason. And, honestly, he'd agree with Pancration on that one. 𝐒𝐻𝐲 then grabbed Izuku's wrist. So, there's an obstacle course ride for people who can fly with their quirks. I got some reserve tickets yesterday, let's go. Izuku smiled as he tried to keep up with the hyperactive girl, letting himself be dragged along in her wake. As 𝐒𝐻𝐲 cheerfully bade him goodbye, Izuku found himself tackled by yet another appealing girl with limited worries about the concept of personal space. This is just my life now, Izuku said as he embraced Mai in turn. And I couldn't be happier. Well, you ain't seen nothing yet. Mai shouted as she pulled out an attach case. Melissa-senpai got your arms, I called dibs on your legs. He noticed a few people staring. Some might not have spoken Japanese and thus could understand the declaration. But enough appeared to, so Izuku began to blush. Phrasing. Come on, Izuku, there's no need to be embarrassed, Mai rolled her eyes. But what if a potential investor overheard and took offense? Izuku decided to try a different tactic. It worked, because Mai shot up like she touched a live current. Okay, so try to rein myself in while in public. Got it, her tone became deadly serious. So, for your birthday, I decided to give you the greatest gift of all, the gift of exposure. As the first customer of Hatsume Industries, you'll get to show off my newest invention to the world. Mai said, managing to catch herself. And what will I be showing off, Mai-chan? These. Mai said, producing a pair of high-top boots. They were the first shoes he'd been given for a long time that wasn't in the signature red shoe that fit a quirkless foot. The company that produced his shoes, Primordial Tech, was one of the few that not only catered to the needs of the quirkless in this day and age, but was founded, run, and largely staffed by quirkless people. Of course, the prejudices of the day meant that they were often shut out of the supply chain, hence why they had to make do with limited options, namely that they only had one supplier for their various shoe options and they all came in that same shade of red. That's going to change, Mai responded, and once again Izuku facepalmed when he realized that his internal monologue once again became external. Heard from our girl Momo that Primordial Tech's getting a few new partners after your standoff against Long-Nose McWidow's Peak. Wasn't even her or her parents doing, the suits that overheard you realized that there was a market that had unique needs that weren't being considered. And their PR representatives realized that if they just waltzed into the arena without acknowledging your one for us by us company, that had just hurt them. So they'll have more options and a few companies will get some goodwill. That's wonderful, Izuku said happily. The idea that he, however indirectly, was going to be helping other quirkless people made his heart soar. He removed his current shoes and tried on the new ones. They fit like a glove, and the soles seemed to elevate him more than his previous ones had. And while they weren't the same uniform red color, there were red highlights, so he felt like he wasn't abandoning his roots by wearing them. They look and feel great. But they're your babies, so there's no way there isn't more to them, indeed. Click your heels together twice, she said expectantly. Izuku did so and his new shoes expanded. Metal covered his feet and the soles were covered in jagged metal that would grip any surface, mess up anyone he kicked, and ruin hardwood floors. His shins were engulfed in protective greaves that provided protection in both interlocking metal plates and a cushion of protective gel. The plates had some patterns resembling crocodilian scales. They were topped with kneecaps that felt unbelievably solid. He tapped his knuckles on one and the recoil actually stung. Behold, my newest creation in foot protection. Mai cackled with glee. An improvement on several of my previous babies, this includes a hovering function to provide backup if you have any trouble while flying. In addition to upgraded versions of your original iron soles and my electromagnetic soles to improve movement. Your feet are now officially lethal weapons. Fantastic, Izuku stated. You have a name for them? Yup, These include all of my prior shoe babies in there, so I decided to combine your dad's name with an English word for leg protection. These are your alligators. My said, proudly. So that's why there's a scale pattern, Izuku mused. My-chan, I love them. Thank you so much. Another satisfied customer. My grinned. Now, you've got to break them in and I've got to show them off, so let's take a walk around the support company's displays. Part of 𝐒𝐭𝐴𝐲 was waiting for the other shoe to drop. If she was going to stop by now, she would have, Dark Shadow whispered in his head. I think she's just like us. She isn't just like us, 𝐒𝐭𝐴𝐲 responded. That much was clear. It was more pronounced now that he was here. He'd felt the slings and arrows that a heteromorphic individual faced. On top of that, his quirk's living shadow aesthetic disturbed people, causing some to label him a villain in waiting. He'd undergone his fair share of ostracism from his peers. When several of his peers began to create more wild and dramatic personas, he took to it like a fish to water or, as some of his old friends would say, like a bird to the sky. By the time 𝐒𝐭𝐴𝐲 was ready to apply for 𝐒𝐽, he was the only one of his friends to still cling to it. For the others, it was a phase, a passing interest. For him, however, finding a way to own his monstrous, dark appearance and quirk felt empowering. They never denigrated him for it, but they always subtly conveyed that they found his affectations childish. Which was why 𝐒𝐻𝐻 was such a breath of fresh air. Shihai Kuroiro from 1B was as well, but he spent more time with 𝐒𝐻𝐻, she got him, he could speak to her the way he wished without a piece of him feeling self-conscious about it. But she wasn't tied to her persona the way he was. She could probably shuck her verbiage and spooky aesthetic with little to no difficulty. Her quirk had no real heteromorphic traits, and despite her more exotic name, many telekinetic quirks operated under similar parameters. In short, there was a chance that she could tell him she had grown up, and thus he should leave her alone. And at this point, his heart wouldn't be able to endure that. He mused on this while waiting for 𝐒𝐻𝐻 after her restroom break. Back home in Japan, there were plenty of people who disapproved of someone who looked like a baseline human being involved with a severe heteromorph, but most were subtle about it. Odd looks and tones of voice were typically the worst he and 𝐒𝐻𝐻 would receive if they went on an excursion together. Not to mention, the actions of villain groups like the Creature Rejection Clan made openly disparaging such a pairing socially unacceptable. Here, among an international crowd. While he was glad no one in a hero costume outwardly looked at the two of them with disgust and said disparaging things in languages they couldn't understand, plenty of other people did. It hurt when a baseline-looking person acted in that manner. It somehow hurt worse when a heteromorph did. His thoughts were interrupted when 𝐒𝐻𝐻 rejoined him, the two of them silently acknowledging each other. The two of them began walking around when they noticed a table containing Izuku, 𝐬, and 𝐴. They would have left them to their meal, but Eri noticed them, smiled her infectious smile, and waved over to them, Aunt 𝐒𝐻𝐻. Uncle Fumi. Eri would probably end up the most spoiled girl on the planet. They couldn't resist walking over to greet their class representative, one of his paramours, and their foundling, subdued smiles on their faces. It is a pleasure to see you, little child of light, 𝐒𝐭𝐴𝐲 said to 𝐴. How do you fare this day? I'm having a good day, Uncle Fumi. I finished my lunch, so Papa Izuku and Mama 𝐬 let me have an apple for a snack. Eri said cheerfully. Hooray! Dark Shadow cried out, appearing from 𝐒𝐭𝐴𝐲's stomach. That's the best. Yes, Aunt Dark Shadow. Eri agreed. And once again, 𝐒𝐭𝐴𝐲 and Dark Shadow pledged that they would die for this child if it came to it. Midoriya-kun, is there perhaps an ill wind blowing on this day? 𝐒𝐻𝐻 asked. Otherwise, I am uncertain why you would be wearing a scarf, Izuku stammered, trying to find the words, before 𝐬 outright stated, Ribbit, it's a present. I made it for him, Ribbit. And 𝐒𝐭𝐴𝐲 took a closer look at the scarf. It was mostly green and blue, depicting lily pads on water, with patterns resembling the wearer's black whip knitted in. It's Papa Izuku's birthday. Eri cheered, causing Izuku to blush. Ah, 𝐒𝐻𝐻 nodded. I wish you the best on this auspicious day. Your presence has tempered all of us, 𝐒𝐭𝐴𝐲 concurred. And we wish you the best for the rest of the year. Izuku's eyes watered, but he kept the tears from spilling. Thank you both so much. I assume you are spending your day with each member of your 𝐻𝐸𝐻𝐸𝐻. 𝐒𝐭 asked. There were blank stares, before 𝐬 asked, what, ribbit? Ah, that's what the two of us call your group, 𝐒𝐭𝐴𝐲 said, mildly embarrassed. We have neglected to tell you that. It is a Greco-Egyptian term. It means the nine, and is used to refer to the most important deities of the Egyptian pantheon, 𝐒𝐭 explained. Izuku and 𝐬 looked at each other, then 𝐬 put her finger to her chin, ribbit. It might be easier for our group to have a name. And I like it, ribbit. Yeah, it has a nice ring to it, Izuku said. Maybe we could even create an 𝐻𝐸𝐻 agency or something after we graduate. It sounds nice. We are glad to aid you whichever way we can, 𝐒𝐭 said. We'll leave you to your festivities as we stalk the outskirts of these festivities, 𝐒𝐭𝐴𝐲 said. Bye, Aunt 𝐒𝐭, bye Uncle Fumi, bye Aunt Dark Shadow. Eri cheered and waved. Enjoy your date. Both of the spooky members of 1A stopped dead as they were waving at Eri. They were silent for a bit, then they dashed off. They could hear Eri asking if she said something wrong, and her two green-haired parental figures reassured her, but they didn't stop until they were further away, and in an alleyway that was largely out of sight. Well, one can expect such musings from a child, 𝐒𝐭𝐴𝐲 mumbled, trying not to blush. Now, I was hoping to see His words were cut off when 𝐒𝐭 grabbed his shoulder. Token, is it true that you like me? 𝐒𝐭𝐴𝐲 sputtered, what? Jireson overheard you boys talking to each other in the lockers a while back, 𝐒𝐭 said. Her tone was different. Less verbose, and her voice seemed smaller. Ashido and 𝐭𝐽𝐽 pestered her into broadcasting your conversation, and we heard you say you like me? Oh, no. His deepest, darkest desires were spread to the class at large. How could he ever live it down? She would. Wait a minute, that was months ago, 𝐒𝐭𝐴𝐲 realized. You didn't say anything to me, you weren't mad. Why would I be mad? 𝐒𝐭 asked. I mean, I never thought anyone would like the creepy ghost girl. I thought maybe you weren't really interested, but you gave the boys a name so you wouldn't be teased. Or maybe Dark Shadow was teasing you. 𝐒𝐭𝐴𝐲 was flabbergasted. Yanagisan, we're finally having this conversation. Dark Shadow popped out, excited. No, Yanagi-chan, Fumi likes you a whole lot. He thinks you're really pretty and he likes talking to you about all kinds of stuff. I like you a lot, too. You're really nice to me, and fun to be around. 𝐒𝐭𝐴𝐲's black feathers were tinged with his luminescent red blush. But, for once, he didn't stop Dark Shadow. He looked at 𝐒𝐭, who was looking at him in thrilled disbelief, like she could scarcely believe it and was so happy she was hearing it. He sighed. My shadow speaks the truth, Yanagi-san. I am indeed fond of you. Why? 𝐒𝐭 asked. I mean, I'm too tall and skinny, and my hair's all stringy and my face looks creepy, and I'm not as strong or as cool as you, and my quirk's not as awesome or interesting as yours. Yanagi-san, what are you talking about? 𝐒𝐭𝐴𝐲 was shocked at her statement. You have a wonderfully ethereal beauty to you, you're amazingly powerful, and your quirk is amazing. You're so strong, and you don't have to waste your time on a weird bird boy with a scary talking shadow quirk like me. But you do, and that makes me really happy. Now 𝐒𝐭 was blushing like mad. Wait, you haven't asked me out because you thought you weren't good enough for me. Before he could respond, Dark Shadow interrupted with, Fumi's scared 'cause all of our old friends stopped doing the whole dark and creepy thing, and they thought we were weird for keeping it, but it's what makes us happy. And even if we stopped leaning into it, we'd never escape it entirely. Tokumen, 𝐒𝐭 trailed off, then said, It makes me happy, too. And maybe I look more normal than you do, but I didn't exactly fit in either. This feels right to me. I want to keep it up. And even if I feel like I want to stop in the future, I'd never want you to stop if you didn't want to. It feels right. Fumi's heart began to take flight. He stood up straight, and his tone was the one he normally took. 𝐒𝐭 Yanagi-chan, Nemesis of the macabre, the way you strike fear into the hearts of villains makes mine beat with reckless abandon. Will you join me as I revel in the darkness? 𝐒𝐭 seemed to blink back tears, but she stood up straight as well, and replied, 𝐒𝐭𝐴𝐲 Token, emissary of the night, I would love nothing more. Let us expunge the world of evil from the shadows, that the populace may revel in the light. As they clasped their hands and walked into the street, Dark Shadow retreated into 𝐒𝐭𝐴𝐲's body, grumbling, "Finally." "That was an experience," Izuku said, a little exhausted. Momo, from her spot next to him, looked apologetic. "I'm sorry, I had hoped that the VIP section of the expo would be enjoyable for you." "Oh, it absolutely was," Izuku reassured her. "It was just a lot to deal with. High society isn't something I'm used to." Momo pursed her lips and nodded. "I shall have to teach you, along with everyone else. I'll be DM'd before I let any of my paramours flounder." "Hey," came a cheerful voice in their heads as Yui walked towards them, her face as calm and stoic as usual. When Yui joined them, Momo let out a sigh she didn't know she was holding back. "So, Izuku-kun, your next gift is a collaboration between Yui and myself." "She did most of the heavy lifting, though," Yui said, smirking ever so slightly. Momo blushed. "Nonsense. You knew exactly how to make this work. I would never have been able to do it without you." Izuku smiled warmly. "Don't worry about who gets credit, please. To be fair, your full gift from us is waiting back at your apartment. Your mom hid it in a closet," Yui said. "This is just a sample." She held out a wrapped package. Izuku opened it, excited. The box was completely plain, and he opened it. Staring back at him, in miniature, was himself. "You made an action figure of me." Izuku was shocked as he sat down on a nearby bench. He began to inspect what he realized was an incredibly high-quality action figure of himself. It was well articulated. It had swappable accessories, including his new ultimate gauntlets and the 𝐒𝐽-gators. There were tendrils of black whip that could attach to his arms, back, and legs. There were laser discs that ranged from hand-sized to shield-sized. His head could swap out his hood and rebreathe a mask with his hair, and there were a few swappable faceplates, including one of him with unshed tears and one of him imitating All Might. "I wasn't too sure about those, but Yui insisted." Momo blushed as Izuku looked at those faceplates. "You say that as if you didn't squeal in happiness upon seeing them," Yui teased. Momo wanted to make them herself, but she didn't know the kinds of things that go into making good action figures. "So we collaborated on a whole set." "What?" Izuku could barely process it as Momo took out a tablet and showed him the pictures. The first was the figure in his possession, alongside one that was in a box made to resemble an actual action figure line. "Yui is responsible for designing the box art," Momo said. "I've never truly created 2D art with my quirk before." He scrolled through the gallery. The next was Okako, rendered in just as much detail as himself. Then Mai, Momo, Zu, Toru, Melissa, Nejaya, and Yui. Then the other 14 members of Class 1A, then Mirio and Tamaki, then Eraserhead and Nezu, and, finally, Inko and A. The last picture in the gallery was a spread of all of those boxed figures paired together with their unboxed versions. The collector's dilemma. Do you open it and pose them the way you want to, or do you keep them in the box and preserve them? Yui shook her head. She was speaking from experience. "We decided to let you have it both ways." "I'll admit we went a little overboard," Momo said, blushing lightly. I can't imagine the time and effort that went into this," Izuku said, utterly gobsmacked. "It was good quirk practice," Momo said. "And once we worked out the basics and had a few test runs, the finished products took very little effort." "I may have several of the better prototypes in my possession," Yui said smugly. Izuku placed his gift gently on the bench and took both girls into his arms, shocking them a bit with his forwardness. Izuku cried out of the overwhelming emotion it produced. Momo and Yui simply let the feelings wash over them. Some of it was negative, like the fact that part of him was still astounded that anyone, let alone women as wonderful as them, would go so far for a Deku like him. But those feelings were merely part of the mix, and he was overflowing with joy and thankfulness and validation. Soon enough, some company will make figures like these. This will just be a taste of things to come, Momo said firmly. Think of this as the most limited run of them all, Yui said. How do you girls somehow keep getting more perfect? Izuku said as he dried his tears. Trade secret, Momo said. I'll take this back to our hotel room. I'm certain you don't want to lose it, and Yui has something she wanted to show you. A support company has built a mecha, Yui said hungrily. They're letting people on a list test drive it. I got our names on that list. Izuku's eyes bugged out. Wow. Sold. We'll see you later, Momo-chan. Momo smiled as Yui carted Izuku off. Before she left, she chose to look at a different photo gallery she had saved for herself. While creating these figures, she had thought about providing their boyfriend with a few villain figures, hoping to provide him with some catharsis by allowing him to defeat his foes in plastic effigy. The bond discouraged her from giving him those figurines. But Yui had kept a set, and it included several figures of antagonists they had fought. It included Tomura Shigaraki, the 4 nomas he released at the USJ overhaul, and, on a much pettier note, Minoru Mineta and Katsuki Bakugo. She chuckled as she thumbed through the various tableaus they had created of the 9 of them beating several shades of hell out of them. Do you have any idea what those sirens were? Toru asked Izuku when they were on their own. They were mostly window shopping at the expo's various storefronts. I got a text from Toshinori-sensei, Izuku replied. He was carrying 2 plushes that Toru had given him as his present. One was a green rabbit, resembling the ears of his hero costume. The other was a rainbow-colored chameleon, representing herself. He absolutely loved them. Apparently, that was shortly after he confessed to my mom. And Mom set off the island's flood warning system. He scratched the back of his head. Forget the toe joint, Toru shook her head. If you could have found a way to weaponize that, no one would have called you quirkless. Izuku laughed. There are worse quirks out there. I knew a guy in school who had wings coming out of his back, but they were only the size of a normal bird's. Like a pigeon or something. He said it was more uncomfortable than anything else, Toru said. One classmate in middle school could just shoot his eyeballs out a bit, Izuku added. He could pop them out of their sockets and pull them out about 30 centimeters, then the optic nerve would reel them back in like a tape measure. You? Toru giggled. Then she realized, was he one of the guys who gave you SHT? Izuku scratched his cheek. I mean, I was kind of at the bottom of the social ladder, so probably. I don't remember him doing anything noteworthy, so I think he was just one of the people who ignored me. That's just the worst, Toru grumbled. Jake is treating you like you're not there. Though, I guess in your case, that wasn't actually the worst you got. Izuku shivered. No, it wasn't. How did that Explodey Boy's quirk actually work, anyway? Toru asked. Izuku's history with Bakugo was suddenly unimportant. Izuku had a quirk to dissect, and he was on full blast. It's really cool. His hands can sweat out nitroglycerine, and he could produce sparks to detonate it whenever he wanted. It's actually a really neat combination of his parents' quirks. Mitsukibe-san can produce glycerin, which she most often uses to keep her skin moisturized. Mosorugi-san, meanwhile, sweats nitric acid from his hands. He can't produce it on demand like Katsuki could, nor did he have the ability to spark it, but by rubbing his hands together, he could create minor explosions. He could have easily become a hero with that quirk, with the right effort. Toru froze for a second. She thought for a second, and telepathically said, that sounds a hell of a lot like what Todoroki told us his sperm donor did with his mom. Technically, he only told me you were spying, Izuku clarified, his tone grateful, but not grateful enough to stop his pedantry. Toru ignored that. Bomboy's old man didn't coerce his wife into anything, did he? Izuku laughed. Toru seemed incensed, but Izuku said, sorry, it's just. Mosorugi-san is one of the most passive, non-violent people I've ever met. He never wanted to be a hero, he doesn't like the idea of fighting people. Mitsukibe-san pursued him. I remember Mom telling me she said he was too adorably awkward to pass up. Toru chuckled. Well, a woman after my own heart, I guess. Izuku blushed at that, causing Toru to laugh again. Thanks for proving my point. But yeah, that was a lucky combination that the Splody boy got. Though he, oh gods. And Toru descended into laughter, practically falling over. What, Toru-chan? Are you okay? What's so funny? Izuku asked, his face torn in confusion. Toru couldn't speak, but luckily, thanks to the bond, she didn't have to. He probably can't pleasure himself without risking blowing his PP to smithereens. No wonder he was so cessed off all the time. Izuku blushed at the crude way she phrased that, stammering for a bit. Then his brain caught up to him and realized that Toru had a point, that was probably a legitimate concern for his former tormentor. And slowly, he began to giggle, and join her in the belly laughs. This apparently let the Vestiges know that they could lower their telepathic walls and reveal that they, too, found the imagery funny as hell and were laughing so hard it threatened to kill them a second time. The last scheduled part of the day was certainly not the least. Dinner with 𝐒𝐭𝐻𝐲 was great, as it always was, but she seemed really nervous throughout. She was a blushing and stuttering mess, the way they both were the first times that Mina and the others insinuated that they were dating. Finally, Izuku said, "𝐒𝐭𝐻𝐲, you don't need to be so nervous. It's just me." 𝐒𝐭𝐻𝐲 nodded. "I know, but this is your first birthday since we've been together, and the other girls are doing so much and I didn't have much to work with and I want to make this special the way you make me feel special and so this is what it's like on the other side," Izuku said, interrupting 𝐒𝐿𝐻𝐲's stream of consciousness. "𝐒𝐿𝐻𝐲, if you have a plan that you want to follow, I'll do it. But you look so distraught right now that I can't help but be worried," 𝐒𝐿𝐻𝐲 sighed. "All right. Well then." She took out a small jewelry box. "Happy birthday, Izuku-san." Izuku looked at the small box and its contents. Inside was a ring, gunmetal gray, and made of simple steel. There was a laser engraving of his hero name on the exterior. It's not much," 𝐒𝐿𝐻𝐲 said, "but I wanted it to be special. I have one myself." She showed that she indeed had a similar ring, only with her name on it. "It's a promise ring. I know we're too young to actually get engaged, but I wanted to show you how serious I am about you." Izuku was flabbergasted, rendered completely speechless, so struck by emotion that he wasn't even forming proper tears. He hoped that he was using their bond to properly convey exactly how much this meant to him. He took a closer look, and the interior was also laser engraved, stating that they were bound on the date of the entrance exam. This is wonderful, 𝐒𝐿𝐻𝐲. Where did you get this?" 𝐒𝐿𝐻𝐲's blush somehow increased. I asked my power loader to make it. And it doesn't look like much, but it's still as special to us. The rings are steel, but the steel came from the 0-pointer. The one you destroyed the day we met." Izuku leaned back in his chair, taking in the full force of that. He finally said, "𝐒𝐻𝐲, this is the best present anyone's ever given me. Even one for all." 𝐒𝐿𝐻𝐲 said telepathically, still blushing, but now beaming with happiness. "As much as I'm glad I have this quirk." Close second, Izuku said. "And before I get any comments, I'm well aware that none of this would have been possible without you, but logic doesn't apply here." None of the Vestiges said anything in response. Apparently, they realized that arguing with a boy in love wasn't a worthwhile pursuit and that rationality had no place here. At their silence, Izuku began to tear up and said, "You know, if I had a little more self-confidence and a little less shame back then, I'd have proposed that night when I first had you over for dinner." There's a good chance I'd have said yes," 𝐒𝐻𝐲 muttered. "Well," Izuku said, putting the ring on his finger, "better late than never." "I'm so glad that the expo went off without a hitch, Professor Shield." Izuku bowed to the man at the airport. David Shield sighed. "You managed it earlier, did you have to backslide like that?" "Goodbye, Grandpa Dave." Eri gave David a hug. "Well, at least one of us made progress," Izuku chuckled. "I'll come to see you as soon as possible, Dad," Melissa added. "Nice meeting you, little bro," Star and Stripe said, having ordered herself into fluent Japanese earlier. "I trust you'll take good care of Mel, right?" "I'll go plus ultra, Stane-sen." Izuku somehow managed to say that without having a heart attack. "I've had plenty of shovel talks, I'm aware of how forfeit my life is if I disappoint my girls." "Bye, Aunt Star," Eri said, causing Star to struggle not to cause an international incident by taking the girl herself. She settled for a big hug. "Have fun on the flight home, Eri." Star replied. "I will. We went on Grandpa Mite's plane on the way here, we're going home in Mama Momo's plane." Eri said happily. "Aho." Star felt a little playful. "How many mamas do you have again?" 8. Eri said proudly, naming them and counting them off on her fingers. Star grinned at Izuku proudly. "You really are my little bro." Izuku tilted his head in confusion. Switching to English, Star replied, another of All Might's disciples with a H. What? Izuku and Melissa cried out. Yeah, my whole squadron and I are dating, Star said with an enormous grin. They're the best. I wish they could have come, but this was technically business and I couldn't scrounge up the right number of invites anyway. Oh wow, Izuku said. Well, I wish you the best with them. Same here, kiddo, Star playfully punched Izuku. We're going to have to board. Melissa said, clearly stunned by this conversation and wanting to leave it be. Talk to you soon. Final goodbyes were said. Now it was back to you, and soon enough, the summer training camp.